Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session. It's a pleasure to introduce short Edith Hall, Professor of Classics in the Department of Classics and Ancient History at Durham University, a leading scholar in the study of ethnicity study and gender in ancient sources, with far too many books to mention here. Edith, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm very sorry I'm late. Thank you for the invitation. Salutations to the organisers, especially salutations to our beloved Professor Konomis. So, the war in Ukraine has already caused many thousands of deaths, but also cavalier abuse of natural resources. Within a few weeks, the Russian invasion had destroyed substantial parts of the Ukrainian infrastructure and poisoned its rivers and forests. But it's also causing irreversible damage to the global climate. The terrible urgency of the new war has pushed the environmental crisis disastrously much further down humanity's list of priorities. But the conflict is also directly and immeasurably exacerbating pollution. The Washington Post reports on the untold volumes of toxins and pollutants recently released into the atmosphere. Cluster bombs and thermobaric rockets ignite massive clouds of poisonous aerosols. Wildfire risk and biodiversity loss will blight Ukraine for generations, but it will also blight the world, bringing food crises and threats of radiation from damaged nuclear plants reaching across Eastern Europe, poisoning the Baltic, the Black Sea, and the Mediterranean. The war has sent oil and gas prices soaring, incentivizing searches for new natural sources. Fuel providers are cynically using the war as an excuse to make a high-carbon future unavoidable. In 1953, Fairfield Osborn wrote in The Limits of the Earth that the history of Greece and Rome assumes the character of a prologue to modern times. Environmental historians such as John Perlin in A Forest Journey, The Role of Wood in the Development of Civilization, 1991, have suggested that ancient societies caused their own collapse by destroying supportive environments, for example, and in particular, by deforestation. Now, I think classics can help us fight back against this terrible new stage in the history of humanity, and that this should be an absolutely central part of our future. Classics is now more than 3 millennia old, but Henry Gee, senior biology of nature and very much respected environmental geographer, calculates that if we carry on the way we are, we'll only have about 500 years before the planet will undergo the next great extinction. Now, this conference is about the future of our subject, but surely that depends on the future of the planet. Now, a new, greener reading of the Iliad can show that the seeds of an environmental catastrophe were already sown by warfare at the dawn of what we usually call civilization. The foundational text, this foundational text, can be instrumentalized in our attempt not only to prevent World War III, but to rescue our planet from disaster. The Iliad, I believe, exposes the contradictions underlying the environmental crisis which we humans have created. It's the foundational document of the mindset of the Anthropocene. Now, the most influential interpretation of the Iliad in modern times, so far, has been Simone Weil's essay, The Iliad, or the Poem of Force, written in 1939. It informed such influential receptions of the Iliad as Auden's pacifist poem, The Shield of Achilles. Now, I'm totally in agreement with her identification of human physical compulsion and violence and their tragic consequences as the central subject matter of our beloved epic poem. Yet in the 21st century, we know that we face an existential threat in the destruction of our natural environment, and that war itself exacerbates ecological disaster. Locked up in the poetry of the Iliad is, I think, an awareness of the terrible original damage by deforestation, metallurgy, and agriculture that humans did inflict and will continue to inflict on the planet if our rapacity towards nature is not ameliorated. The loggers' axes sound cacophonously in every episode. Our new awareness of the urgency of the ecological crisis makes it even more pressing for such a green reading of the Iliad and, I believe, all other classical art and literature and philosophy, which foregrounds the Homeric warrior's rapacity towards nature. So first, timber. At the final emotional climax of the Iliad, Priam orders the Trojans to collect wood for the dead Hector's pyre. It is to be a great pyre, fitting for the best of the Trojan warriors. Oh, yes, please. Yes, please. No. Yes, please. The men of the city go out to the mountains. For 9 days, they collected unmeasurable amounts of wood. The Greek word unmeasurable here, aspetos, literally means too great to be spoken of or infinite. Homer uses it elsewhere of cosmic elements like the sky, the stream of ocean, the waters of the sea. Empedocles used it to describe the infinity of time. Now, Homer's epithet reveals a secret about the worldview of the 8th century BC when his epics reached their final form. Timber was seen as an infinite resource, and as such could be consumed in gargantuan quantities just to make a statement at a funeral. Now, timber isn't infinite, we know that now. The UN Environment Programme's 2020 report, The State of the World's Forests, makes for a bitter and terrifying read. Finland has just chopped down its last ancient forest because it can't source energy from Ukraine. This funeral is far from the only episode in the poem portraying aggressive logging. There are watchfires and foundry fires burning profligate amounts of timber. There are far more than 1,000 Greek ships, each equipped with dozens of benches, oars, and pikes. There are tens of thousands of wooden huts and other funerals, including that of Patroclus, for whom the Achaeans climbed the spurs of Mount Ida and chopped down a vast number of high-crested oak trees to make a pyre 100-foot square. In Book 7, there's a mass funeral for the Greek dead and the collection of more wood. And this is followed by the building of the Greeks' wall, complete with gates and wooden pikes planted densely in the peripheral trench. And strings of similes then liken warriors to trees, the lapis to oak trees, Simoasius to a poplar felled by a chariot maker, Imbrius to an ash tree cut down by the bronze, Asius and Sarpedon to an oak or white poplar felled by carpenters' iron axes to make a ship. Hector to a tree uprooted by a lightning bolt. Now, almost all of these are on the Trojan side, which I think brings a colonial, exploitative angle to the timber felling. These images create an oral crescendo of insistently hammering axes and crushing tree trunks. And in the long central sequence of fighting that leads up to the deaths of Sarpedon and Patroclus, the similes from the timber industry and also natural disaster destroying forests accumulate apace. It's as if the rows of men are somehow fused with the rows of trees that had to be destroyed to make international military confrontation possible. Menelaus slaughters Euphorbus like an olive felled by a hurricane. Paris compares his unsympathetic brother's unyielding heart to an axe driven through a beam by the hand of a man who skillfully shapes a ship's timber, and it adds to the force of his blow. When the Achaeans try to retrieve the corpse of Patroclus, they're likened to mules that drag down from the mountain a great log or a piece of timber for a ship. Warriors are also likened to natural forces that spell ruin for woodland, Agamemnon on the rampage fells the heads of fleeing Trojans, as when obliterating fire falls on a forest that's never been logged, and the whirling wind carries it in every direction, and the corpses fall, torn up by the roots, by the force of the onrushing fire. Ajax on the rampage is likened to a river in flood that sweeps away trees, as when a flooding river comes down into a plain. A winter torrent from the mountains that Zeus's rain drives on, it carries many dry oak trees and many pine trees, hurling abundant debris into the sea. The combined war cries of both Achaean and Trojan forces, as loud as the roar made by a blazing forest fire whose flames leap as they incinerate a forest in the mountain glades, as loud as a wind roaring through the high crests of oak trees. And the battle over Patroclus, the din arose as the din of men who cut down oaks in the glens of mountains. A sound arises that can be heard from afar. That was what the clanging was like as it arose from the broad swayed earth, a clanging of bronze and well-wrought shields. So humans in the Iliad are cut down like trees, sound like trees, grow up like trees, but also threaten those trees, destroy forests, and run like wildfire, wrecking an entire forest. Achilles rages like a dreadfully blazing fire running through the deep vales of a parched mountainside, driven whirling on. In the description of his shield, Achilles' fight with the river and the river's fight with Hephaestus' fire, the implication of humans in nature, simultaneously its adversaries, its wreckers, and its victims, become crystallized as the very symbol of the Anthropocene, of Homo sapiens' irreconcilable relationship with nature. Did I put Achilles in the river? No, I'm going to leave him up. Frederick Jameson proposed that art always has a political unconscious. It always has a relationship with the power systems, labor systems, and processes of production in the society that produced it, and it can be read to disclose these conflicts and contradictions as they are inherent in the society. Now, I believe that the political unconscious is accompanied by an ecological unconscious, in which any art work can be read to reveal contemporary attitudes to the environment. The Iliad reveals that at some deep level, the ancient Greeks in the period which produced it, in development over the centuries between the Bronze Age and the 8th century, were indeed aware, at some probably subconscious level, that their relationship with nature had changed irrevocably, and that the change was linked to the possibility of environmental catastrophe. The word Anthropocene was coined in precisely 2000. Paul Crutzen and Eugene Sturmer proposed that the changes humans had wrought in the global environment were of such geological and ecological significance that the current term used to describe our epoch, the Holocene, which began at the end of the last glacial period. But there remains debate about when the Holocene started. Proposals range from the mid-18th century Industrial Revolution all the way back to the end of the Pleistocene and the Agricultural Revolution in Mesopotamia. But many experts propose the period from which the Iliad emerged, when unprecedentedly intensive deforestation took place for shipbuilding, mining, and smelting, and livestock grazing. Homeric epic with its 1,000+ ships, clashing bronze, endless hecatombs of cattle, can be read as one of the earliest and most powerful files in the archive of human destructiveness. Until the Neolithic Revolution, the landscapes of the Mediterranean evolved very slowly. Humans played almost no role. It was agriculture that made humans the most important shapers of landscape. Before the beginnings of plant domestication, the human population was around 6 million. But by 1200 BC, around the date when the Iliad is set, the population had grown to 100 million. Now, hunter-gatherers had already set fire to woods to open up meadows to attract prey. Already in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enkidu moves to the city after helping Gilgamesh kill Humbaba, the poor giant who guarded the forest. They cut down the cedars. The Israelites used massive amounts of cedar logs to build the temples of Jerusalem, 2 Chronicles 2. But it was the ancient Greeks and Romans who transformed the landscape of the Mediterranean and Black Sea worlds. Navies, pasturage, farming, mining and smelting voraciously devoured forest. 90% of fuel needs were met by timber. Massive deforestation accelerated between about 600 and 500, but the irrevocable damage began in the Bronze Age. Timber shortfalls probably contributed to the collapse of power in Minoan Crete. The Mycenaeans depicted in the Iliad made things worse by clearing land for sheep grazing and arable farming. Pollen samples show that pine forests grew around Pylos on the Peloponnesian coast, the homeland of the Iliadic Nestor in the 16th century. There were pine forests at Pylos. But nearby Messenia had at least 400 smiths turning out many tons of metal. And the pottery industry expanded enormously too and needed vast amounts of fuel. As the economy expanded, so did the population in the late Bronze Age, especially the 13th century. Pollen studies and soil profiles record the toll on the forests of the Peloponnese caused by unprecedented economic and population growth. Palynology shows that in Greek mountain areas, the vegetation patterns were already changing in the Bronze Age. Those coastal pine forests around Pylos were destroyed and turned into pasturage. Woodcutters had to move to the center of the peninsula by the 13th century. So did potters, who had to relocate to the mountain tops or slopes. The Cycladic island of Milos was entirely deforested. And this deforestation must be connected, in turn, with the natural disasters that became much more common during the late Bronze Age. The newly treeless slopes above the plain of Argos sent earth and water raging downhill in rainy season. Mud-filled torrents and drought afflicted Tiryns and Navarino harbour. The soil was eroded, leaving it short of nitrogen to this day, as Greek farmers will tell you. Drought also became much more common. By the 3rd century, there was no extensive forest anywhere in the plains and low hills around the shoreline of the whole Mediterranean. Classical civilization wrecked the environment. The microclimate change, as Theophrastus details. Now, the era that produced the Iliad heralded the Anthropocene by setting us on a technological path that would lead directly to the imminent ecological meltdown facing us today. And at an unconscious level, the poets of the Iliad knew it. The Iliad offers several unforgettable images of total destruction. Apollo kicks down the Achaeans' wall as easily as a child playing on the seashore who's built a house of sand and then kicks it down again and annihilates it. The poet describes how even the last vestiges of the Greek fortifications were obliterated after the war by Poseidon and Apollo, who inundated the shore for 9 long days before Poseidon smashed away every last beam and stone with his trident, made the whole coast of the Hellespont smooth again, covering the beach with sand. Now, a main reason for cutting down forests and wood was to clear land for pasturing animals. Between 1100 and 560, iron tools, especially the iron ploughshare, became widespread amongst Greek agriculturists, allowing much denser and more heavily timbered soil to be domesticated for growing grain. And in the Iliad, a distance is compared to the range of mules in ploughing. They're better than oxen to draw deep, fallow land, the jointed plough. The Iantes fought beside one another, as in fallow land two wine-dark oxen together strain at the jointed plough, and streams of sweat ooze up around the roots of their horns. The pair are held apart only by the polished yoke as they labour through the furrows until the plough cuts to the end of the field. Combatants fight like reapers, who opposite one another drive their swaths in a rich man's field of wheat or barley, and the handfuls fall thick and fast. The mighty defender Ajax is likened to an ass wrecking the high-growing grain crop in a field, who does not run off when boys hit with cudgels. The wasteful destruction and utilization of timber in the Iliad is nearly equaled by the amounts and accounts of livestock farming and meat consumption. The Iliad is also replete with fantastically forged and invaluable metal objects like the divine Aegis, decorated with 100 golden tassels, all cunningly twisted, each one worth 100 oxen. Great indication of exchange value. Even more important in the acceleration of deforestation in the era of the Iliad was metallurgy, especially smelting and forging of iron on a newly industrial scale. Iron is used everywhere in the Iliad for everyday tools, knives, axes, the implements of domestic and agricultural life. The fuel needed to smelt iron was charcoal or wood baked, not burned, to extract impurities, leaving only pure carbon. 20 to 28 million hectares of trees were required to smelt enough to leave behind the 90 million tons of Iron Age slag found around the Mediterranean. The iron smelters of Populonia are said to have consumed an average of 375 hectares of wood land annually. Achilles offers a mass of iron and iron axes as prizes in the funeral games of Patroclus. Owners of bronze, gold, and iron, which requires much labor in the smithing or smelting, appears regularly as the current formula for describing a wealthy man. When Adrastus begs Menelaus for his life, he says he can offer an infinite ransom. His father has great treasure stores, bronze and gold and iron that requires much labor. Agamemnon tries to bribe Achilles to return to the fighting with 7 tripods, 10 gallants of gold, 20 gleaming cauldrons, as well as 7 beautiful slave women. Bronze is the metal from which arms and armor are made. It could then be tempered far better than iron. Bronze swords cleave off heads and hack off limbs. The acoustic backdrop of the entire epic Iliad is the insistent clanging of bronze on bronze. Clangé is as onomatopoeic as in English. Éclancse, that past tense, is one of the most common verbs in the Iliad. There are many hundred instances of formulaic lines and epithets about weaponry made of bronze. Chalkos, with bronze breastplate, heavy with bronze tip, gleaming with bronze, armed with bronze. Of the bronze helmet, bronze greave with bronze cheekpieces, bronze hoof, bronze forged, bronze clad. The great cauldron in which water is boiled using vast amounts of timber to wash Patroclus' corpse is solid bronze. Even a loud voice metaphorically becomes a voice of bronze, and the narrator wishes he had a heart of bronze in order to recount the names of every single soldier. The clang of metal, of course, begins with Apollo storming down from Olympus to shoot plague arrows at the Achaeans, the arrows rattling on his shoulders of the wrathful god as he moved, and he came like the night. The arrows, the twang of his silver blow was audible. And later, of course, we see Hephaestus, the great smith god, sweating at his anvil, kept alight by 20 bellows, his tools neatly lined up in a silver chest, a massive hammer in one hand and tongs in the other. And he hammers Achilles' great bronze shield, inlaid with gold and silver. When I was originally invited to do this conference, I was going to give you a whole paper on the reception and future of the shield of Achilles. In the changeover of organizers, the abstract did not get changed. So you've got 2 papers from me, not 1. But it's when Achilles finally returns to lead the Achaeans into battle that extravagant consumption of both timber and metal in the manufacturing of arms is most memorably described. The brightly gleaming helmets, embossed shields, and the strong curving breastplates and the ashen spears are as dense as snowflakes. And in the remarkable series of images that set up the final day of fighting, the vast amount of bronze and weaponry that poured forth from those hundreds of ships is said to make the land laugh, a sinister touch, implying that nature itself feels vengeful joy in human self-destruction. Godlike Achilles, for all his grief, feels he can fly as he prepares himself for a day of slaughter, wrapped in his fabulous metal gear. We're reminded of cosmic entities, the moon and the stars. Man's relationship with nature is dysfunctional and conflicted. Men at war can resemble cosmic forces. Man at war is at their mercy. But the secret heart of the Iliad is that nature is truly at the mercy of man. Achilles drives Trojans into the Scamander Xanthus, so it's absolutely crammed with men and chariots, and Achilles slaughters them. The water runs red with blood. Now, Scamander appears himself in human form and complains he can no longer flow into the sea, so crammed with corpses are his streams. As Spenser put it in The Fairy Queen, divine Scamander, purpled yet with blood of Greeks and Trojans, which therein did lie. There ensues a terrifying showdown between man and river, which it is all too easy for us to read as a foreshadowing of the ecological disasters that await us. Achilles tears up an elm tree by the roots and tears it away from the bank with it, but the river pursues him across the plain, inundating it with corpses now float on the surface where land had been. Scamander asks his brother river, the Simois, to fight with him, and they seethe against Achilles. Everything is actually about to disappear forever beneath the torrents. But Hera tells Hephaestus to respond with fire. He drives out the plain, then turns on Scamander, burning, Homer tells us, the elms and the willows and the tamarisks, the lotus and the rushes and the galingale that grew abundantly on its banks. It's a wipeout locus amoenus. The very fish are burned alive. In 2021, the world was appalled to see the images of the sea itself apparently ablaze when a gas leak from underwater pipeline in the Gulf of Mexico caused a fiery inferno to take place on the surface of the ocean. It could not be extinguished for 5 hours. The heroes of the Iliad are locked in momentous combat not only with each other, but with the elements themselves. And in Achilles' struggle with flood and fire, we can feel an anticipation of the ecological catastrophes that yet await us. Conclusion. Reading the Iliad ecologically can give us a new interpretation to add to the previous crucial shifts in its meaning and repurposing across time. But my purpose is also to encourage all the epic's readers to action in our current battle for the survival of our planet's ecosystems. We need Achilles to go green. And to end on a very cautiously optimistic note, the trees of Mount Ida have recently been protected, at least temporarily, from renewed devastation by the mining industry. Part of the area was declared to be a national park in 1993, but the Turkish state subsequently sold land and mining rights for an enormous sum to the Canadian mining company Alamos Gold, Inc. The proposed mining project is just 20 kilometers from Troy. In 2017, the Turkish project partner, Dogu Biga, began felling thousands of trees and removing the entire soil down to the bare rock. Around 200,000 trees were cut down. Cyanides were used for gold extraction, putting drinking water supplies at risk. But the extent of the tree clearance and destruction of natural environments was detected by satellites and drones collected by a Turkish environmental organization, and a large protest camp was set up in 2019. Operations were successfully stalled. The Turkish government removed Alamos's mining licenses. The company has responded by registering a claim against the Republic of Turkey with the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes. But people's action can work. It has, for the time being, saved some of the last remaining trees of Mount Ida, where the wood, regardless of what Homer's heroes say, never has been infinite. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edith, for a brilliant talk that, in my mind, expanded, if not exploded, the temporal scope of what you very usefully said, the mentality of the Anthropocene, and allowed us to see how this mentality pre-existed the so-called the geological epoch that we today identify as the Anthropocene. I have myself some questions, but I want to open it to everyone else. And yep.
Thank you, Edith, for that. Can you hear me? Thank you, Edith, for that tremendously interesting and well-researched paper.
Thank you.
One of the other sources that you can look to for the history of deforestation in Greece is, of course, alluvial deposits, the rate of alluviation. And according to John Bintliff and others, certainly in the southern Peloponnese, which is what I'm most familiar with, the worst episode of alluviation from deforestation actually occurred in the early Bronze Age. So it rather pushes back.
It pushes even back,
the date. And presumably this was connected with the introduction of more herding and pasturage. Because one of the things that seems to characterize the Bronze Age, as is it David Anthony has shown, was the invention of the dairy industry. And that obviously, particularly with the introduction of goats and goat herding, is not only bad for deforestation, but makes it hard to reforest.
Goats are very bad guys.
The earliest recorded incident of industrial pollution, I think, has to be the legend of the Telkines, poisoning the fields of Chaos, Chaia, the island of Chaia. And of course, that must be associated with the use in the Bronze Age of arsenical bronze rather than tin bronze. That would be particularly toxic. And of course, they gave up the use of arsenic for alloying bronze in the course of the Bronze Age.
Richard, can you promise to have a correspondence with me about this?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Sure. And one other thing I wanted to add is that I think Homer was aware of this at more than a subconscious level.
Right.
Because there's a simile in Iliad Book 16 where Zeus pours down rain, and it's to punish the wrongdoings of men, and it washes away their fields, the erga of men, which means their cultivated terraces. So I think Zeus was on your side in making this plea for...
Thank you. Pandarus is very interesting. There's one, Pandarus leaves his horses behind. It's extraordinary. This sort of practical farmer's thing comes into equestrian thing come in. He was worried that there'd be too many horses in the Trojan plain to be grazed. So Pandarus is very clever. But this is just like one, suddenly, amidst all this gargantuan overconsumption, you have little practical things like that. I don't want my horses not fed. So yeah, it's unpicking all these different things is fascinating. The simile I like the best of all is just before the Battle of the River. Well, it's just at the beginning, where you have the simile with the gardener who tries to alter the stream in his orchard. He tries to channel it to better hydrate what he's growing, but the stream won't have it, and it ends up over. So you've got man technology trying to alter this thing for farming with an iron hoe, I think, and it explodes its banks. And that seems to me a sort of microcosm of the Scamander itself, and of course the risk of tsunamis, which man interfering with nature certainly exacerbates. So thank you. But you obviously know this stuff, and as a literary person, wading through books about Bronze Age mode of production have been hard. So if you've read some I haven't, then we can share. Thank you.
Hello, does this work? Yeah. Thank you so much for that. That was really fascinating. So you've given us some wonderful hints, and I feel like you nearly said something, and I wondered if we were getting these hints when you talk about the land laughing, and you said that nature feels this joy, this vengeful joy, and the fight with the river. I wonder if is it going too far to say that the poet actually is imputing a kind of consciousness into nature. Is there any more evidence in the poem that you would say that nature is imbued with a consciousness in the Iliad?
Yeah, there are a few such references, not many. There's also some where iron has got a soul, where the iron actually... So there's a sort of distributed consciousness up to a point, but of course overwhelmingly the dominant free and direct discourse is that of fighting men.
Yeah. Do you feel, though, that from what you've read, like...
That particular one I think is related to the story, the Scholia, about Gaia going to Zeus to beg her to rid the earth of the burdens of men. There are, I think that is the intertext there, okay. that she's laughing, she's about to get rid of a particular bunch of them, if you see what I mean. And that's a very beautiful story, and that Momus told Zeus to, he said, let's have some wars. So we have Thebes first, and then Troy. But it's not the dominant subjectivity.
Simon has a question.
I wonder about your use of the word irrevocable, in the sense that, as far as I understand the Anthropocene, it was a term... Sorry, I wonder about the term irrevocable.
Irrevocable, did I use that term?
You did several times. And the question would be, the Anthropocene was developed as a term specifically to mark the moment, not only where humans made an intervention in the ecology, but also made an irrevocable intervention. And what's threatening now is actually the inability of nature, the ecology, to recover. And I wondered whether you would be worried about going back to Homer and saying, look, it's already all in Homer. We might not end up underestimating the actual severity of what we're now facing, which is at a completely different level from anything you might say in antiquity.
No, I'm not worried, provided it's sort of put in the right way. One, I don't think damage to nature is irrevocable. Nature will win. We'll all get extinguished. That won't get rid of the planet. It will have a few millennia of no organic life, and then it will start again, or something will happen. We are just the postage stamp in the middle of an enormous sandwich, if that's not to mix my metaphors. So we can't destroy nature. Nature will respond in the way nature will respond, and that may well destroy Homo sapiens and the entire body of classical literature. Right, to drag it back to the theme of the conference. What I'm trying to say is that one way of dealing with the history of classics, from our very contingent subject position as the first generation, I think, really convinced we are all about to destroy ourselves. I mean, I often think about this. My daughter says she won't have babies because she's so worried about environmental extinction. I, in 1998, had no such fears, right? It's since then that data has really come through. What I want to do is really say that we can, these texts, contrary to what Jonas thinks, are the foundational architecture of our heads, right? They're the absolute foundational architecture. All our concepts are built on either, not all of them, but classical literature and its receptions, whether it's the King James Bible, the New Testament, whatever. We cannot get away from it. We could start to try, as classicists, to unpick or to think about inherent attitudes like timber is infinite, which I think everybody thought until about 1920, right? I really do, that there just were more and more and more forests in Canada or Russia or whatever. It can help us unpick our own assumptions while still showing the importance of classics and what it's got to say. And I've written this book for my children and my undergraduates. I'm writing this book for my children and my undergraduates because this is what they are obsessed about. So I can't chain myself to ratings. I'm an old lady. You know, I'm just going to write one book, and maybe I'm not trying to write it, everybody should do this in classics, but if I do a model of how you can do it on the Iliad, some of the ideas and techniques will be transferable to, you know about Ovid and trees, you know, Lucan is completely clear about the deforestation of Africa. It's not difficult, but I think I've also, my big methodological problem, I'm sorry, I'll stop in a sec, is, I was talking yesterday to Eleka, is that at the moment there is a standoff between eco-criticism, as you know, the tradition I come from, which is Marxist criticism. So there's a standoff, because a lot of the eco-critics say all humans are terrible. Not that, how did we get that ore out of the land without the incredible oppression of human labour, right? I think what we need is to get rid of the capitalist mode of production, and we've got to do it on the red and the green together. I'm not abandoning my earlier methods, I'm trying to broaden it out. But I really do think if we can turn classics a bit greener, our future, we will both help the future of Homo sapiens in our own tiny little way, and help us to be relevant.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this. A very brief question, Tim, because, yeah. Tim has been, has been raising his hands for.
Thank you very much, Edith. Yes, very interesting. So my question is, in a sense, it can be put very briefly, but it's a big question. It's about the role of gods in all of this.
Yeah,
I mean, whether gods, I mean, is that an alibi for, you know, our lack of agency over the environment?
I'm experimenting with allegory, with the ancient allegorists on exactly this, and having some quite good fun. I think they were sort of picking up on it, but I haven't fully developed that, but you're absolutely right. When the river appears as a speaking, anthropomorphic sort of force with a social relationship to another one called Hera or whatever, then I haven't fully figured it out. But I think I'm going to. Some of the allegorists on the shield are particularly interesting about this, going way back to the pre-Socratics. So I'm going to leverage that. As you know, I'm an ungodly person and have generally avoided, like the plague, the theological obsession of contemporary classics. Much more interested in the ancient humans. But I agree I'm going to have to get my head around that. Yes, finished.
Thank you very much, Edith, for this excellent talk and fascinating discussion.
I'm sorry I was late.
It is a pleasure to introduce Professor Bernhard Zimmermann, who is a professor of classics at the University of Freiburg and a member of the Heidelberg Academy, the Academia Europaea, and the Academy of Athens. He has written numerous books on ancient drama and the ancient novels, Greek metrics, and the reception of ancient literature. And he is going to talk today about Nietzsche's Birth of Tragedy.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to the organizers for this wonderful conference. Now, to my paper on Nietzsche's Birth of Tragedy, it was published 150 years ago, and the consequences of this little book. In its title, Die Geburt der Tragödie aus dem Geiste der Musik, The Birth of Tragedy from the Spirit of Music, the writing of the young professor of Greek at the University of Basel, published in 1872, 150 years ago, refers programmatically to a question that has been discussed in extenso since Aristotle's Poetics, the origin of tragedy. Full of self-confidence, Nietzsche describes his book in a letter to Friedrich Ritschl, you see it here, in January 1872, as hopeful for our science of antiquity, hopeful for the German nature, das deutsche Wesen, even if a number of individuals perish from it. Nietzsche pursued, as this letter makes clear, far more than a philological historical gain in knowledge. He leaves the closed world of philology, addresses a larger audience in public lectures on the future of our, as he writes, educational institutions, and he wants to influence the younger generation of philologists. Nietzsche is well aware of the provocative character of his book of Birth of Tragedy. It is, as he writes, after all, something of the nature of a manifesto, and yet calls least of all for silence. And indeed, this libellus, with his adoption of aesthetic categories in the wake of Schopenhauer and Wagner, was a provocation for the Philological Guild, and with its interdisciplinary approach involving anthropological and religious considerations, an unbearable challenge, heightened by the absence of the scholarly annotation apparatus and by the fact that the meticulous analysis of sources using philological methods is dispensed just as completely as the inclusion of secondary literature. In a letter to his friend Erwin Rohde in March 1872, as in the letter to Ritschl, Nietzsche emphasizes the intention of a pedagogical effect of his, as he writes, educational institution idea, which he pursues with his writing, and states with a religious undertone that a small community has already formed throughout Europe from Moscow to Florence. Only, as he continues, from my colleagues, I hear nothing. I know in German, I höre nichts, stumpf, dumpf, mumm, wie es in den Shakespeare-Übersetzungen heißt. I think we can translate it in English. The reaction of the Philological Guild was not long in coming. Ulrich von Wilamowitz-Möllendorf, also an alumnus of Schulpforta, tore Nietzsche's writing apart in mid-1872 in his pamphlet Zukunftsphilologie, a reply to Friedrich Nietzsche's Birth of Tragedy. Wilamowitz was less concerned with a scholarly review than with settling accounts with the didactic intent of Nietzsche's book. Combating Nietzsche's thesis, he emphasizes that the genuine Hellenic being is not characterized by an eccentric, all-breaking, orgiastic mysticism, but by the measure in all things, Sophrosyne. Wilamowitz concludes his remarks with a sneering attack on the community Nietzsche wants to create with the Birth of Tragedy. You see the text here. I only quote the rest. Let him gather tigers and panthers to his knees, but not Germany's philological youth, who, in asceticism of self-denying labor, should learn to seek truth alone everywhere, to free their judgment by willing surrender, so that classical antiquity may grant them, which the favor of the muses promises, and in this fullness of purity, classical antiquity alone can grant, and he concludes with very high pathos, the content in their bosom and the form in their spirit. So Wilamowitz. The formulation that the Hellenic, the Greek work, is characterized by a striving for the measure in all things points to the source from which Wilamowitz's polemic is fed, to the aesthetics and understanding of Greek culture of Winckelmann and the classicism of Weimar, which found its theoretical expression in Winckelmann's thoughts on the imitation of Greek words in painting and pictorial art, and its poetic expression in Goethe's Iphigenia in Tauris, and has its root in the Periclean epitaphios in Thucydides, in the second book, 40, we love the beautiful with moderation and simplicity, philokalumen, togar met euteleias, kai philosophumen, anoi malachias, says Thucydides, and Winckelmann writes in an unmistakably historic style, the general distinguishing mark of the Greek masterpieces is finally, a noble simplicity and a quiet grandeur, both in their position and in their expression. Just as the depths of the sea, that stoic, always remain calm, no matter how furious the surface, so the expression in the figures of the Greeks, despite all passions, shows a great and a composed soul. 30 years later, Wilamowitz took another swipe at Nietzsche. The reform of the Prussian Gymnasium in 1900 pushed back the previously untouched dominance of the ancient languages, in particular Greek, in the curriculum and snatched the monopoly of the sole admission to studies from the Humanistische Gymnasium. Humanistic education came under pressure. In 1901, Wilamowitz reacted to the reform with a pamphlet, a new pamphlet, Der griechische Unterricht auf dem Gymnasium, the Greek classes at grammar school, which contains a great deal of remarkable information on Greek classes, which a reduced number of hours, on the relationship between language lessons and reading texts, and on the canon of authors, but above all has a decidedly anti-modernist tenor. With regard to the reading of philosophical texts in Greek classes at the Humanistische Gymnasium in Germany, he writes, Wilamowitz, now, yes, a Greek text, a German text, now, however, we see many young people going astray and some perishing because they have enraptured by a dangerous philosophy or semi-philosophy, Nietzsche. That is better abroad. A little bit later, he continues, defining the canon, the Gymnasium, Plato in Greek, Goethe in German, Paul in religious education, these three heralds, Herzenskünder in German, working together will strengthen our son's soul with a spirit that will make them immune to the contagions, Nietzsche, of the worst poisons of the present. The introduction to Attic Tragedy that precedes his Heracles commentary, revised several times since 1881, Wilamowitz places under the question, what is Attic Tragedy? With its concise definition of the genre, it can be regarded as another late answer to Nietzsche's Birth of Tragedy. Wilamowitz writes, an Attic tragedy is a self-contained piece of heroic saga, poetically arranged in a sublime style for performance by an Attic civic chorus and 2 or 3 actors, and intended to be performed as a part of the public worship in the sanctuary of Dionysus. And it continues, this is, without a doubt, a definition with which aesthetic theory can do nothing. Philology, as a part of the study of antiquity, should only be concerned with clarifying the facts, the realia, as they have done in the Real Encyclopedia. Wilamowitz clearly saw that the education and value that had been attached to Greek classes throughout the 19th century could no longer be saved. With this reform, after 1809, Wilhelm von Humboldt had created an institutional anchor for the teaching of ancient languages, particularly Greek, at the Gymnasium and at the universities on the basis that had been developed in Weimar. The study of antiquity, especially works of Greek literature, served, in his view, not only the acquisition of knowledge, but also to a great extent the development of the personality. Education, in the broadest sense, takes place through study. Science becomes, in a quasi-religious exaltation, a service to humanity. Friedrich August Wolff, at Goethe's suggestion, summarizes the program succinctly when he writes, Studia Humanitatis contain everything by which purely human education and the elevation of all mental and emotional powers to a beautiful harmony of the inner and outer man is promoted. As a consequence of this view, philology in the 19th century becomes pedagogy in a fatal equation. Whoever masters philological methods, especially those of textual criticism, also masters didactics. This narrowing of Humboldt's ideal is already evident in a practical curricular implementation a few years later, which Johann Wilhelm Suwan, at the beginning of the 19th century, undertook for the Prussian grammar schools between 1816 and 1819. Language drill came to the fore as the pupils had to translate Greek authors into Latin. The lion's share of instruction was in Latin and Greek, and only the Abitur at the Gymnasium, which was thus always a humanistic one, offered access to university and served also as a means of social selection. If one looks at Wilamowitz' reaction to Nietzsche's writing, against this background, the discourse on educational policy in which they both stood becomes clear. For both Nietzsche and Wilamowitz, it is the youth, not only the academic one, that they want to reach. Wilamowitz sees classical languages and classical text as a bulwark against the seductions of modernity. Those who occupy themselves thoroughly and sacrificially, almost ascetically, with the classics are immune to all the well-favored temptations of the present because they have acquired a clear mind and, in accordance with the ideal of the Greek aristocratic sophrosyne, the conduct of life based on rational insight. Nietzsche contrasts this conception of the bright, beautiful, and immaculate Greece with an image that is characterized by the, Nietzsche from his Versuch einer Selbstkritik, replies philology with psychology, that is characterized by the desire for the ugly, by the will to pessimism, to the tragic myth, to the image of everything terrible, evil, mysterious, destructive, fatal at the bottom of the existence. Nietzsche replaces philology with psychology and anthropology. Both, Wilamowitz and Nietzsche, however, are not only concerned with education, but with an attitude to life that grows out of philology. Nietzsche wants to gather around himself a community of Dionysian initiates. When Wilamowitz, in his pamphlet against Nietzsche, using Christian diction, speaks of the youth having to strive for truth in the asceticism of a self-denying labor, philology becomes a monkish existence of a community of people who were seeking the truth. The claim of both is absolute. Philology, the study of Greek and Latin texts, demands the whole person. Nietzsche's and Wilamowitz's view of Greek literature cannot deny its roots. Wilamowitz is, of course, in the tradition of the Weimar classicism, of von Humboldt educational reform, and the 19th century philology, which, as a leading science, was in constant dialogue with the literature of the time, especially at the beginning of the century. Goethe and Schiller were in lively exchange with the philologists of the time, such as Friedrich August Wolff and Gottfried Hermann. Yet, the emphasis that the study of Greek literature leads to measure, sophrosyne, is shaped by the Aristotelian concepts of mesotes, the middle as the only thing worth striving for, and by the popular philosophical concept of sophrosyne, balance, which Plato discusses in his Charmides. Nietzsche, on the other hand, transfers the rhetorical concept of the dithyrambic, dithyrambodes, whose precursors we find in Attic Comedy and in Plato, and which Horace developed further in his poem dedicated to Pindar, Carmina 4:2, to describe an poetic creative power into a comprehensive anthropological explanatory pattern that contrasts the bright Greece with a dark Greece determined by irrationality. The consequences of Wilamowitz's ban against Nietzsche's libellus are well known. Nietzsche's tragedy writing has exerted extraordinary influence both inside and outside academia. German German-speaking classical studies, however, was long under the spell of Wilamowitz criticism, while philology, under the impression of the ban hurled against the writing of Nietzsche by Wilamowitz, ignored Nietzsche's libellus, or they read it and concealed this. The impact that The Birth of Tragedy had in literature is enormous and cannot be dealt with in this context. I only mention Hofmannsthal or Thomas Mann or another today not well-known author at the beginning of the 20th century, Rudolf Panwitz, who wrote Nietzsche and Tragedies. Although Nietzsche's questions and evaluation were taken up and developed further, this was usually done without mentioning his name. However, in the 20th century, especially in the period after the Second World War, a revival of interest in Nietzsche's writing can also be observed in classical philology. The richest dimensions of Greek culture and literature and its non-Greek Eastern origins should be mentioned, or the drama as a multimedia event in which music and in particular dance are essential components has come increasingly to the fore in recent years. The interpretation of Nietzsche's Birth of Tragedy, which made central ideas of the book accessible to philological research, began with Nietzsche's friend Erwin Rohde, who in his book Psyche, Seelenkund und Unsterblichkeitsglauben der Griechen, cannot deny his dependence on Nietzsche, although he does not mention him. In the text in Poetic Diction, reminiscent of Nietzsche, Rohde describes, it's only one example, the night celebration of the Thracian cult of Dionysus, in which he sees a kind of collective ecstasy, a kind of mania, a tremendous over-excitement, Überspannung of his essence, in which ends in an over-excitement, Überspannung of sensation up to visionary states. This text of Rohde has influenced Thomas Mann's description in Tod in Venedig, his visions in Thomas Mann's short novel. The reception of Nietzsche's book leads via Jane Ellen Harrison, for whom the destructive, rooted in the unconscious, is a central element of Dionysian religion, via Walter F. Otto to Eric Dodds and his groundbreaking work, The Greeks and the Irrational, in which Dodds is clearly indebted to Nietzsche, although he does not quote him either. But in his autobiography, Missing Persons, he reports, Dodds, that in his youth he devoured Nietzsche with enthusiasm. Philology, especially German language philology, remains fascinated by the search for origins and conceals in whose footstep it stands. Even a sober philologist and scholar of religion like Walter Burkert changes registers when he talks about the origins of tragedy, and comparable to Rohde, is not afraid to let a scene of sacrifice in ancient times arise before our inner eyes. Burkert writes in 1966, the Dragodoi are originally a group of masked men who perform a sacrifice of the goat that is due in spring. They appear with lamentation, song, disguise, and may finally eat the goat. Seriousness and satire-like fun might have interpenetrated in a particular way. The beginnings of an agon, a competition between different groups, could already be found early on. The transformation to the level of high literature, with the forms of choral lyricism and the adaptation of heroic myth, remains a unique achievement, which is nevertheless based on given elements: use of mask, singing and dancing in the tumele, lamentation, flute music, the name Dragodoi, all united in the basic situation of the victim, man in the face of death. You can compare it with the text of Rohde. There are a lot of links between these two texts without quoting Rohde. Burkert doesn't quote Rohde. Hermann Bahr succinctly summed up what Burkert means in his review of Hofmannsthal's Electra at the beginning of the 20th century. Bahr writes, Greek, is to bring beauty out of the horrible, griechisch, aus grässlichem Schönheit holen. Many productions, I come to the conclusion, many productions of Greek tragedies on the stages of the present day, in this all learned pupils of Nietzsche, prefer the opposite path and show the horrible behind or even without the beauty. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this insightful return to a key debate in the discipline, indicating that the very history of the discipline is a key source for envisioning its future directions. And also, I think that what we discussed yesterday, the complexity of debates in the 19th century, which are underappreciated today and too easily forgotten. I would invite questions. Simon?
I wonder if you could say a word about the importance of August Burke in this discussion, because he was central in Berlin throughout this period, and of course his view of classics as an empirical philological subject is partly what Nietzsche is attacking. And it's a very interesting question for the development of the field today, the degree to which we think we might or might not be committed to a Burkean view of philology.
That's right, yes. It is, I think it's, Burke in the background is certainly there. It is, Nietzsche is an attack on the whole philological tradition of the first 50 years of the 19th century, although his teacher Ritschl and the other, the University of Bonn where he studied. And I think he reacted against this assumption. Philology is textual criticism, is exploring the realia, as a result of the Polish Real Encyclopedia. And against this opinion, or this attitude of the 19th century, he contraposed his pure, I think it's a didactic program to detect in the Greek text another dimension than only textual criticism, realia, learning Greek, translating Greek into Latin, and so on. And so we can explain, or we can understand the reaction of Wilamowitz against this little book of Nietzsche, because Wilamowitz saw very clearly that if Nietzsche's opinion is successful, the classical German philology loses its position in the academic world, and especially at the grammar schools, at the gymnasium. I think both Wilamowitz and Nietzsche were fighting on different fields, not for the position in university, but in the education, at the grammar schools, at the gymnasium, because both saw that in the gymnasium there was a field to develop their attitudes, their opinions.
I mean, what Simon said, all this, of course, has also to do with Nietzsche's vom Nutzen und Nachteil der Historie für das Leben. And if you follow this perspective, of course, you might draw a line for, let's say, actual perspectives, how to deal with this antithesis of Dionysus and Apollo in our own attitudes towards history and the future.
Yeah, that's right. And if we, to continue over the discussion of yesterday afternoon, if we read the actual programs of education of our Bundesländer in Germany, you see we have still the same discussion. Is there any value in learning only language as l'art pour l'art, realia, history, or do we have to develop certain competences in different fields, reading Greek texts to develop competences in the social behavior, in religious behavior, in discussions, etc. So Greek texts are used, and I think it's a development starting with Nietzsche till today, is used to underline different didactic concepts especially for the grammar schools, for the gymnasia.
Yeah, thank you, lieber Bernhard, for your talk. And there was also another great scholar or intellectual next to Nietzsche, Jakob Burckhardt, and who was also fighting against the philologists whom he called viri eruditissimi in very ironical manners. And what about the relationship, the intellectual relationship between Burckhardt and Nietzsche? I think it's a bit more than only the genius loci of Basel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. You can see in they're editing now the letters and Tagebücher of Nietzsche. There was a lot of discussions between Burckhardt and Nietzsche in the period in Basel, and I didn't find any. There are certainly articles on this relationship, but I think it should be contextualized. These ideas, as Simon said it, in the cultural history of the 19th century, including, Altertumswissenschaft was the concept of the 19th century. So they did not think as philologists, as ancient historians, as philosophers of ancient philosophy. They had this concept of Altertumswissenschaft. So they were in one boat, let's say, and so we can maybe that's the reason that this polemic between Nietzsche and Wilamowitz and the others, because they were nearly in the same seminar. It was the same institution, so they had they were fighting for a leading position. Let's say, who is the principal investigator, which is the principal subject in our institution. I think we should contextualize these debates more in the academic discussions of the middle of the 19th century.
One last question, Michalis.
Just an observation. The debate continued in the next generation with Martin Nilsson, who was a student of Wilamowitz, accusing Walter Otto of not doing Wissenschaft but Prophetentum.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. And as Walter Burger told me when I was as a young scholar in Zurich, he suffered the same by the true philologist. He had to suffer the same polemic from the philological side on his approach to Greek literature as a science of the religious and the offspring of religion. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this excellent talk and discussion. I would invite Ioanna now to come. As we are late, I'll start with the introduction. It's a pleasure to introduce my colleague Ioanna Karamanou, who is Associate Professor of Classics at the University of Thessaloniki. Her research interests include Greek drama and its reception, Greek tragic and comic fragments, papyrology, and ancient literary theory. She has published a wide number of books, including Euripides, Danae and Dictys, Euripides Alexandros, Refiguring Tragedy, and more recently, De Philo's Introduction and Commentary. Ioanna, thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, for your kind introduction. So this is a case study that seeks to bring forward the significance of interdisciplinarity as a means of boosting classical scholarship and stimulating further research prospects. It derives from an interdisciplinary research project launched by Professor Emeritus Eggert Perlman of the University of Erlangen and the late Professor Martin West of the University of Oxford, in which I was invited to participate. This project has aimed at providing a holistic study of the findings of two 5th century BC tombs in Daphne, Attica, that came to light in 1981 during the course of an emergency excavation. This pair of tombs, in the form of schist graves, is situated at the cemetery of the ancient deme of Allopeke. They form a singular ensemble and could have been a family burial, as they have exactly the same construction, material, and dimensions, which suggests that they were most probably constructed and used at the same period of time. The first tomb contained the skeleton of a person estimated to have died in his or her 40s and 4 lekythoi. In the second tomb, a papyrus roll was unearthed, along with further writing material, that is, 4 wooden writing tablets and fragments of a 5th, a writing case, a bronze ink pot, a chisel, and a bronze stylus, musical instruments, namely fragments of a harp, of a tortoise shell, which must have been the sound box of a lyre, and a wooden aulos tube with mouthpiece, a saw made of iron, and 9 knuckle bones. The papyrus roll seems to have been put in a leather bag inside a small wooden box for safekeeping, a practice also applied elsewhere, as in the late 4th century roll of Timotheus Persei. The condition of the skeleton discovered in this tomb, which became known as the musician's tomb, indicates that the deceased must have been a young person in his or her early 20s. The findings of both tombs were taken to the National Archaeological Museum for Restoration in 1981 and were transferred to the Archaeological Museum of Piraeus in 1996. From 1981 to 2010, the findings of the Daphne tombs remained unpublished, despite the initial excitement instigated by their discovery. In 2011, Professor Eggert Perlman and the late Professor Martin West, following a permission granted by the Hellenic Ministry of Culture, organized an interdisciplinary research team in the fields of archaeology, papyrology, musicology, archaeometry, and anthropology to provide a holistic approach to the material coming from the two tombs. The publication of the research output began in 2012 and has continued regularly until recently. What is still pending is the result of a thorough anthropological research which, apart from the approximate age of the two deceased persons estimated so far, could shed light on their gender and their possible family relationship by means of a DNA analysis. The combination of the results of this interdisciplinary survey has contributed to the dating of these pair of tombs in 430 to 425 BC on the basis of the lekythoi dated by Erika Zeimon in that decade, which is consistent with the dating of the harp that belongs to the spindle harp type, having the form of a trigonon. Consequently, we can deduce that the papyrus roll should be dated sometime earlier than 430 to 425 BC, having been written, of course, before the death of the person buried in the tomb. It thus constitutes the earliest Greek papyrus discovered so far. The same holds true of the 5 wooden tablets, 3 of which are of matching size, having holes bored on one of the long sides, which suggests that they formed a polyptychon. The publication of the Daphne roll was seriously impeded by the circumstances of its preservation and conservation. Upon its discovery, it was described as a shapeless, flattened mass, being rotten and comprising several layers pasted together in consequence of the unfavorable conditions of high humidity in the grave. The roll's original size is estimated to have reached 12 centimeters in height and 3 centimeters in diameter. Shortly after its discovery, it was transferred to the chemical department of the National Archaeological Museum, being kept under high humidity approximating the conditions in the tomb so that further disintegration would be avoided. Its preservation state, being very humid, prevented the encapsulation of the fragments between two pieces of glass, which is the standard treatment for dry papyri. Instead, the fragments were glued on a silk fabric between two sheets of glass, kept half a centimeter apart, so that even the slightest touch of the papyrus with the glasses would be avoided, as this could cause further disintegration of the fragments. This entails, of course, that the back of the fragments cannot be studied. The fragments were mounted in 8 frames. The conservator tried, where possible, to retain their original relative position and to separate the compacted layers. The legibility of the papyrus text could not have been made possible without the application of non-destructive documentation techniques through multispectral imaging combined with image processing analysis, which are able to reveal aspects that are not visible to the human eye. This project was undertaken by Professor Athina Alexopoulou of the Department for Conservation of Antiquities and Works of Art of the former Technological Educational Institute of Athens, now University of West Attica, who applied imaging documentation techniques to all findings of the Daphne tomb. Needless to say, of course, that the credit of the papyrus photographs projected here belongs exclusively to her. Multispectral imaging analysis, or imaging spectroscopy, is a rather recently developed non-destructive method of investigation which allows the simultaneous collection of spectral and spatial information of a surface by means of high-definition images at specific wavelengths in visible and near-infrared region, thus extending the capabilities for diagnostic imaging. It has primarily been employed for underdrawing detection in paintings, but it has also been successfully exploited in documents such as the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Archimedes palimpsest, and the Chart Scrolls of Herculaneum. In the case of the Daphne roll, multispectral imaging demonstrated that the ink traces discerned between the lines of the text and several fragments are not musical notation, as suggested in the inventory of the Archaeological Museum of Piraeus, but lines of permitted text from a number of lower layers, as many as 5 layers in some cases, which could now be discerned. In the cases of certain fragments, the infrared false color recording of the object enabled a sharper visualization of the original material, thus allowing more letters to be discerned, as infrared radiation tends to be less scattered by conservation reagents that darken the papyrus, rendering it illegible in visible light. In fragments that comprised no more than 2 layers, detail and macro photographs were acquired, further enhancing the areas of interest. These imaging documentation techniques thus enable the detection of words, syllables, and letter sequences on the surface and lower layers of the Daphne roll, crucially improving its legibility and giving scope for a cautious interpretation of the textual remains. A selection of fragments of the Daphne roll, coming from frames 5 and 8, were edited by Professor West, who, alongside Professor Perlman, invited me to participate in the project and edit the rest of the fragments so that an overview of the legible material could be obtained. The text of the papyrus, as well as that of the tablets, is written in the Ionic alphabet, often used in Athens from mid-5th century BC onwards, before being officially adopted in 403 BC. The damaged state of these findings naturally calls for due caution in the process of deciphering the legible material, not least because the papyrus fragments preserved, especially in frames 3, 5, and 8, consist of multiple layers. Hence, the legible material does not comprise a continuous text, but it consists of letter sequences of 5 to 9 letters per line in the largest fragments, and though speculation is inevitable, every plausible supplement attested in literature until 430 BC, that is, the terminus ante quem of the writing of these texts, has been explored, and different kinds of word divisions have been investigated. I shall now turn to the readings which are most suggestive of the possible character of this papyrus text. The large piece of frame 8 consists of more than 5 layers and is partly legible only through multispectral imaging. In line 3 of the 5th layer, Professor West had read Polou Ida, which may involve the epithet Idaios or the name of the Trojan herald Idaios. In frame 5, fragment 4, I would observe that the only possible word division seems to preserve the form Kudei, which up until that period occurs exclusively in Homer, and as Professor West noted, could also be a sign of dactylic rhythm. I would note that this letter sequence might conceivably hint at epic formulaic phrasing, as for instance, Parakronion ikathes Kudei Gaion, which regularly occurs in the Iliad. In the upper layer of fragment 5, Professor West read a poetic patronymic such as the Iliadic Teutranides or the Hesiodic Uranides attached to Cronos. The rest of the legible papyrus fragments included in my edition come from frame 5, frame 2, and frame 6. In frame 5, the 4th layer of fragment 2, one may recognize an adverb such as eukleos or akleos, or the adjective eukleon, or even the Argolic city Kleonai, attested as early as the Iliad. Line 3 of this layer provides a letter sequence suggestive of the poetic word argaleos, painful. Fragment 3, the lower layer, fragment 3, seems to include an adjective ending in arches, which I suggest could hint at Podarches, a formulaic epithet of Achilles, or the proper name Podarches, or even adjectives such as exarches or pantarches. And fragment 10, line 3, could provide the ending of a proper name, such as Patroclos, Hippoclos, or Eteoclos, which could be suggestive of a mythical or poetic theme. The fragments of frames 2 and 6 are legible through high-resolution photomicrography, enabling the detection of letter sequences on the surface and underneath. In frame 2, fragment 1, lower layer fragment 1, the rare combination of letters could be suggestive of the Homeric word olophudnos, lamenting. The letter sequence in line 3 of the upper layer may hint at Clea and its compounds, also occurring in frame 5 as observed earlier, or might belong to a proper name ending in Clea, such as Heraclea, Iphiclea, or Eteoclea. Heracles' name, in fact, may also be read in the first tablet after a possible Hesiodic quotation from the Wedding of Cakes that was read by Professor West. This saying was delivered by Heracles upon his arriving uninvited in the wedding feast. In fragment 3, line 2, one could read the second component of epithets such as agenores, Ewenores, Thesenores, or Olesenores, which are mostly epic. This reading could provide a further case of dactylic rhythm. In fragment 4, line 2, the vocative fore of a compound adjective in foros could be detected. These adjectives mainly occur in poetry until that period. In frame 6, fragment 1, the letter sequence suggests sidereos, which is an Ionic and epic type. These possible readings are consistent with epic, especially Iliadic vocabulary, and in certain cases with lyric diction as well. Poetic themes, namely mythological proper names or patronymics, and notions such as kleos, for instance, also appear to be represented. The legible fragments of the Daphne roll thus display signs of poetic diction, as do the tablets, to judge from the aforementioned possible Hesiodic quotation. The poetic character of this papyrus text is not surprising if we consider that Greek literary production until 430 BC mostly comprised poetry, with the exception of the Ionian logographers, Herodotus, certain pre-Socratic philosophers, and Hippocratic treatises. Furthermore, the notable artistic activity emerging from the 4 musical instruments owned by the deceased also seems to tell in favor of a poetic text. The findings of the musician's tome provide an articulate instance of the close interplay between music and poetry, which formed the canon of the old Athenian education. It may suffice to recall the Aristophanic passages from the Clouds and the Banctures, as well as iconographic representations from 500 to 430 BC displaying papyrus scrolls used for the musical recitation of poetry in educational contexts, such as the famous Juris Cup, which is actually the cover of the conference program, the earlier Spinachelix of the Adria painter, and a cap fragment attributed to Onesimus and depicting a youth holding a papyrus roll, which evidently contains a poem of Stesichorus played on the aulos by a bearded man. As regards the character of the poetic text preserved in the Daphne roll, a number of possibilities arise. Could it be the text of a poem favorite to the deceased and thus chosen to accompany this person in the afterlife? Could it be a selection of poetic passages to be accompanied by the musical instruments found in the tome? Or could it even be this person's own poetic composition, adopting epic style or comprising quotations? In terms of the latter possibility, it is worth noting that the Hesiodic line possibly occurring in the first tablet was widely quoted by authors acknowledging its proverbial validity, or for parodic purposes, as for instance in the fragment of Eupolis. The practice of quoting well-known poetic lines was at times applied by poets up until that period. For instance, Simonides stresses the authority of Iliad Book 6, line 146, quoted in the second line of his poem, but also brings forward his own position towards a piece of traditional wisdom. This kind of reception could bear cultural significance, being a yardstick for the evaluation of the author's education and ideology. Hence, the application of non-destructive documentation techniques has made it possible to map the Daphne roll onto its literary and cultural context, as well as the framework of papyrological research. In papyrological terms, it is made possible to draw parallels regarding the handwriting, discovery, and conservation circumstances with other early rolls similarly unearthed in Europe. 2 further scrolls discovered in Greek territory, namely the Droveni papyrus and the first of the Vergina papyri, and the Kalatis papyrus from Mangalia in the Black Sea region. The latter 2 were only recently published for the first time by Professor Richard Janko, and he will tell us all about them tomorrow, so we're very much looking forward to that. The Kalatis papyrus, dating to the 3rd quarter of the 4th century BC, shares many features with the Daphne roll. It was similarly found in the tomb during a rescue excavation in the ancient city of Kalatis, now Mangalia in Romania, in 1959. It was preserved in an equally humid environment, laying as the Daphne roll near the pelvis of the deceased, its main part having been clutched in the skeleton's hand. It was imbued with products from the decomposition of the corpse, which darkened the background significantly. This fact, in conjunction with several layers placed one atop of the other, made the script illegible. Its decipherment was made possible through microphotography in the infrared spectrum, as in the case of the Daphne roll. But unlike the latter, whose fragments have been glued onto the backing of the frame, the verse of the Calades fragments is accessible, which enables words coming from lower layers to be discerned in mirror image, as in the picture on the right. All these pictures have been taken, of course, by Professor Janko. As the Daphne roll, the Calades papyrus seems to display traces of poetic vocabulary, being suggestive of a poem conceivably on an Achaemenid topic, as Professor Janko pointed out. The first of the 4 decomposed rolls unearthed in the Vergina tombs consists of more than 100 small fragments, similarly darkened by high humidity or perhaps even by smudged ink. Its state is frustratingly scanty, as only few letters may be read. As in the Daphne roll, the hand in the Calades and Vergina papyri is upright and bilinear. It resembles the style of epigraphic writing, to judge especially from the square epsilon, the epigraphic form of zeta and omega, and the 4-barred sigma, which appears in book hands dated to before or during the reign of Alexander the Great. Unlike the notably humid environments in which also Daphne, Vergina, and Calades were discovered, the Derveni papyrus, probably dating between 340 and 320 BC, was found carbonized and was thus preserved from putrefaction as the fire evaporated the humidity from the papyrus fibers. 26 columns have preserved major parts of an allegorical interpretation of a cosmogonical poem attributed to Orpheus, which provides the earliest exegetical commentary in the Greek scholarly tradition. Unlike the Daphne, Calades, and Vergina rolls, for which there was no safe precedent to guide the restoration process and ensure its effectiveness and the degree of legibility of their texts, in the case of the Derveni papyrus, it was the expertise of Anton Fackelmann in his earlier treatment of the charred scrolls of Herculaneum that led to the success of the restoration process. Fackelmann decreased the friability of the carbonized roll by applying fresh papyrus juice and managed to separate the layers through the application of static electricity. The fragments were placed between 9 glass plates, and their original position was established only after high-quality photographs were taken. In conclusion, the interdisciplinary collaboration of classical philology with other fields such as archaeology, musicology, and anthropology in the study of the Daphne tombs has succeeded in providing a safe date of the findings, contributing to their cultural contextualization and complementing their evaluation. At the same time, the fruitful interaction of classics with science and new technologies has resulted in retrieving as much as possible from shards of Athenian cultural activity in the 3rd quarter of the 5th century BC. This interdisciplinary collaboration may thus provide an articulate instance of the ways in which research in classics could be refreshed and enhanced through a prolific dialogue with other disciplines and with new technologies that could offer a glimpse of an otherwise lost part of Athenian culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joanna, for this very interesting talk on how classics and philology actually constantly interacts with outsiders. In the previous talk as well, intellectually, and now through science and technology. So, questions? Okay, I do have a question now that I have the chance. In this very interesting argument, you evoked the idea of a a holistic approach, but you very carefully, I think, you said towards such a holistic approach. So I was very interested in this movement towards that is never finalized. I mean, I was reminded of Tim's discussion yesterday of the concept of the broad. So in a sense, the fragment remains from dust. I mean, it was very interesting to see the dust at the beginning. And then it becomes not a whole, but it's a process towards. So I was wondering whether you could speak about this as a dromos or process towards a whole that never becomes a whole.
Yes, thank you very much, Alexander. It's a very interesting question. Yes, it is a process, and it's a continuing process because, and that was, I think, the whole concept about editing the papyrus, because as you can imagine, we cannot have any conclusive, we cannot draw any conclusive remarks about the text. We do have signs of poetic diction, so that's as much as we can say. Hopefully, with the further progress of multispectral techniques, we might be able to read more. I mean, there is a very compact piece in frame, let me show it to you, in frame 3, which is really compact. It's frustratingly compact, to be honest. So that's the, I'm sorry. We will project this right now. It's sorry, it was my PowerPoint presentation. But if it's too difficult to project it once again, it's not a problem really. So this was a very compact piece. Very much indeed. The one on the left, which Professor West couldn't read anything, of course. Don't leave me, I could not read anything myself, but hopefully you can see it's a very compact piece. It's more than 5 layers pasted one atop the other. So hopefully with the progress of multispectral imaging, we might be able to read something and that piece in due course. So yes, it is a continuing process, and it was, I think, what was really constructive about this whole research project was the collaboration of different fields of research to produce results and to combine the results. For instance, the dating of the tomes by Erika Simon, which provided us a date of the findings and of the papyrus, which makes it the earliest Greek papyrus discovered so far. So in conjunction with the musicological research, which also provided a cultural context, and of course what's left is the anthropological analysis, the DNA analysis, which will give us the results about gender and the possible family relationship. Could it be a parent and a child? Presumably. We will never know if a DNA analysis cannot be conducted.
Thank you, Anna. And it's interesting to note the possible tensions between these two, in these different approaches. Okay. Question? Yeah.
An excellent presentation. I think we will see tomorrow that the prospects for reading more on frame 3 are really quite good. Fairly soon, not instantly. It may take a couple more years to get the technology right. I had another question for regarding the interdisciplinary aspect of this. Some years back, I forget where, a pit containing the victims, many victims of the Athenian plague, was discovered, and they did a DNA analysis which appeared to suggest that the plague was an early form of typhoid. I wonder whether it's possible that your anthropology team are going to look at the DNA to see whether they can uncover any traces of the same bacterium and find out whether this poor young man died of the plague or not.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Janko. Yes, it has crossed our mind. Well, the date could be suggestive. I mean, the dating of the tombs in that period, 430 to 425, may well be suggestive. So yes, we're looking very much forward to this DNA analysis to provide results and possible causes of the person's death.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much all. Shall we thank the speakers? Because the discussion was so exciting, we took part of the break. So shall we say we have a 15-minute break now and come back 10 past or 5 to 10 past? Okay, thank you.
Okay, we start into the second part of this morning. Just a small remark at the beginning. As you heard yesterday, Florian Steger from the University of Ulm, a medicine historian, couldn't come. So we changed the program, and we start now with a lecture, a talk of Sophia Xenophontos, and then the two others, Therese Fuhrer, and at the end, Yorgos Giannakis. Only some words as introduction for Sophia. Sophia is professor at Thessaloniki in Aristotle University. She is specialized in particularly on the medical literature of late antiquity. She worked on Plutarchus and is occupied with Greek literature till the Byzantine epoch. And today she will speak on boosting the classics with shots of interdisciplinarity. Please, Sophia.
Thank you very much. Am I audible at the back? Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Professor Zimmermann. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for their very kind invitation. And I would also like to congratulate them on the efficient organization of this stimulating event, which has proved to be fertile soil for the exchange of knowledge and ideas regarding the future of classics. I am sure all of us have been impressed by the surprising variety of reasons for which classics still matters, and inspired by the evidence that has been put before us, showing the multiple ways through which classics can have wider application beyond the field itself. My own paper today will point in this direction, seeking to show that the productive infusion of the study of the ancient world with theories and methodologies from modern technosciences, what is broadly defined as interdisciplinarity, is a dynamic means of reinforcing the relevance of classical studies to our contemporary reality. Specifically, I would like to provide 3 recent examples from my career that cement the authoritative status of the classical past in modern-day discourses on the philosophy and history of science, hopefully offering new pathways to research and public engagement strategies for modernizing classics. Now, the first example focuses on the importance of ancient psychotherapy, what is often termed therapy or cure of the soul in the sources, in the formation and development of modern practices of mental healing. Constructive collaboration with colleagues from clinical psychology, human geography, and the medical humanities in UK institutions has led to remarkable results as regards assessing the impact of Greco-Roman philosophies and epistemologies on Western psychotherapy. This collaboration began with an interdisciplinary conference funded by the Wellcome Trust, which took place some years ago at my previous institution, the University of Glasgow. It was the first event of its kind to bring contemporary Western expertise into dialogue with psychotherapeutic approaches from other spatially, historically, or otherwise distant cultures. The topics covered ranged from the connection between environment and psychotherapy, and indigenous, subcultural, and popular cultures of psychotherapy, to religious, non-secular counseling, especially in Islamic contexts, and local adaptations of the notions of social anxiety disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and psychosis in places as far apart as the African continent, Japan, China, and India, with special emphasis on Ayurvedic psychotherapy. And of course, there was no lack of classical material in this magnificent aggregation of intellectual capital. Specialist papers, including a keynote one, explored ancient psychotherapeutic theories and methods, notably, though not exclusively Stoic ones, pointing to the huge influence they exerted on later healing traditions, such as modern cognitive behavioral therapy. Another group of papers discussed the role that technology might play in the delivery of therapist-free psychotherapy, exploring possible forms of psychological therapy that do not require a human for delivery. Such considerations arose primarily in recent years in low and middle-income countries, where the majority of the global population resides and where there is a chronic lack of highly trained mental health professionals. As we move towards a post-human epoch, when artificial forms of intelligence will be available, these considerations will no doubt assume growing importance. Again, interesting associations with ancient forms of therapy, particularly the so-called therapy of the word, which relied on intimate verbal communication between a moral teacher and a trainee, in a way made us question the viability of such a practitioner-free approach. Although, of course, it remains to be seen whether this kind of psychotherapy will be workable in practice as soon as relevant online and program-delivered interventions will become available. This interdisciplinary conference on other psychotherapies also developed a public engagement strand, since it produced video podcasts of keynote speakers featuring on YouTube. It thus contributed to popular understanding of ancient emotions and psychotherapy, demonstrating the latter's connection with modern varieties of psychotherapy and, in the long run, enhancing the potential acceptability of psychotherapies to a broader class of audience. This can be seen in the high volume of engagement in the conference's blog, where numerous posts communicated the enthusiastic views of individual users. The conference culminated in an interdisciplinary publication prefacing a special issue of the academic journal Transcultural Psychiatry. This journal, published under the auspices of the Division of Social and Transcultural Psychiatry of McGill University in Canada, is a high-profile forum for the study of the social and cultural determinants of psychopathology and psychosocial treatments, drawing from the disciplines of psychiatric epidemiology, medical anthropology, and cross-cultural psychology. This special issue specifically aims to enable modern readers to appreciate the variety of healing interactions across time, geographies, and cultures, and the ways in which psychotherapies are a product of the period, environment, and institutions that shape people's lives. This special issue also highlights the fact that, rather than psychotherapeutic practice being an exclusively modern phenomenon, variants thereof have existed for millennia in diverse sociocultural contexts. Thus, classics has proved not to be a dead actor in the history of modern psychotherapy, but a key player in making sense of modern therapeutic concepts and practices. Not only the introductory article, but other papers too in the special issue point to the important contribution that ancient scholars have made to contemporary understandings of mental states and emotional well-being. This strand of research allows us not just to identify commonalities and differences between various forms of psychotherapy, but also through examination of localized healing interactions to consider how particular cultures may influence future developments in psychotherapy. The scientific and public impact of this interdisciplinary synergy on other psychotherapies has brought about opportunities for interdisciplinary teaching too. In the context of the strategic promotion of classics as a vital component of the interdisciplinary agenda of medical humanities at the University of Glasgow, I designed a dedicated course on ancient medicine at honours level, which is available to medicine and dentistry students, offering them a unique chance to delve into the ancient foundations of Western medicine. A remarkable element of the ancient medicine course is that it includes a guided tour of the Anatomy Museum at Glasgow University as a way of helping students gain a better understanding of the material culture pertaining to the course. Here you can see images of the museum, which displays notable specimens of a large collection of human body parts belonging to the 18th century Scottish anatomist and obstetrician William Hunter. The students' visit to the Anatomy Museum also involves a novel method of assessment, namely a museum report, developing critical reflection and the effective exposition of research material as key graduate attributes, particularly through group presentations and group wikis. The second example illustrating the significance of classics to present-day scientific discourse draws on my current research into the history of medical ethics. As I aim to show in more detail in a future study, certain features of the medical encounter between the physician and the patient, as related by various Greek and Roman texts, can be linked to current notions of medical deontology and bioethics, which they either reinforce or challenge. I am sure that the primary case study that comes to mind for everyone is the Hippocratic Oath, still sworn by medical graduates in numerous countries worldwide. There are several ideas negotiated in the oath by which the modern physician should abide while regulating his professional and social conduct. For instance, the physician promises to recommend to his patients therapeutic agents in order to protect them from harm. There is also provision for shielding patients from detrimental treatment by other practitioners, often quacks, and to respect the patient's confidentiality with reference to information they provide regarding their medical condition. For your convenience, I've put the relevant passage on the slide. As I said, all these injunctions are still relevant to modern-day clinical practice. But one wonders to what extent the content of the oath actually makes sense to the modern physician when applied to other branches of his scientific and ethical activity. Some of the oath's aphorisms are controversial in interpretation, and their application to modern clinical experience dubious. What about, for example, the oath's prohibition on the use of deadly drugs and abortifacients? In antiquity, medicine was the art of preserving and restoring health. So if a physician administered a poisonous drug, it would generally be considered a criminal act. By contrast, in some countries today, physician-assisted suicide and voluntary euthanasia or abortion are legalized rights. In addition, there are aspects of the Hippocratic Oath which have been completely abandoned in modern medical performance. These mostly have a moral twist. For example, the ancient physician had a social duty to cultivate justice and care for humanity. He was noted for his philanthropia, his kind-heartedness, and this was also the case in the Hippocratic texts Physician, Decorum, Precepts, and Proretic. In the same vein, the individualization of the patient undergoing treatment, heartily endorsed by the Hippocratic physician, seems to be at odds with the impersonal approach followed by most national healthcare systems in Western countries nowadays, including the NHS in the UK. If we turn to less well-known sources of medical ethics in antiquity, the picture would be more or less the same. In his deontological tracts, That the Best Physician is also a Philosopher, recognizing the best physician, and to some extent on prognosis, Galen sketches the ideal physician as a philosophically minded and morally upright agent who abstains from immoderate vices such as overeating, overdrinking, and overindulging in sexual intercourse, embraces truth, and disavows monetary gain, contention, deception, and corruption. Scribonius Larcus's preface to On the Composition of Medicines is written in the same spirit. So the ethical discrepancies between the ancient and the modern physician, more than just showing the adjustment of medical conduct to the needs and requirements of different periods, also raise issues as regards modern notions of bioethics and of the physician's moral and social responsibility and accountability. It seems to me that ancient deontological tracts inexorably alert us to the imperfections in some modern physicians' social ethos. The third case study I would like to discuss concerns a new book series about to be launched with CUP. It is called Theorizing the Greek and Roman Classics, and I shall be series editor together with Professor Catherine M. Connors from the University of Washington in Seattle. The intention is to encourage scholars to bring a wide network of exciting new methodologies and techniques from other disciplines to interpreting classical antiquity. Approaches such as eco-criticism, post-humanism, globalizing the classics, recent approaches to cognitive classics, new materialism, queer theory, aesthetics, new economy, as well as useful concepts related to the history of ideas, such as those used in drawing new links between humanistic traditions and intellectual innovations, textual learning and craft knowledge, manuscript and print, or even theories on spatial metaphorics, as well as many other timely and substantive theoretical concerns, some of which you can see on the slide. Hence, by fostering recent, more inclusive outlooks on the study of the ancient world, which have refined earlier theoretical approaches and prompted new developments, this series will hopefully create a dynamic way of expanding the field and helping it evolve. Now, the important point about theorizing the Greek and Roman classics is that it will make constructive use of the short and accessible format of Cambridge Elements, already highly successful in other areas such as philosophy and history, to offer rigorous and concise demonstrations of how a range of theoretical approaches throw new light not just on texts, but also on other aspects of the cultures of ancient Greece and Rome, notably materialities, objects, and affect, and of course critical receptions of the ancient Greco-Roman world. These short books, in the region of 20,000 to 30,000 words, will be targeted at scholars unfamiliar with the subject, the educated general public, as well as undergraduates and postgraduates in classics departments, particularly in English-speaking countries where there's still a lack of acquaintance with theory in higher education, notwithstanding its growing role in research. In that sense, we hope that the new series will be popular with students particularly for the working familiarity it will equip them with to compose their master's dissertations and PhD theses on interdisciplinary, theoretically driven topics. Though they will be widely circulated in printed form in all major libraries across the globe, in order to increase the accessibility of the elements, there will also be an opportunity to publish them in an open access environment. For better efficiency, the first 20 elements in the series have been proactively commissioned and assigned to leading experts in their respective fields. Two further points need to be emphasized regarding the strategic agenda of this series, not for promotional purposes, but so as to better illustrate how it aligns with the demands of new theorization and re-theorization. First, as editors of the series, we have paid special attention to including the work of early career scholars and those having perspectives traditionally underrepresented in classics. Authors of color working outside traditional European North American centers of learning in fields beyond philology or on geographies, periods beyond the canonically classical are fully engaged in this endeavor. Second, we also aim to broaden the range of people involved in the reviewing process, ensuring that the chosen referees can provide a valuable critical assessment while paying greater attention to issues of inclusivity and will be able to evaluate the manuscripts on precisely these terms. Third, the series will foster what has been termed comparative classics, that is, the production of elements for grounding the more expansive definition of classics, which is increasingly in evidence in research. For example, there is currently a UCL Leverhulme-funded project on comparative classics, Greece, Rome, and India, which is conducting interesting research on the influence of classicisms on different cultures of Europe and India, and the way they continue to shape cultural identities and disciplinary boundaries into the present. Most of the elements are in line with this new trend. So these are just some of the exciting ways in which transdisciplinary trajectories in the understanding of antiquity can help revitalize the field. And combined with what other colleagues have so cogently demonstrated in respect of other strands of the timelessness of classics, I think we all have good reasons to be optimistic about the future of the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this exciting, fascinating insight in new developments in our studies, publication and teaching and transdisciplinarity, as you showed it at the end of your paper. I think we can learn how in the 19th and 20th century, how this dialogue between classics and other disciplines has developed, not only our material, our subject, but particularly other fields as well. So I think that's a new approach who continues on this way. Thank you very much. Are there questions, remarks?
Thank you. It's only a small question about why have you chosen queer theory between amongst other perspective in gender studies?
Because it's a very exciting theory which is currently on the rise, and there are many studies interested in drawing connections between classical texts and this new understanding of the role of gender and identity in antiquity.
Yeah, it is.
Just could I ask the same about why new materialism and not old materialism? Couldn't you have done old and new materialism? It's a little bit kind of uneven-handed.
Yes, thank you very much. So the different theories on the slide you've just seen on the slide are just some of the theories we're interested in. But you're quite right in raising these particular questions, because this was a comment we received from the reviewers too, that we need to be a bit more explicit as to which theories we want to include and which to exclude. And our general approach is to start from the most recent developments, such as posthumanism, eco-criticism, and so on, and then move on to more traditional, if you like, theories, but always drawing attention to the new responses to these older theories. Douglas and Tim.
Douglas Kearns. Edith has just asked my question, but along the lines of the previous questions, you said you were going to explore the inclusion of underrepresented groups among the authors of the series. Would that include social class?
I couldn't hear you.
Would it include social class?
I didn't catch that.
The underrepresented groups, you gave us a gloss of some of the underrepresented groups that you wanted to include as authors.
Yes,
contributing
authors
to your
of
series.
elements.
Yep. So will these underrepresented groups include people from underrepresented social classes, for example, the working class?
Yes, by all means, and we are currently drafting an agenda towards that direction, although we are still not, we don't have any firm plans on that front yet. But that's our general idea, and this is something where we really want to pursue. And that's why I've also mentioned that the same will hold for people who will be involved in the reviewing process as well.
Good, thank you.
Are there other questions? Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Sophia. Just a reflection from the perspective, we have this series, as you know, in Oxford University Press, Classics in Theory, which is it's not a competitor, it's a very different kind of series, book length, kind of, 100,000+ word monographs. What we found when we launched the series, we initially wanted to do something similar to this, which would be, have a volume on, old materialism or whatever. What we found was that it was quite difficult to do that without falling back into the old tin opener model, where you've got your theory, here's your text, you apply the one to the other. It was, it started looking a little bit as if what we were going to do was lecture people about how they should be doing things. So we went into a different kind of model, which was essentially we publish anything which is theoretically informed, but they have to be sort of normal research monographs. So I wonder whether you had any thoughts about, there are different ways in which this series could work. One is to explain the theories, but then in that case, why does it have to be classically related? If it's just a book about new materialism, old materialism or whatever. Another is, as I say, what we did with Classics in Theory, which is just let people do whatever they like. But it seems as if you want to join up theory and classics. And I wonder, it seems to me that's quite a difficult thing to do, to create that join between the fields without it looking awkward, clumsy, as I say, tin opener like.
Yes, Tim, thank you very much for bringing up some of the challenges involved in this process. You're quite right that the format is one of them, and the connection between theory and classics. In our case, which is the main difference between the Element series and your series in OUP, is that we have word limits, so these are short introductions, And we also want to maintain a very strict format. So basically, our authors are advised to make brief introductions to their specific theories, their chosen theory, in just one in most cases, and then explain the application of that theory through 2 or 3 case studies from their own research. So that's the general plan. We really hope that if we stick to that, things will be clearer and the general message will be communicated across the audience, which in most cases will include, people who are not familiar with these theories, either scholars or undergrads, postgrads, and the general public. So that's one of what you've mentioned is just one of the biggest challenges we need to face as editors, and we will see how it goes when the first elements come in.
Sophia, thank you for this talk. Can you talk a bit more about the prospective audiences? I mean, I was very interested in the idea of broadening the audience of classics, and especially addressing non-academic. I think what I understood is that it's not only PhD students that might find this useful, but a broad audience. So can you talk a bit more about this?
Yes, and do you have any specific aspects in mind? These are, as I said, they are short introductions. They are targeted primarily at scholars unfamiliar with specific theories applied in classics, but also at a broader class of readers who might have a general interest in the general trends we use in classics, in reading, interpreting classical texts, and also students, especially postgraduate students who might be interested in pursuing research degrees that are theoretically driven.
Yeah, if there are no other questions, we can conclude this part. Thank you very much again for paper and discussion. And we can continue in our session with the paper of Therese Fura. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce her shortly, because we know each other for a lot of years from our times as students and doctorants at Constance and Bern. She is professor of Latin at the Ludwig-Maximilians University of Munich. As you know, a specialist both in Greek and Latin literature. She worked on Greek choral lyrics, on Hellenistic literature, on Augustine particularly, and on Greek philosophy of late antiquity. Today she will speak. Go. Wait on the PowerPoint or do on the concept of slow reading in Latin literature and language. Bitte, Therese.
Thank you, Bernhard, and thank you for the invitation. The process of slow reading has always been familiar to classical philologists, as reading Greek and Latin literature requires precise and thus time-consuming linguistic and literary analysis. This is necessary not only because we do not have pragmatic access, since these are so-called dead languages, but also because in most cases the preserved texts have a pronounced aesthetic, artistic, and intellectual ambition. Two fundamental complications usually arise when we want to read, i.e., understand and interpret texts of classical Greek and Latin authors. First, we have to cope with the difficulty of highly complex languages and consequently with texts that we usually cannot read fluently, but which we more or less have to translate into our own language first, quite apart from the fact that the transmission of the text often makes basic understanding difficult. Second point, the mode of expression and the subject matter are pre-modern. The interpretation of the content of our texts is therefore far more difficult and controversial than with modern literatures. The question of whether or why it is worth the great effort involved in learning the ancient languages in order to be able to read the texts in the original, and that means to understand them adequately, I would like to answer, as you can imagine, by referring to the competence of slow reading, which we practice professionally in Greek and Latin studies. While reading comprehension in modern spoken languages is based on the fact that the grammatical analysis of sentences is automatic, the mental processes of syntactic analysis operate differently when we read texts written in dead languages. I thus prefer the term reflective instead of dead languages. These are no longer exposed to the processes of grammaticalization of idioms newly formed in the active use of language. They are languages that are read, spoken only for practice or fun. This specificity of ancient languages requires cultural techniques which our disciplines have developed and refined in their long tradition of research and teaching to a greater extent than other philologies. I would therefore like to focus less on the quality of the text per se, which can also be claimed for other literatures, but rather on the reading culture of linguistically and aesthetically sophisticated literature, the method of slow, thorough, analytical, or interpretative reading, and the philological, precise textual and literary criticism that has a long tradition in classical philology. First, I would like to define the concept of slow reading. This can easily be done by referring, first to the Wikipedia page. Slow reading is the intentional reduction of the speed of reading carried out to increase comprehension or pleasure, to more fully comprehend and appreciate a complex text. For the current discussion in research, I refer to the studies by Josephine Morhardt and Thomas Newkirk and the collection of essays by Harry Lönnroth. The factors time and speed in the process of reading and text exegesis play a subordinate role in ancient or pre-modern hermeneutics. In the ancient prologues, there is a commonplace that the eye of the author, who has invested a lot of time and energy in writing his or her text and can therefore promise quality, also demands corresponding time and effort from the readership. There are two examples from Lucretius and Phaedrus. I'm actually teaching a class in Phaedrus, just to quote some Latin. However, I'm not concerned here with the forms and performances of reading discussed in ancient literature. I refer to the essays edited by Johnson and Parker and a forthcoming volume by Billings and Budelmann. I am more interested in focusing on the demands that the texts themselves make on their readers through the complexity of their linguistic structure and aesthetics. And in doing so, I presuppose that these texts require us modern readers to be read slowly in order to meet these demands. The term The German term langsames Lesen can be traced back to Friedrich Nietzsche. Yesterday we had a quotation in French by Nuccio Ordine. Friedrich Nietzsche, who often paired it with the term lento. The Locus Classicus is the prologue to Morgenröte. The prologue was published in 1886. English Daybreak, Thoughts on the Prejudices of Morality. The first quote is from the preface. I start with the second sentence. We are friends of the lento. If it's not for nothing that I have been a philologist, perhaps I'm a philologist still. This was after the crisis with Wilamowitz. That is to say, a teacher of slow reading. Nietzsche wrote these lines 7 years after he had given up his professorship of classical philology in Basel, 1886 to 1879, 10 years he was in Basel. When he traveled through Italy and other countries, 2 years before mental disorders interfered with his work. The subject of Morgenröte, these aphorisms written in the early 80s, the subject is the analysis of human life and culture on the basis of a symptomatology, which he describes in the preface as work in the depth, Arbeit der Tiefe, it's in German. Himself being a subterranean man at work, one who tunnels and mines and undermines. I like this metaphor. We have lots of metaphors, and this is the metaphor of sort of shaking the basement by reading texts. The aim is to question and reassess the commonly held trust in morality and religious ideas, and to condemn the philology of Christianity. It does in paragraph 84. Slow reading is thus supposed to be an analytical, critical, even subversive form of reading. Nietzsche claims this ability for himself and his readings. So when he asks his addressees to read carefully at the end of the preface, he is calling for an engagement with his own text. Learn to read me well, he argues. And he argues that comprehension depends on the readers being perfect readers and philologists to read his text. As a philologist, which he was trained to be by his teachers, we've heard it from Bernhard, including Friedrich Ritschl, whose model student he was in Leipzig, he sees himself not only as a teacher of slow reading, but also as a slow writer. In the end, I also write slowly, placing himself on a par with the authors he has read as a classical philologist. From his reading audience, he demands an attitude and reading competence towards his text that he learned as a student in Bonn and Leipzig when studying ancient authors and texts. A skill that he imparted, at least in his first years as a professor of classical philology, to his pupils at the Gymnasium oder Pädagogium in Basel and to his students at the university, which his professional colleagues denied him after the publication of The Birth of Tragedy in 1872. Yet, with his image of the ideal reader, Nietzsche does not have the parochial pernickety scholar in mind, nor the concentration on words, the philology of words, the Wortphilologie, which he himself later satirically pilloried as a philology of one-sidedness. His ideal reader, I quote and translate from Christian Bennes, Nietzsche und die historisch-kritische Philologie. That's a reassessment of Nietzsche's position towards philology, should be a good philologist who tirelessly practices the philological, i.e. the Städterian, that's a term from Friedrich Ritschl, which means gradual, cyclical rereading of all his writings. In Nietzsche's words from Ecce Homo, 1888 to 9, his ideal is a reader such as I deserve, sometimes unbearable, his self-consciousness, one who reads me as the good old philologists read their Horace. This is not the place to go into Nietzsche's ideas about the cultural techniques of reading and writing. For this, I can refer to Christian Benne and Paul Bishops and Constanze Güthenkes, who unfortunately is not here, most recent books from 2022. Rather, following on from this, I would like to briefly explain how the concept of slow reading, described at the beginning, can be substantiated as a method and also as a specific feature of reading in classical studies. I cannot, though, present results based on the science of reading, on cognitive psychology, neuroscience, philosophy of language, and empirical research. But I think that starting from arguments found in literary studies and linguistics, and not least from experience, 40 years, in the classics, a theoretical concept of slow reading can be outlined. Let us consider some phenomena of Latin literary language for further illustration. The Latin language offers special possibilities for the suggestive or insinuating conveyance of information through syntactic abbreviations, as for instance the asyndeton. I refer to the recent study by the late J.N. Adams. We have to fill in these semantic gaps, i.e. analyze the sentence structure in detail before we understand, or at least can try to interpret the statement. A statement in participial clauses and ablative absolute constructions is open in principle. It can be understood, as you of course know, as a temporal, causal, modal, concessive, or consecutive clause. The ancient Latin native speaker obviously did not need this explicitness. As non-native speakers, we must therefore first move from syntax to information structure, such as the subtitle of the monograph by the two American classicists, Andrew Devine and Lawrence Stevens. And this can only be done by slow reading. Let us take Tacitus as an example. Tacitus' style is predominantly paratactic, the juxtaposition and stringing together of simple short sentences, participles, and historical infinitives offers the possibility of linking statements, information, or hypotheses, even without adverbial closer determination, without having to make explicit how they relate to each other. Through the arrangement, structuring, or even the omission of information, an interpretation can be implied or suggested, or the discourse relation simply remains unclear and is therefore disconcerting. Considering the fact that, according to the historian Hayden White, there is also a content of the form alone is a content, the question arises as to how a piece of information is charged with meaning by the fact that it is reproduced at a certain point in the text paired with certain other statements without defining the exact discourse relations. I take the liberty of referring to my own recent study on Tacitus. Speed reading would be counterproductive to any sensible interpretation of a Tacitian text. Slow reading prevents, or at least limits, misunderstandings and hasty conclusions, and always opens up new insights into the complexity and deliberate openness that the Tacitian text quite obviously aims to establish. I return to a metaphor Nietzsche used to describe his analytical process of reading. To quote from the prologue of Morgenröte again, Nietzsche considers philology a venerable art. Nuccio Ordine has quoted this yesterday already. A venerable art which demands of its votaries one thing above all: to go aside, to take time, to become still, to become slow. He calls it a goldsmith art and connoisseurship of the word, which has nothing but delicate, cautious work to do and achieves nothing if it does not achieve it lento. By the art of the goldsmith, he means the constructive process by which a text is read and thereby made readable again and again in new ways and differently, with still further arguments for understanding it. For Nietzsche, reading itself was a metaphor for keeping a text's meaning fluid. Fluidity is another metaphor, to make a text readable again by working on it and at it. He concludes this art does not so easily get anything done. It teaches to read well, that is to say, to read slowly, with doors left open, with delicate eyes and fingers. The image of the mental doors ajar, doors left open, refers to the idea of reading as movement. I mean, it's again another metaphor, reading as movement and as an exploratory walk through open doors into and out of the mental spaces opened up by reading. Let me conclude with a sentence from the section which I left out in the previous slide. But for precisely this reason, it, i.e. the art, the goldsmith's art, the philology, is more necessary than ever today. By precisely this means does it entice and enchant us the most. This sounds like an advertising slogan for classical philology and its tradition of training skills in reading texts. To quote Nietzsche, slowly, deeply, looking cautiously, before and after, with reservations. To preserve, practice, and develop the cultural techniques of critical and even subversive reading. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Therese, for this paper, which we could use. I think I often hear it when I have to speak with colleagues from other subjects or parents of children who go to the gymnasium. You don't read a lot. In English, they read a book, you read one page, so we have no theoretical but the basis for replying for this. I think you should publish it also for in the didactic sector. We could learn, or they could learn a lot of this. But I would open the discussion. Are there questions, remarks? Yeah, Richard.
Thank you. It's very interesting to see how Nietzsche was concerned about this problem. I mean, when you read about the mid-19th century, they were very worried about the way that things were speeding up, the way that you could send a telegram from Calcutta to London, the way that you could take a train, the way that you could take a steamship. It was, you know, somewhat analogous to what we're experiencing, although I think we're experiencing it even faster. But I appreciate very much your argument about the importance of slow reading in Latin, but I wondered whether I could add a small qualification, which is that the materiality of Latin texts at the time of Tacitus actually encouraged or permitted a faster reading than a Greek text would allow, because the Latin papyri from Herculaneum show us that the Romans, unlike the Greeks, did not abolish the original divisions between the words, which were first indicated by 3 dots, as on the cup of Nestor. And at some point, the Greeks did away with that system, which they borrowed from Aramaic. But the Romans actually seem to have maintained it, and there are these little marks separating off words and phrases in the Carmen de Bello Actiaco and comparable text from Herculaneum. So I think, you know, that Latin was probably more easily readable at a slightly greater speed than Greek was, paradoxically enough.
Well, as I said, I'm not concerned, mainly concerned with ancient reading practices. And I mean, it's a difference what text we consider. Texts on papyri are probably not the same text as we have in Tacitus. I mean, these are very specific texts, artificial texts, Kunstprosa, rhetorical texts. And of course, there were texts in Latin and Greek that could be read very quickly. I mean, you can read Tacitus very quickly. I do it sometimes, but I know exactly I miss a lot of it that is in it. So slow reading is not the only way of reading, but it's a cultural technique that is just necessary to understand these texts for us nowadays.
Well, a very short addition to what you said about this very interesting topic. So the teacher must be, concluding from what you have said, a kind of performer and stressing accurately on special words. I just have in my mind now, and I would like to ask a point from the history of philology. Dionysius from Thrace has stressed that the first rule for a very accurate and effective teaching is a good reading, a slow reading, emphasizing on the crucial points of the text. That was given in the first grammar ever read, that of Dionysius of Thrace. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a point, a very short addition of your interesting points you have mentioned.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was saying a slow reading was not an issue in ancient theory, and I'm of course grateful for any such additions.
Thank you. It's a question about the poetic text in antiquity. The first time they were probably read in public in the Recitationes. But do you think that they are written in order to be read slowly? For example, because of the intertextuality, everybody needs time to understand the relationship between a text, Latin text, with other Latin text. So it seems to me that they are read also slowly in antiquity, this kind of text. Why do you think?
I mean, again, it's about ancient reading practices. And of course, not every text has been read publicly, but they have been read aloud, of course, and that makes a difference, sure. But I'm talking about us modern readers who have, yeah, okay. So, and you're right with the intertextuality. I'm not very fond of intertextuality research. I think there is a potential and also a critical potential. That's why I was insisting on Nietzsche. Usually Nietzsche is just quoted for slow reading. He has invented the term, blah, blah, blah. But he uses it to say there is a subversive force in it. And I think this is something which I would pretend that an ancient reader had to develop too. So I'm interested in that passage in Dionysius Thrax, whether there is also, whether there are, he is saying that there are different levels we have to detect, and this takes time. Ars Grammatica, yeah, okay, thanks.
I was wondering if this doesn't bring us back to the question of social class, because I mean, who has time to read slowly? Isn't it something that is also socially affected?
I didn't quite understand, sorry. Something about Augustine's reading.
No. I was wondering about the connection between social class and slow reading, because who in a society, the persons who have time enough to read slowly, isn't this related to their social status?
I mean, again, it's about ancient reading practices. I would say in those two prologues, I quoted Phaedrus, who was probably referring to Lucretius. Of course, this is an elite. The authorial eye says, I have put a lot of time in it, and now I want you to take time to read it, because it's an artificial, complicated text. And this wouldn't be the people from a lower class. It is an elite practice, sure.
Then the second row, Richard.
Many thanks. Of course, I can only agree with you that slow reading is very important. On the other hand, slow reading costs time. And texts, scientific and other texts, newspaper texts and whatever, are increasing. Yeah? We are flooded by things, and the world has become much more complex. So we must read all that. Yeah? So I see a terrible divide between what we should do and what we must do. And I would like to ask you for your advice.
To make this clear, I'm not saying that speed reading is forbidden or is a bad thing. We do speed reading all the time. I mean, we have to do it, and we have to learn these competences too. But it should not be only this. And slow reading is a competence that, I mean, look up slow reading in the internet. You find many pages, and not only Nietzsche and classicists, but also a remedy against dyslexia. There are many levels where they say you should practice it, but this doesn't exclude other methods of reading. But what I'm saying is, I mean, it's, as I said, it's a long tradition, experience. We do practice slow reading, and that's why we do have competence, this cultural competence of doing it. And I'm not saying that we don't have texts that we can read in a high speed. I mean, sometimes I read Ovid's Metamorphoses very fast, but I know then I have to go back to it and reread it. So I'm not saying that this is the only way. This is the Heilskunde. Yeah. Read slowly,
Yeah.
like Nietzsche said.
Okay, I think the problem is that if we have our articles or books published in our field or other fields of scholarship or science, they are, I think, they are meant to be read very carefully and slowly, like Nietzsche told about his own book. But we are not, it's absolutely, I think I understood Tonio in this way. I think this is impossible to read about a newspaper, and this is different, but real books, and we have so many books, and I do not know, it's simply impossible. And so this, I think this is the problem. I do not want an answer from you, Teres, but
no, it's an aporia. Yeah, we cannot read all the texts that are worthwhile in a slow manner, sure.
Yeah, but I mean, even politicians' statements must be read slowly, carefully, because the reality of political life consists of misunderstandings, yeah? by quick reading or quick listening.
And I mean, this is the point I'm making. What we learn and what we are able to teach is this method of slow reading. And I'm saying there are several levels, and that's why I like Nietzsche's metaphor of undermining. You go in the depth and you shake the basement by reading slowly.
There are no other questions. Thank you very much, Therese, for the paper and discussion. Okay, I didn't see it.
Thank you. I don't want to sound pessimistic, Teresa. Well, close reading is fine, slow reading is fine, but as I was listening to what you were saying, I was wondering whether slow reading, what are the prospects for slow reading in an age when competence and knowledge of ancient languages is obviously declining, especially when scholars have to take time to get acquainted with those theories we saw listed on the screen a few minutes ago. That's my question.
I didn't quite understand it. You said...
Shall I repeat? My question is, what are the prospects for slow reading in an age where competence, knowledge of ancient languages, at least compared to what was the case a few decades ago, is declining? And especially when scholars have to get acquainted with theory and have to take time to get acquainted with theory.
I mean, we could always say we abandoned language, grammar, and we just read the texts in translation. This would be the alternative. As long as we don't give up this, we have to learn the language. And this takes time. And this goes, I mean, 20 years ago, our students were more able to read a bit faster. And this process is getting slower and slower. And I want to make aus der Not eine Tugend, as we say in German, from the bad situation, I want to make a good one. And slow reading is something which we always did, and I try to make it relevant, to sell it. And the relevance is given, I mean, as I said, look up in the internet, slow reading. It is a wide audience. You will have a wide audience on many levels and many applications. So this is something we are able to do. But I mean, we can always say we give it up, but we are not that far, especially in Germany. I mean, they are teaching Greek and Latin in school, and we have big classes still. But the question is, why? Why should we take the effort to learn these languages? And this is one answer.
We seem to be giving it a star of the cultural studies where you just lie over the text and, build theories about the text without reading the text really closely and slowly.
Thank you very much again, and we come to our last speaker of this morning, Yorgos Giannakis from the University of Thessaloniki. He teaches Indo-European languages, is a linguist, especially deals with the relations between language, culture, society, literature. And as you see here, we continue on discussing the art of reading slowly, although this paper from another point of view.
Yes, from another point of view. Thank you very much, Professor Zimmermann. Thank you for being here. Thank you all for being here. And I'm sorry, this was a very last moment addition to the program. I will try to be as responsible as I can. So, another paper on philology as the art of reading slowly, but how slowly and why? Who knows? I will speak mainly as a historical linguist. Can you hear me? As a historical linguist, or maybe I should use an old-fashioned term, a comparative philologist. This makes me see things from the perspective of the remote past, where the testimonies come few and piecemeal, and often hypothetical, with philology often lending an important helping hand. Calvert Watkins, a towering figure in historical and comparative linguistics, closes a short note on the theme of philology by giving this definition of what philology is. He says, philology is the art of reading slowly, but hastens to explain that he does not claim full authorship of this definition, since, as he says, this has a long history. He took it from his teacher, Roman Jakobson, who took it from his, and that one from his teacher, in a line that goes back at least to Nietzsche, if not even further back. Today we heard that it goes back to antiquity, to Dionysius of Thrace. I think one of the most crucial questions to be tackled in such a meeting is the nature of our confrontation with what we call the past, an issue that may very well define our overall stance towards the past and our utilization of it in our life today in 2022, going strong to 2023 AD. One thing is certain. We have a fragmentary picture of the past, recovered through its traces here and there. Thus, our first, sweet or bitter, acknowledgement is that the past that we know is a fragment. And this morning we heard a beautiful lecture on a prime example of this issue by Professor Karamanos. A fragment of a long series of events, ideas, facts, and other stuff, which becomes a metonymy of receding presence, as put by Hans Ulrich Gumrecht, and thus subject to metaphorizing, metaphorein, in the literal and in the extended senses of the word, as transferring and carrying across or onto another plane. From this perspective, our fragmentary knowledge of the past is based on the idea of an ever-emergent past, a picture of the past that we build continuously, not only on the basis of material or other evidence, but also by means of our understanding of this past, each time we think of it or we dare to come to terms with it. In this sense, our idea of the past is subject to a long series of composite concepts with the prefix RE, concerning our envisioning and reflective thinking of this past, a kind of constant return to it, or better, attempt to return to it, such as reconstructing, remaking, reconstituting, restituting, recreating, rethinking, reflecting, reseeing and remembering, recovering, repeating, reliving, reorganizing, and reshuffling, and many more such RE prefixed forms or actions, ultimately reinterpreting and re-adding. The last notion of reading as re-adding, in addition to its playful yet intentionally meaningful resyllabification, is in a sense part, or better, the consummation of our reflective thinking, a reaction in the literal sense of the word, since it involves the collaborative effort of many recognizant and reflective acts and fields of knowledge in modern man's struggle to make sense of this past, which is nothing but perhaps a nostalgic or wishful return to it, a revisiting, or since the past is somewhere at a distance and at some time not reachable, a recalling of this past. In other words, we are here in the realm of these RE terms. Thus, bridging the past with the present involves, let us say, first, the author's text, the past as was. Second, the text available today as has come down to us. Third, a meta-text, let's call it this way, that is needed to understand the two texts, the feeling of the gap that separates the two texts. And here we have all these RE activities referred to above. Something like the context. And finally, fourth, the personal stance, be that of the individual skilled and specialist researcher or the general interpreter, as viewer of the past, or as put by Mary Beard, the questions raised by classics are the questions raised by our distance from their world, and at the same time, by our closeness to it, and by its familiarity to us, in museums, in our literature, in languages, culture, and ways of thinking. In this process, all sorts of deflection and reflection intervene so that what we get is a rough approximation of what the past was. Or, as said again by Beard, its aim, that is of classics, is also to define and debate our relationship to that world. However, this process is, in a sense, what we call censorship. That is, a subjective interpretation by each one of us according to our intentions, aims, possibilities, and capacities, intellectual faculties, and otherwise. And this is because interpretation needs the inter part, the intermediary to understand the object of inquiry. According to one etymological solution, analysis of the word from Latin interpres, interpretes, that is inter, between, plus per, a root per, to cross, to come over. And so the compound meaning something like what comes in between, the intermediary or intermediator. What facilitates the dialogue between our world with the world of the ancients. This means that interpreting the past involves selection, a writing in and writing off, the decision by the interpreter as to what to eliminate and what to include and consider in his or her interpretation, exactly what censorship does. As readers of the past, we become, or have, or ought to become, censors. In the etymological sense of the parent word of Latin census, as separating by counting and calculating. It is in a way a crisis, an evaluation and judgment of sorts. We leave out of the picture of the past some part or parts. That is, interpretation is largely selective and intentional, but in a good sense of the word. In a sense, the past is what the past itself allows us to know about it, and at the same time, what we are able to make of this past. Reading the past is largely filling gaps, or as normally referred to, healing scars in the body of the evidence. In textual additions by various conventions, as you very well know, brackets or dots of various shapes, in linguistic reconstructions, by means of asterisked forms that stand for the hypothetical protoform of a lexeme or a grammatical category. For instance, the reconstructed protoforms quellos, quollos, kuklos, fortellos, polos, and kyklos, respectively, as you very well know, terms that express important concepts in ancient Greek. All from a root, an etymon, quell, turn, move around a circle. Or by the addition of plastered portions for the missing parts in archaeological reconstructions, as we will see tomorrow, and so on and so forth with all other paleosciences, I would say. So we are dealing with a relation of part and whole here, just like conducting an etymological investigation, trying, in other words, to make out the whole by means of its parts that are available to us, or the other way around, analyzing the whole, real or imagined, into its constitutive parts. Between part and whole, there is always a mysterious link, an attractive chain of emotions, imagination, and reconstruction. One imagines the whole picture by means of a small fragment of it, or by means of a partial vision of the whole picture. The whole is imagined. It is reconstructed, although the risk of misconstruction is ever present. There are possible defects or missing parts which are not visible, or even destroyed or misconstrued elements of this whole. Or in other instances, the whole leads to a wrong or partially wrong picture of things. In language, this is very common, especially in reconstructions of older linguistic features, the task of historical and comparative linguists. This point can be clarified by cases of double or multiple attestations of, let's say, an inscriptional text in ancient authors and the inscription itself. As in the following, this illustrative example from Pausanias and the actual inscription from Olympia, which was discovered in two fragments in 1876 and 1879, which exhibits the original dialectal feature, highlighted here for you. And here is the original inscription as given by Jeffrey. The version in A is the reproduction of the text as produced by Pausanias, making it smoother by eliminating some strange dialectal features. However, the second version of the text offers the full state of the language of the time and the place it represents. The actual inscription does the job that the historical linguist would have to do. In other words, to reconstitute the old features of the language of the inscription and add them back to the text. In this case, we have a ready-made solution. But in most other cases, this is not so, and we have to do the work, adding an element of plausibility to the reconstruction, which is quite different from the certainties that the inscription itself offers. I think that the same happens with the past in general. A total picture of the past is simply and plainly impossible because it is absent as a present reality. It is a reality of some other time and some other place, different from ours. Perhaps it is better this way. The past is a common property to us all, but its reception is a personal matter. Here, there are thus as many pasts as are individual eyes that look at it, or individual moments that this past is looked at upon. As further put by Gumrecht, whenever the tradition is made to speak to us, something comes forth that was not there before. This can be exemplified by any historical content, whether it is a work of poetry or the knowledge of an important event. What gives itself in the tradition will come into existence as something new each time. What we could call emergent past, or still better, ever emergent past. It is like the parallel from mythology, let's say. Myths are and stay relevant to us today insofar as we reinterpret them and update them to today's concerns, insofar as they are re-mythologized. All the myths fill our lives today just as do so many other things. Tradition is powerful, and the more we try to get disconnected from it, I think the more immersed in it we seem to become. So is the past in general, be that myth, language, literature, history of ideas, art, all that we term past. Thus, as subjects at the present time, if we are the mediators between the past and the future, the past follows us because it is with and within us, an ever-present presence, I would say. We seem to be carriers of the past, or perhaps even its offspring, as we are also its creators. However, as things stand, we are condemned to live with this past, ever mingling it with and transforming it into the present. And this turns out to be what philologists have been always doing, translating the past into the present and projecting it into the future. In this sense, perhaps this defines somehow the future of the past. In other words, its potential of keeping its translatability to all presents imaginable. It simply becomes renewable and reknowable in perpetual flux and enrichment, with the fundamental processes for this being interpretatio and translatio, that is, interpretation and transference of the past into the present. And let us not forget that reading the past, thus philology, is the basic prerequisite of history and historical knowledge, therefore of tradition. History then, in both its general sense and in its etymological conception, as knowledge, knowledge that is, that comes to us from knowing and narrating or retelling the past, from becoming a histor, a cognate to historia, English wisdom, German wissen, all from void, root void, to know. In other words, one who knows, a wise man, in the original sense of the word as conceived by early Greek authors. By the way, this connection of these concepts, that is history and historical knowledge, is both a linguistic and an intellectual operation. It is linguistic because language and its knowledge reveals it open right in front of us in a telling way, saying something about its inner spirit, to use an anachronistic term of early linguistic thought of the 18th and 19th centuries. That is its germinal sense and its relation to reality and to things. Its real reference, in other words, in what came to be known under the rubric of words and things. It is also an intellectual operation because it takes precisely the knowledge and ability to read the past as a histor and interpret it in its original context and its subsequent development, as well as its relevance to modern man. This procedure is a holistic approach, what was captured by Burke's idea of encyclopedia, where history becomes at the same time the explanans and the explanandum. By way of exemplifying how this reconstructive work is conducted in language and its possible impact on social institutions and beliefs, allow me a few more minutes to summarize the procedure in one area, namely the name-giving act in ancient Indo-European societies, by appealing to linguistic and philological material. Throughout ancient Indo-European languages, we have a peculiar usage of the lexical collocation, fashion a name, put or place a name, in name-giving expressions in what seems to be a lexical syntagma deriving from Proto-Indo-European, nom he. Etymologically, and in some cases also semantically equivalent expressions, reflecting a common inheritance, are found in many Indo-European branches, like those, for instance, that you see on the screen, Greek onomatithesai and some other derivatives, Sanskrit namandha, Hittite, an Anatolian language, lamandai, Latin nomen facio and nomen indo, and more similar expressions from other languages. In archaic societies, the name was considered an essential part of its career, in a way identical with him or her. Giving a name to a child was and still is an act of creation. In many cultures, one is not considered a full person until one has a name identifying oneself. We certainly know how much they valued fame and reputation, much of which is inherited along the family line and is reflected in the name the individual carries, evidenced by expressions like Greek onomaklitos or Sanskrit namashrutiam, Old Irish anim gnoid, or Tokarian nom klu and nem kelbe, all meaning of famous name, renowned, or by the traditional formula kleos athiton from ancient Greek and shravas axitam or axiti shravas from Sanskrit, unquenched or everlasting fame. An important step in the process of name giving, of naming the child, is the holding of the child by the father and placing it in his knees. An act also reflected in the language of the collocation we have been discussing. The use of the verb dhe, which in this context is a prime example of a performative speech act, may refer to the three stages of the name-giving process. First, making the name, a proper name for the child. One of the meanings of the verb dhe, see for instance English do, which comes from dhe. Second, placing the child on the knees of the father. And finally, giving the name. In at least Greek, Hittite, and Sanskrit texts, we have some reference to this custom, textual reference to this custom. Terms like Latin sublatio, Greek anaireo, Old Irish glundalte, Old Norse knessetia, also testify to the same fact, especially with regards to the process of adoption. In the Roman tradition, the paterfamilias can reject or acknowledge paternity by raising the child up to his knees, whereby the child becomes a genuinus, part of the family. Perhaps we have here a wordplay, or even an etymological allusion between genus, birth, and genu, knee. What we did here is primarily a sociocultural and sociolinguistic reconstruction, to try, in other words, to recreate the background or the context that supports this institution. But the implication may also concern us today, in the sense that we realize how deeply rooted in the tradition certain things still are. The bottom line is that philology and historical linguistics combine into a method of analyzing and interpreting a fragment of cultural history, and this may also relate to modern man. In concluding, I will repeat what was heard before in the preceding paper. I will have Friedrich Nietzsche utter the closing statement and answer the question posed by the second part of the title of this presentation. In his book, another version of it, The Dawn, Thoughts on the Prejudices of Morality, he says, among other things, philology is now more desirable than ever before. Thus it is the highest attraction and incitement in an age of work, that is, of haste, of unseemly and immoderate hurry-scurry, which is so eager to get things done at once. Philology itself, perhaps, will not so hurriedly get things done. It teaches how to read well, that is, slowly, profoundly, attentively, prudently, with inner thoughts, with the mental doors ajar, with delicate fingers and eyes. After 140 or so years separating our time from Nietzsche's time, his words are equally valid today, I think, as were then. Philology is indeed reading slowly and should stay that, but with the mental doors ajar. And of course, looking ahead, because there are also fast readers out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this other approach on slow reading and another point of view on this subject. Are there questions, remarks to this paper? Yeah, Richard.
Demonstration of the importance of slow reading. Oh, I'm sorry. Ευχαριστώ. Thank you, Yorgos, for that important demonstration of slow reading. Can we go back to your presentation a moment? Because I think even that
where do you want? Which slide?
Well, when did Nietzsche write the paragraph? It was 1888, right? The prologue. The inscription, yes, I'd like the inscription, was published around his time. I suspect that people have actually not yet read it slowly enough, because there's this very odd mistake, chronidai deo. Can we see the drawing a moment?
Yeah.
The next slide.
Actually, it is not there in the drawing. Yeah, there is something missing there. Yes.
Yes, but there's an iota,
Right.
the base of an iota after the alpha. You can see it. If I had a pointer, I would show it to you. Maybe you can point it out for us. That actually should not be the base of an iota. In Laconian script, they wrote the sigma with 5 or 6 bars. So it was more or less a vertical zigzag. And that is probably the base of a sigma. And actually, therefore, the inscription said, Dexoanax chronida zdeo, sigma delta. And we can get rid of the form deo in Laconian dialect. It ought to be steo. With the sigma still present.
Right.
So I just want to observe that we've had that more than 100 years, and we still haven't read it slowly enough.
Yeah, this is a problem, yes. And in fact, this is, let me say, this is an optimistic approach that we keep locating mistakes, errors in our reading of the past. And so we have the chance to go back and reread, perhaps a little slower this time, and re-see things. Thank you. Yeah.
Other remarks? Okay, that's not the case, so thank you very much. Thank you very much again. And start again at 2:30 as in the program.
Okay, shall we get going? Shall we get going? Perhaps, okay, so it's right. It's my pleasure to chair this afternoon's session. Three papers by people we all know well, and the first of them there he is. Hi, right. The first of them, who, if he's in California, it must be very early. Recovering from Thanksgiving, Josiah Ober from Stanford, and he is going to talk to us about practical reasoning, ancient and modern. All yours.
Thanks very much, Richard. So I'm going to share my screen. I hope everyone can see this okay once it comes up. Okay. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to be talking to you about the core of a new book that I've been working on for some years. It's just out now, called The Greeks and the Rational. Everyone in this audience will recognize the reference to the great book by E.R. Dodds, The Greeks and the Irrational. The cover is very self-consciously meant to be calling that out. So the basic background here is ancient Greek ethics and politics. As we all know, Plato and Aristotle ask a basic question in their ethical works about how should I live or how should we live? The answer is that in order to live well, we must discover the human good using moral reason. And we must pursue the good then using instrumental reason. And if we do this all correctly, we'll achieve flourishing both for ourselves and our communities. But the question then is, how do we actually go about doing that? The challenge is that pursuing the good requires that we have background social order. We have to have rules and norms. But on the other hand, communities may devolve into self-interested factions, that is, groups each seeking their own selfish ends, and dispute may ultimately lead to violent conflict, which could lead ultimately to each individual simply pursuing his and her own ends, and therefore the end of social order. So how can people, as a collective agent, create and sustain a constitutional order, a form of government that will enable them to gain their desired ends, whatever those happen to be? Ultimately, for Plato and Aristotle, the best possible ends are the ones we should gain, but how do we gain any ends at all? So we start with a quote from Xenophon, rather than Plato to begin with. According to Xenophon, in the Memorabilia, Socrates answered a question about how people make choices by saying, I think that all persons choose out of what is available to them what they think is most advantageous to themselves, and they do this. So if we parse this statement, we get what I would argue, and I argue in the book, is a kind of folk theory of instrumental rationality. That is, a theory that is common to a large and diverse intellectual community that includes sophists and Socratic philosophers, but isn't attributable to any one individual. So Socrates' account, this very concise account here of human behavior or motivation, is universal. It concerns choice, It's based on the agent's beliefs made under conditions of constraint, aimed at maximization of an advantage to the agent, and then it results in action. It's basically an algorithm that explains how people move from something that they want to something that they do. So my argument is that this account of instrumental rationality that we get in Xenophon's Socrates is similar enough to contemporary theories of rational choice to allow us to use the tools and concepts that emerge from contemporary theory, contemporary game theory, when analyzing classical texts and practices. So I would suggest that reading Greek texts as explorations of instrumental means to end rationality, that is, explorations of the human motivation for action, sheds new light on both political economy, how individual incentives are aligned with political choices, and ultimately on democracy, on the whole question of how a collectivity can self-govern themselves. So we get really two accounts of rationality in the Socratic tradition. The first is an account of instrumental rationality. That is, an agent is supposed to have orderly, that is, ranked preferences over outcomes, prefers A to B and B to C, and not C to A, and has coherent beliefs about the state of the world. They may not be completely true beliefs, but they're at least coherent beliefs, and therefore chooses the option that maximizes the agent's utility, the agent's welfare, in light of the expected behavior of other agents. And the agent then acts accordingly. So exemplary theorists of instrumental rationality include the sophists and in the modern period economists and political scientists. So this, I think, is the account that Socrates is giving in that Xenophon quote. And the second account of rationality, somewhat more familiar in some ways, at least for classical philosophers, is that of ethical rationality. So in this sense, the agent has the right, that is ethical preferences over outcomes, true beliefs about the state of the world, and therefore chooses the right, that is the ethically or morally best option. So in this case, the agent acts accordingly, as in the first account. And here we have, Socrates, Plato, later moral philosophers in the Kantian tradition, for example, are theorists of ethical rationality. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Plato in the Republic, and I think that what Plato is claiming in some famous passages in the Republic is that his ideal state, this ideal that is developed in the dialogue, is both instrumentally and ethically rational, and claiming that Athens of his own time is neither instrumentally nor ethically rational. So I'm going to claim against Plato that Athens is indeed instrumentally rational, although I'm not going to be making an argument today about the ethical rationality of Athenian democracy. So if we think about rational and irrational states or regimes in Plato's Republic, we get this guiding analogy in the beginning of the Republic, or at least in Book 2 of the Republic, in which Plato famously states that individual psychology is modeled by the state and vice versa, so that the human soul is a microcosm of the larger regime. And he then, in the descriptive method, when we get to Book 8 of the Republic, gives us an account of 5 constitutions that are modeled by the ends, the goals that are sought by a typical ruler of each of these various, we can call them constitutions or regimes. And they're very clearly rank ordered Plato's account, or at least in Socrates' listing in the Bouquet of the Republic. So the best regime, of course, is that of the philosopher king, where the philosopher king or philosopher queen is ruling. The end sought there is wisdom. When Callipolis, or the ideal state, degenerates, the second best regime is that is ruled by the timocrat, who aims at honor. That then degenerates into the third best regime, that of the oligarch. The ruler is the oligarch, and the oligarch aims at wealth. The fourth best is where the democrat rules, democracy. And in this case, the regime is at least characterized by freedom and equality. And finally, we end up with tyranny, in which the state is characterized by the pure exercise of power. So I'm be interested here in a democratic irrationality, according to Plato. He sees this, at least as I'm arguing, as an irrational state. And it is characterized, he thinks, once again, by freedom and equality. So for Plato, democratic irrationality arises from the commitment of the model democrat, the model ruler of a democratic state, and therefore the democratic regime, because of the city-soul analogy, their commitment to both freedom and equality. So unlike honor for the timocrat or wealth for the oligarch, freedom and equality are not taken by Plato's democrat as goods in themselves, and nor do they specify a single unitary desired outcome or end. So freedom, which is the characteristic of democracy, as we've seen, isn't really an end in itself, but rather it opens a doorway onto a wide range of goods and a comparably diverse range of actions that are aimed at securing those goods. So if we think back on Socrates' account of action in the Memorabilia, freedom is simply opening onto all of the kind of goods that an agent might want, which are connected to various ways of going and getting those goods. So equality, meanwhile, because the democrat is ruled not only by freedom, or his soul is ruled not only by freedom, but also equality, leads the democrat to be indifferent to the possession of any one good over another. So each of these various goods that he can pursue seems to him at the moment to be of equal value. So he is, in the sense that game theorists use this, indifferent between the outcomes. Even though he's very attached to the outcome at a given moment, he's going to be equally attached to the next outcome at the next moment. And so it's just really a coin flip between which one of them he pursues at any given time. So as a result, then, is interaction of freedom with equality. Each of the various goods that may catch the democrat's attention momentarily is avidly pursued, and then just as easily dropped in favor of some other freely available and equally desirable alternative. So the goods of the world are many and all equally desirable, thinks the democrat, and therefore just abandoning one, taking up the next one, has no cost for him. He doesn't have to sort of say, well, I would really suffer if I give up this good and go to the other one. His internal accounting allows him to be just neutral about all of these various goods. And so, summing up, this is a quote from Plato's Republic: the democratic citizen lives on, yielding day to day to the desire at hand. Sometimes he drinks heavily while listening to the flute. At other times he drinks only water and is on a diet. Sometimes he goes in for physical training. At other times he's idle and neglects everything. Sometimes he even occupies himself with what he takes to be philosophy. He often engages in politics, leaping up from his seat and saying and doing whatever comes to his mind. If he happens to admire soldiers, he's carried in that direction. If moneymakers, in that one. There's neither order nor necessity in his life, and he calls it pleasant, free, and blessedly happy, and he follows it for as long as he lives. So this account of democracy as fundamentally incoherent, as irrational in this formal sense of not having ranked preferences, not having orderly preferences, is taken up by contemporary theorists. For example, Joseph Schumpeter, in an extremely influential book, Democracy, Capitalism, and Socialism, argues that a mass of citizens could never be capable of ruling themselves. It's simply incoherent to think that they could, because a citizenry can have no collective will because of the diversity of preferences that are present in the citizenry. And then William Riker, another really influential book, argues that democratic voting over 3 or more options is just fatally liable to this problem of disorderly preferences. That is, you prefer A over B, and you prefer B over C, but then you prefer C over A. So you just get a cycle of preferences. And therefore, according to Riker, a democracy could never make coherent policy insofar as 3 or more options are on the table. And more recently, we get other work by Brian Kaplan, Jason Brennan, for example, basically arguing along the same general lines that the irrationality of human beings in any kind of democratic group means that democracy just is doomed to failure. And yet, as Plato knew, the democracy does deliver various goods. Indeed, Plato was worried that democratic Athens really performed too well in what he would consider grossly material terms. So, for example, the dialogue, the Gorgias, Socrates disparages famously various leaders of Athens in the 5th century, including Themistocles and Pericles, who they, that is, the ignorant many, say, made Athens great. And these leaders go on and says, Socrates failed to teach moderation or justice, and therefore they filled the state with just the sort of trash that the people happened to desire. What is that trash? Well, it's harbors and city walls and naval yards and revenues, which is, I think, from the point of view of an ordinary Athenian Democrat, the instrumental means to the very important ends of state security and general welfare. So we have then this puzzle of democracy's capacity. If Plato is right, and these various modern theorists are right, and democracy simply is chaotic, it's incapable of organizing the preferences, at least of a large group, how do we explain the fact that Athens was in fact a very high-performing state that was able to generate surprisingly high, at least by pre-modern standards, levels of welfare and security for its citizens, at least? Athens, as I've argued in another book, manifests higher state capacity, higher capacity to do what the state wants to get done, that is, exert military power or distribute wealth among its citizens. Higher state capacity among when it is a democratic state than when it's ruled by tyrants or oligarchs. And moreover, democratic Athens typically outperforms other Greek city-states according to various measures of state capacity. So if that's right, and if democracy does deliver certain goods, at least security and welfare, believed to be valuable ends by Democrats, by citizens of a democratic state, if not by Plato's standards, then the question is how does democracy supply these means to the ends? How does democracy avoid irrationality? If we think there's anything to Plato's argument, if we think there's anything to the modern critics, then we need some sort of answer about how it is that a democracy manages to avoid this problem of just simply chaotic behavior. So this is a question for the Greeks 2,400 years ago, a question for us today. And I think the ancient Greek answer is that there's a constitutional bargain. There's a bargain resulting in both very dynamic institutions and a shared commitment to democratic norms. The question then is, how is the bargain made? And this gets into the weeds of Athenian constitutional development that I'm not, of course, going to have time to talk about today. But let me just sketch the hypothesis that is that democracy, as the rule of the people, provides a framework for the development of a rational state, and that one that is capable of sustaining security and welfare along with various other goods. It does so because elites fail to capture the state, that is, ordinary citizens are capable to form choices and act on their preferences and beliefs, and capable of adapting to changed conditions, and all of this is made possible by the coevolution of formal institutions and background social norms. So, how do we test the hypothesis of the rational state hypothesis? And that really is a matter of looking at preferences, beliefs, choices, and action, going back to that Socrates quote that Xenophon gave us. So let's ask the old oligarch, this anonymous text from probably late in the 5th century. The old oligarch argues that democracy is morally reprehensible. That is, it's the rule of the bad, many, over the good few. And yet the whole point of his essay is how well Athens' many ordinary citizens manage affairs in their own interest. And according to the oligarch, ordinary Athenians' high-ranked preferences include not being enslaved, as they would if the oligarchs ruled, and living well from the distribution of offices by desert. That is, those who really deserve the offices, the elite hold the offices, they run the state pretty well in the background. His point then is that the Athenian masses do get what they prefer, and they do have systematic preferences, at least for these basic goods. The key factor driving this, and the old oligarch makes this very clear, is the persistent internal threat. There is the risk of oligarchy or enslavement helps the Democrats to align their preferences against the bad of being enslaved, and therefore they can pursue their own goods in a more or less systematic way. So assuming the old oligarch is right, then the diverse mass preferences of the Athenians are unified by recognition of the ongoing risk of this lowest rank outcome, that is the enslavement to the few. They focus on how to avoid that. And moreover, despite their lack of formal education and other failings according to the old oligarchs, many had beliefs about the world that were coherent enough to enable their unified preferences over certain outcomes, non-slavery, let us say, to lead to the rational, that is, best available choices, and therefore cooperative collective action. So in sum, many diverse individuals did succeed in behaving over time as a rational collective agent through their institutions and norms. So we then have to think about what are these institutions and norms. So they certainly include the Athenian assembly and the Athenian law court system. Socrates, in this well-known quote, which I won't go through for reasons of time, talks about the way that when the Athenians are gathered in the assembly, and if it's a matter of something with technical expertise, they send for advisors in that particular matter, and they won't listen to anybody else. The point is they can attend to experts when it is in their interest. Moreover, as work by Mirko Canavero has recently shown, the procedure of the assembly is designed to drive towards consensus. That's not always achieved, but it often is. And the expected result of an assembly debate is near unanimity, if not unanimity completely. This procedure is liable to various kind of voting cascades and therefore to confirmation bias and other problems, but it's relatively immune to the kind of cycling and manipulation that William Riker was worried about. And moreover, in recent work, Federica Carugati has looked at the famous graphe paranomon procedure in the Athenian courts, by which any citizen can challenge any statute in the law courts. But she has a rather neat model of how the preferences of the median juror and the median assembly are aligned, revealed by assembly procedure, enabling then a policy entrepreneur, someone making a new policy, to propose a new policy without having to worry that he'll be invariably convicted in the courts. The elites of Athens have various rational reasons to cooperate, as a whole body of new work has shown. And the conclusion then is that as Athens was an instrumentally rational state in the sense of having a collective ruler, the people, that have rank-ordered preferences, at least not being enslaved, reasonably coherent beliefs about risk and about other agents' preferences, at least about the oligarchs' preferences, the capacity to make choices and act on preferences through this drive towards unanimity so as to gain the best possible outcome, and the institutions and background social norms promoted cooperation across social groups, even across mass and elite. The upshot then, a high capacity, instrumentally rational democratic state. Two questions finally to conclude. Can a modern state be instrumentally rational? That is, can citizens align their preferences, form coherent beliefs, and act rationally, go for something that is jointly preferred? And then if we are to ask the second question that I've elided throughout this short talk, can any democracy be ethically rational? Can a democratic citizenry choose the right options, the best options, based on true beliefs? Well, that all remains to be seen. Once again, a pitch for the book, which is just out today. Thanks very much.
Josiah, thank you very much. Questions, and could I ask people to make sure they use the microphone and speak up so that Josiah can hear us? Yeah, Douglas.
Hi, Josh. Thanks very much. That was great. Douglas Cairns here.
Great to see you, Douglas.
Good to see you, even if only virtually. I'd like to go back to the earlier points you made at the beginning of the talk about rational choice theory. And I know this is taking you away a little from the way you developed that idea in the rest of the talk, but I'd still be interested in what you think. So the corollaries of the use of rational choice theory in modern economic thought are those provided by behavioral economics in particular, about the affective cognitive biases and fallacies that bedevil rational choice theory. I wondered if you had any thoughts, and if you could tell us what they are, about ancient approaches to cognitive affective biases and similar fallacies.
Yeah, so at least the argument of the book is that if we really read through the relevant texts, Plato, Aristotle, Thucydides, but also Herodotus, tragedians, etc., what we see is that the ancient theory, this so-called folk theory that I'm calling, conjoins the kind of original modern theory of rational choice that claims that humans are rational agents and they do make choices based on orderly preferences and so on, with a theory of that is a behavioral theory that says that people are not always rational. People indeed have biases and so on. I think we can see this very clearly, for example, in Thucydides' account of the Melian dialogue. The Athenians in the Melian dialogue seem to be going into this discussion as if they were pure rational choice theorists. They just, their argument is, look, it's a very clear choice set here. You can all be exterminated, or you can become a subject to Athens. It is clearly better to be a subject to Athens than to be exterminated. And so, end of story. You'll make the right choice because it's absolutely clear. The relevant beliefs are we have much superior military. You can look out in your harbor and see all of the ships, so that there's no reason to have confused beliefs about things. And they're shocked then, it appears, they simply have no good response when the Melians use something like what Daniel Kahneman and his co-authors called prospect theory. They're not really making a decision based on their expectations of future advantage, but on this imagined prospect of never losing anything. And I think that at least one way to understand the Melian dialogue is that this kind of hyper-rationalistic point of view that the Athenians have is simply inadequate to dealing with a world in which other agents are acting prospectively based on this sense of loss aversion. In this sense, they don't want to lose what they currently have. And that ends inevitably in tragedy. Neither side gets what they want. The Melians are wiped out. The Athenians have to spend all of this energy in taking over a state that they simply wanted to have surrender easily. So I think there are lots of other examples of this, of classical writers thinking about the deviations from the kind of pure rationality that as it were, the cleaned up version of preferences to beliefs to outcomes, to choices to outcomes would lead you to expect.
I think that's absolutely right. And in fact, the operative issue there that's identified by Thucydides as Athenians is one of the things I was thinking of, and it's elpis, which you could say is also perhaps a form of optimism bias. So it's things that, there's lots of things like that. So thanks very much.
Okay, Simon.
Hi, Josh. Simon.
Hi, Simon.
Good to see you. Been a long time, unfortunately. Plato obviously is motivated by a desire to see a society without change and a society without conflict. Mm-hmm. But for most modern theorists who think about the city in particular, conflict is an inevitability, if very least between those that are richer and those that are poorer. Now, your rather optimistic version of how democracy can come to rationality and to ethical choice seems to me to have to face the problem of conflict rather strongly. So could you say a bit more about what happens in your model when, as it were, the collective will recognizes collective dissent, which, as it were, from each other or from different... Then you've got a slightly more complicated model, presumably.
Yeah, I mean, the whole problem of collective action is how is it ever possible for two or more people to achieve any kind of a cooperative behavior that will end in some kind of a mutually beneficial a social outcome? So that's the basic problem of the prisoner's dilemma that has been studied ad nauseum, one might argue, since the 1950s. And I think the Greek writers had exactly the same kind of worry. In the beginning of the Republic, Glaucon sets out a kind of challenge for Socrates with the famous Ring of Gyges story. But he develops that Ring of Gyges story by saying, well, imagine you had two people with such rings. And he goes on to talk about that. I think he basically has set up the problem of the prisoner's dilemma. If you had two perfectly rational people capable of gaining what they imagine they're capable of gaining, whatever they want, how could they ever cooperate? How would you ever have a cooperative society? And so if you imagine that in the end, we're all really like Gyges, which is what Glaucon claims, or we would want to be, how do we ever get to a society that can organize itself at all coherently? And I think that's a very deep problem that the Greeks were worried about a lot. Plato's Protagoras has one answer to that. Plato's answer seems to be the only way it's really going to work is either you strip people of all of their greedy, selfish beliefs, as in the so-called First Polis, the sort of city of pigs that's developed early in the Republic, or you have to have philosopher rulers backed up by people with a monopoly on violence, that is, guardians. So, Plato has his story about it. Aristotle has a somewhat different story, but it's always in the background, worried about this potential for conflict because people do, in fact, have different goals. They do have different preferences over outcomes. So, the problem of conflict is what generates the whole folk theory, as I suggest, of instrumental reason, and attempts to come up with explanations for how are we ever able to do anything together. That's what I think has driven a lot of work on the contemporary theory, and it certainly was a big worry for the Greeks. So yeah, it really is a theory of conflict in the end, or how do you get beyond conflict?
Okay, Tony was next was here.
The prisoner's dilemma as your model. Then
well, many thanks for this crystal clear analysis. I have just a question, a very simple question. Could you perhaps comment a little bit more on the basic difference between the face-to-face democracy with its specific coherence of antiquity and our million people democratic parliamentarian democracies, which of course are much more diverse?
Could we have a fairly brief answer, Josh, please?
Yes. The brief answer is that is really the problem. How do we work from a world in which people can attend to others' responses to arguments very directly as they can in the assembly, that you can actually get cascades that can be vicious but can also be virtuous, and therefore get some kind of convergence on a single a good outcome in a world as diverse and as gigantic as our own. So that's really hard.
Thank you. Hi, Josh, it's Edith.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So you did just say the A word, you did just say Aristotle, and I just needed to ask, where does he fit in there? And I'm thinking of three particular things. One is that he actually does say democracy is the best if it's working. He actually does say that. The second is that he says, I think the problem is the unified coherent beliefs. Getting democracy to work when you haven't got unified coherent beliefs is the great weakness. Aristotle has the answer. You abolish private education. You only have state education so that we can all be educated together despite our backgrounds in things he says that are of common interest to all our well-being. Thirdly, he also recognizes the rich-poor problem and says that if any one person has more than 6 times the accumulated capital of the poorest person, everybody's going to hate each other and it won't work. So where does Aristotle fit into rational choice theory?
No, Aristotle is very important. I agree with everything that you say. Aristotle sort of imagines that in the best state, we'll all be seeking common ends. But he's deeply worried about the whole question of wholes and parts, right? I mean, we should seek the end of the whole, that is the natural polis. But there's this tendency for us to seek our private ends or our factional ends. And that is the problem of stasis that he's very concerned with. So indeed, how do we deal with that? And really, education is the answer. And I think that going back to Tonia's earlier question, that actually has to be the answer for modern democracies. We have to figure out a form of civic education, one that is suited to the 21st century, one that accounts for diversity, but doesn't drive diversity all the way down as the only thing that we aim at. There's got to be some conception of a common good, at least in the background. It doesn't have to be complete common human good, as Aristotle would have preferred. You have to have a common good in mind in order to have any kind of democratic system working. And I think the big challenge for modern democratic states is how do you actually educate citizens to recognize that and act accordingly.
Okay, I know there are other questions, but I think we're going to have to move on there, but not before we thank Josiah again very much. Josh, thank you very much. Josh, thank you very much.
Thanks again.
Okay, so we will move straight on to our second paper this afternoon. Douglas Cairns from Edinburgh, who's going to talk to us about hubris, ancient and modern.
Okay, fine. Yeah, there we go. So just a quick thanks to the organisers and everyone who's been involved in putting this conference together. I know these things take a huge amount of work, and it's great when they come together successfully, as this one has done. It's an honour to be here. It's an honour to be able to present some of the work of our honour project in Edinburgh. I suppose one of the last UK ERC advanced grants to be awarded before everything went very sadly down the plug hole. Perhaps hubris had something to do with that. There's certainly a lot of hubris about. As Boris Johnson's administration became engulfed by lies, scandal, corruption, the comment of Marina Hyde, The Guardian's columnist, was, like me, you probably can't believe that after hubris comes nemesis. If only there had been some clue to this in all that ancient Greek stuff Boris Johnson is forever wanging on about. But this, of course, is just one example among thousands. If you go to The Guardian on any day of the week, you will find several articles which invoke the concept of hubris. And of course, those of us who thought that Johnson was as bad as it could get turned out to be wrong. The recent debacle of Trussonomics and Kwasi Kwarteng's mini-budget brought another flurry of hubris headlines. But the question is there anything behind all of this? Does this point to anything real in contemporary political discourse? Is this just an etiolated slogan from the ancient world devoid of its context and associations? Or is there something meaningful being said here? Well, according to some people, in other disciplines, other contemporary disciplines, there is something going on. In psychology and business studies, hubris is increasingly theorized as a term of art with what its proponents to be real explanatory power. And a crucial catalyst here has been the British politician Lord David Owen, former Labour Foreign Secretary and founder of the Social Democratic Party in the 1980s. In 2007, Owen published a book on what he called hubris syndrome, focusing largely on Tony Blair, George Bush, and the mess they got themselves into in Iraq. He followed this in 2008 and 2009 with 2 articles. This one here, written jointly with a Duke University psychiatrist, and diagnosing the syndrome, hubris syndrome, in American presidents and UK prime ministers of the previous 100 years. These studies led, in 2011, to Owen's founding of the Daedalus Trust. The trust was dedicated to exploring, quotation, for the public benefit, the effects on decision-making of leaders in all walks of life who suffered personality change, commonly known as hubris, while in office, and who, in the words of Bertrand Russell, became intoxicated by power. These are the symptoms. I've taken these from the website. There's a more technical version in that article that I just showed you from 2008. You can diagnose yourselves while I'm going through the rest of the paper. In the course of its 7-year existence, the Daedalus Trust worked with psychologists, principally at King's College London, but also at the Maudsley Hospital in London, but also with scholars in business studies, and in particular with Surrey Business School. And business studies has given rise to a further current of contemporary research on hubris. And the roots of this go back really quite far to an article in 1986. A number of more recent studies have seen the hubris literature in business studies blossom into a synthesis that combines case studies, empirical data, and input from the human and behavioral sciences to identify hubris as a significant factor in contemporary business and management. Building on the insights of psychology and behavioral economics on phenomena such as the winner effect, we can maybe come back to this one. This is an interesting one. This is the effect by which success in one encounter increases the chances of success in subsequent encounters until it doesn't. And actually, the initial study there, we'll come back to that perhaps, by Landau in 1951, is about the animal world rather than the human world, and the thing that makes the difference is testosterone. We can perhaps come back to that too. So building on biases like that and their study in behavioral economics and psychology, the business studies literature, as summarized in this recent book by Eugene Sadler-Smith, is beginning to assemble large amounts of data linking business leaders' subjective personality traits, the trajectories of their businesses in the marketplace, and the nature and outcomes of their decisions. These data demonstrate correlations between previous success, praise, self-confidence, the tendency to underestimate risk, detrimental business practices and decisions, and negative business outcomes that are certainly not trivial for those businesses in question, although they may be for those of us who, as classicists, know what ancient hubris consists in, rather predictable. But these modern identifications of the phenomenon of hubris raise 2 questions. So what claims lie behind them? What is it they're really identifying, and on what basis are they identifying it? And, of course, how does this modern phenomenon, alleged phenomenon, relate to the ancient one? So I'm going to do some of that comparison that Simon disparaged the other day. Well, in enumerating symptoms and classifying them according to whether they are unique to the hubris syndrome or shared with other syndromes, so that's what Owen and Davidson were doing here. In the original version, this list is supplied with abbreviations which show which of these symptoms are also shared by narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, or one other personality disorder whose name escapes me for the moment. So in the original version, this is clearly an approach that's very strongly inspired by the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM. And so it's an approach which is vulnerable to the criticisms that the DSM routinely attracts, especially the idea that in concentrating on subjective traits of character, this approach reifies, essentializes, and internalizes complex patterns and processes of human social relations, especially socio-political relations. The business studies approach is much more multifactorial and open-textured than the psychological one. And the best of that research relates hubris to a variety of securely attested cognitive and behavioral biases. And although it draws on hypotheses about the bases for these in the body and in the brain, its primary orientation is practical. It's about observing and forestalling patterns of behavior, their causes and their consequences as they play out in narratives of business processes. But in fact, though both these approaches believe that there are features of the hubristic individual that we can pin down and identify as typical, neither of these approaches, the psychological or the business studies, is only about the classification of allegedly distinct personality types. They're quite clearly also about how those personality types manifest themselves in action, and especially how they affect decision-making in particular social, political, and institutional contexts. So we note, for example, that despite the focus on subjective symptoms and behavioral tendencies, despite that, Owen and Davidson's hubris syndrome is a condition to which only a person in a position of power can succumb. They call it not a personality disorder, but a disorder of the possession of power. And so there's a clear interaction, even at this minimal level here, between character and situation, and the contextual element is in fact central to Owen and Davidson's definition. And this is a fundamental fact about hubris, both ancient and modern. Whatever its dispositional underpinnings, both ancient and moderns locate their understandings of these states, these subjective states, in wider patterns that are fundamentally narrative-like in form. The operative model for the interpretation of hubris, whether ancient hubris or modern hubris, should be, as it is in the case of emotion, ancient or modern, the notion of the script. The script as a prototypical narrative or set of narratives of how the phenomenon in question plays out in practice and in context. And it might be worth noting that not only does ancient hubris have this script-like character, the script-like character that Aristotle in the second book of the Rhetoric attributes to emotions. In that book, the second book of the Rhetoric, hubris is a script within a script. It's a script for a form of oligoria, a form of belittling, that is one of the causes of anger and therefore part of the script of anger. If it's better to think of both ancient and modern hubris as scripts that include subjective dispositions as a factor, rather than simply as subjective dispositions and nothing else, then that's already one point of overlap between them, between ancient and modern hubris. They're scripts. Another point of overlap, another point where we might pin down the comparison, is this idea of testosterone. Both ancient and moderns think that testosterone plays a role in hubris. Famous examples in Xenophon, for example, of how castration can be the cure. Don't try this at home. A more specific example of overlap between the way that modern hubris is associated with forms of cognitive bias that involve asymmetrical tendencies to privilege self over others is given by this study here, cited by Eugene Sadler Smith in his book. So this is a study in which 81% of a sample of 2,000 entrepreneurs involved in starting up new businesses rated their chance of success as 7 out of 10. And no fewer than 33% rated their chances of success as 10 out of 10, even though there are robust data from the UK and the US that show that fewer than 50% of new businesses survive for more than 5 years. So this is a bias not just of optimism, not just of thinking more positively about yourself than objective criteria would warrant, the tendency to rate ourselves as better than average or better than others on a range of qualities. And it's also not just a case of the even more fundamental, the even more obvious fundamental attribution error, sometimes called the actor-observer bias, by which we tend to regard others' behavior, and especially their faults, as deliberate, typical, and expressive of their character, by contrast with our own faults, which we tend to regard as isolated, atypical, and situationally conditioned. So, fundamental attribution error and self-serving bias. These are the general forms of bias that I think we're involved with in modern hubris and ancient hubris. And the usage of hubris itself bears out the existence of these biases, because hubris is a label that you apply to other people's behavior, not to your own. And in fact, I have not yet found a clear-cut case in ancient Greek in which an individual genuinely, in so many words, predicates hubris of him or herself. And I suspect that this is true also of modern hubris. None of the cases I've seen enumerated in the contemporary literature involves a person openly acknowledging hubris on their own part. Hubris is something other people say about you. And this is one reason why these modern attempts to pin down hubris as something that exists only within me as a subjective state of character and to find verifiable objective criteria for that subjective condition, this is one reason why these things are misplaced. Because hubris is not just a narrative scenario, it's a narrative that's always focalized from a certain point of view, not the agent's point of view, but the victim's point of view or the onlooker's point of view. It's virtually a given of the script of hubris that the hubris in question is someone's interpretation of someone else's attitudes and behavior. And so, in fact, in spite of some quite significant differences that we might want to discuss later, there are many points of overlap between ancient and modern hubris. But the one I want to focus on is the tendency of both forms of hubris, ancient and modern, to downplay the role of chance in success and prosperity. This is prominently theorized and thematized in some of Aristotle's remarks, again in the Rhetoric. For example, the discussions of fear in Rhetoric 2.5 and of pity in Rhetoric 2.8 consider not only the dispositions that give rise to those emotions themselves, but also the dispositions that inhibit them. Both fear and pity require a sense that we are vulnerable to misfortune, that bad things can happen to us. People who believe that their current good fortune makes them invulnerable are disposed not to fear or to pity, but to hubris. The hubristic disposition, as Aristotle calls it, the diathesis that gives rise to concrete expressions of hubris, entails a blind overvaluation of the self in the non-technical sense, not in Jim Porter's sense, just the self as a feature of language, not an ontological entity. A blind overvaluation of the self, caused by the experience or illusion of prosperity. And this tendency is recognized in the politics as well. Again, we see in these examples of the beautiful, the strong, the nobly born, and the rich, hubris springs from a mistaken belief that my present good fortune entitles me to a greater share of honor, that is, a greater share of recognition and esteem than it should. So there's a relation between hubris and how well things are going for you and how likely you think this is to continue. This tendency to downplay the role of luck and fortune leads to a complementary downplaying of risk, precisely because it involves an overestimation of the extent to which you're in control of how things turn out. This is absolutely central to the managerial explanations of hubris in the modern literature, but it's also absolutely central to many ancient hubris narratives, including the big ones, such as the presentation of Xerxes' expedition against Greece in Aeschylus and in Herodotus. For the ghost of Darius in Aeschylus, the hubris of Xerxes and his forces culminates in very concrete actions, the sacking of temples and dishonoring the gods, but this is because the Persians have come to believe that their good fortune will continue indefinitely. This explanation, that it's about not realizing how much of a role luck has played in your success to date and assuming that your success will continue because you are responsible for it, this explanation echoes throughout Aeschylus' play, and it also plays a role in Herodotus. Xerxes' ambitions in Herodotus extend to the creation of a Persian empire that equals Zeus's heaven in extent. He's confident that his and his nation's good fortune can only continue. He says that God is guiding the Persians' destiny for the best, and all the Persians have to do is follow. Notoriously, his uncle Artabanus urges caution and warns of divine resentment, thonos, with regard to humans who think big, and he represents this attitude, again, as hubris. So these are textbook cases of hubristic leadership. We see the effect of previous success, the failure to recognize the role of luck in success, megalomaniac ambitions, and unrealistically optimistic beliefs that these ambitions can be achieved, and a reckless attitude towards risk. But there's one additional factor on which I'll end. In downplaying the role of chance and minimizing risk, ancient and modern hubristi are also implicitly or explicitly inflating their own role in their success. They mistake luck for fortune. The idea that we would generate a cadre, a class, a dominant section of society that would do precisely this, that they would take their good fortune, their luck, as merit, was one of the warnings that Michael Young's dystopian satire of 1958, The Rise of the Meritocracy, was meant to warn against. But that warning went unheeded, and meritocracy became, without any irony whatsoever, a rallying cry of leaders and opinion formers across the political spectrum from the left to the right. Recent years have seen a flurry of denunciations of meritocracy in these works here on the screen, all emphasizing that the nightmare that Young foresaw has now come to pass. So maybe some of you are thinking that meritocracy is a great thing. The case against meritocracy is twofold. First, it doesn't work. Entrenched forms of inequality ensure that some people have many more opportunities to develop and demonstrate what counts as merit than other people do. The playing field of equal opportunity is never really level, because meritocratic mechanisms can be gamed by those who have wealth and power. But the more fundamental argument is that even if it did work, meritocracy wouldn't be desirable. It might be desirable to appoint your next lecturer in classics, but it's not desirable as a system by which to run your polity, because it's unjust and because it's socially divisive. It exalts certain skills and qualities over other skills and qualities and privileges some citizens over others. It doesn't treat all members of society as free and equal. It sets winners against losers in ways which are inimical to the common good. In both its ideal form and in the flawed practical steps that societies have taken to bring it about, meritocracy entrenches and perpetuates injustice and inequality. The rise of meritocratic ideology has coincided with the huge increases in material inequality that have characterized the UK and the US in particular since the 1970s. The myth that meritocracy obtains has coincided with a massive decline in the social mobility that it allegedly promotes. Several critics point out that this has also brought a substantial decline in recognition and respect for the traditional skills of working-class industrial communities. But only Michael Sandel, I think, has described this in terms of hubris. He calls it meritocratic hubris. Meritocratic hubris generalizes the talents and skills in which merit supposedly lies and makes those the things that matter most for all of society. It entails at best indifference towards and at worst contempt for those who fail to manifest the qualities that meritocracy deems meritorious. Sandel's account deserves particular attention, I think, because his is the one approach, the one contemporary approach to the application of the classical notion of hubris that really pays sufficient attention to the second personal, relational, socio-political aspects of the concept. Though the psychological and the business studies approaches to hubris do sometimes refer to the hubristes as contempt for others and their views, they rarely give the second personal aspect, the aspect of disrespect or contempt, its due. They don't fully accommodate Aristotle's accurate observation that ancient hubris is a way of going wrong about other people's claims to honor as well as about your own claim to honor. Though the Daedalus Trust approach to hubris was developed by a politician and applied originally to political leadership, it gives hubris only a limited role in politics. Sandel gives it a much more fundamental role, one that reflects its importance not only in ancient politics, but also in ancient norms of social interaction and in ancient popular and philosophical ethics. Sandel is also right to see meritocratic hubris against the background of an economy of esteem and the politics of recognition. He cites Axel Honneth, Emil Durkheim, and Hegel for the fundamental insight that the pursuit of social justice is driven by the struggle for recognition. And Sandel observes that economic concerns are not only about money in one's pocket. They're also about how one's role in the economy affects one's standing in society. Working class voters want a greater measure not of distributive justice necessarily, but also of contributive justice, an opportunity to win the social recognition and esteem that goes with producing what other people need and value. In referring at the same point in his argument to the recognition of all citizens' contribution to the common good, of course, Sandel refers to Aristotle. And indeed, Aristotle was also a critic of meritocratic hubris. We saw already that for Aristotle, hubris and the failure to appreciate the role of luck in your success go hand in hand. But he also makes it clear that this also involves illegitimate forms of contempt for the claims of other people that are a major source of socio-political division. The hubris that's typical of the rich, the noble, the powerful, and the beautiful not only leads them to believe that they deserve the esteem and recognition that they get on the basis of these qualities, they also feel that they deserve esteem on the basis of other qualities as well. And that leads them to contempt for other people's claims. And so the rich, thinking that their wealth is a measure of their worth, believe themselves worthy of other things as well, in a way which is both arrogant and hubristic. And as Aristotle puts it, in a nutshell, the character that belongs to wealth is that of a lucky fool. The political implications of this are played out in Book 5 of the Politics, where stasis, civil strife, is explained in terms of competing and partial notions of equality or justice based on proportion, analogia, or based on value or worth, axia. Though Democrats, according to Aristotle, go wrong in arguing that their equal status as free-born individuals entitles them to equality in all respects, oligarchs make a complementary mistake in believing that their superiority in only one respect, namely wealth, entitles them to superiority in other respects. This is the error that in the rhetoric makes them lucky fools. It leads them to seek more honor than they deserve, and so it leads them to hubris. And stasis is the typical result when individuals who consider themselves free and equal members of the community feel that their claims to recognition are being held in contempt by those whose good fortune fosters an inflated sense of entitlement. So, not only do ancient and modern concepts of hubris share a solid conceptual core, but in fact, dialogue between them can be productive in making us reflect on our profession as classicists and on our current predicament as citizens of increasingly polarized and unequal societies. I think we probably can't claim that classics inevitably makes us more reflective, self-critical, or open-minded people, but it can do. It doesn't always. Though there's plenty in the subject matter of our discipline that was originally used and still is used to perpetuate deplorable forms of inequality, there's also a great deal in our discipline that can help us interrogate and challenge the politics of inequality and exclusion. Probably the dominant theme in these contemporary criticisms of meritocracy, so there you've got Markovits and Sandel, and I've added also Peter Mandler, who actually quite likes meritocracy, but he realizes it's not working. The dominant theme in these critiques is the role of education, especially higher education, and especially heavily marketized forms of higher education in the development of meritocratic elitism. Those of us who teach classics in the UK or perhaps in the US, in the universities there, are often complicit in providing the credentials of meritocracy for an elite that's increasingly divorced from the rest of society. I was very struck to be asked to fill in a survey on behalf of the British Academy about the social origins of Fellows of the British Academy. And by way of illustration of how this would be a useful exercise and what the results might be, they shared the results of a previous exercise conducted on the Fellowship of the Royal Society. And the number of people of working class origin who have been elected as Fellows of the Royal Society has been declining steadily over the last 40 years, to the extent that in the last few years, there has not been a single one. And there's a time lag in that. These are people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. So this is a phenomenon that has deep roots in our society, in which we now educate an elite, and we elect members of that educated elite to serve us in our democratic institutions who do not resemble the largest part of the population they govern. Elite higher education is one of the main ways in which existing inequalities are leveraged to justify and entrench inequality. The other one in my country, of course, is elite private secondary education. The practice of classics in most parts of the developed world is typically geared to the performance and enhancement of forms of social and cultural capital from which most people are included. Classics can't escape its implication in the politics of recognition. Mainstream classics does tend to foster varieties of antiquarianism whose practitioners spend most of their time, most of their working lives, talking about things that matter only to other classicists. We shouldn't be in this game just to talk among ourselves. We can't hope to understand the ancient world in a vacuum from our own contemporary concerns and commitments. The subjects we study and the politics of our discipline raise issues on which ancient and contemporary theories and concepts can indeed be brought into genuine and productive dialogue. And this will have fundamental implications, and should have fundamental implications, for our practice, not just as scholars, but also as citizens. Thanks very much.
Douglas, thank you. We have time for a couple of questions.
Thank you, Douglas. This was fascinating. A short question. All these people who were or showed hubris in their life, in their career, are connected with failure. This is an old pattern in ancient literature. We know it from ancient literature. And there is now a tendency to say that, quoting Samuel Beckett, fail again, fail better. So failure has become a merit too. Do you think this is a pattern that we find in ancient literature or philosophy or whatever, or is this a modern development?
It's an interesting question. I'd like to turn it in a slightly different way because I think it is relevant to pursuing this dialogue between ancient and modern hubris. In a lot of the modern hubris literature, and there is a lot of that literature now, there are lots of self-standing articles being published on a regular basis. There's a very strong emphasis in some schools of thought on the bright side of hubris. Always look on the bright side of hubris. There is no bright side of hubris in the ancient world. And as you say, in the ancient world, hubris is diagnosed from its results. It's diagnosed either from the fact of catastrophe, ate, in that sense, ruin, or it's diagnosed from its negative effects on other individuals, from the contempt, the belittlement that you show towards those individuals. So there's no bright side of ancient hubris. And I think that means that there can be no thought in the ancient world that it would be a good idea to be hubristic as a means of acquiring some kind of positive experience. But that is in fact precisely what a lot of the modern business studies people say. So they do believe that you can tell where hubris exists before bad stuff happens. So you can meet Steve Jobs, let's say, and you will decide that Steve Jobs is a hubristes, and yet you will draw the conclusion that the fact that he is a hubristes, maybe a bit of a pain in the arse, is somehow good for his business. But that, I think, is one of the ways in which modern hubris does diverge very substantially from ancient. What's going on in those cases, I think, is a lack of, one of the topics that was raised earlier on under a different name, a lack of what we might call epistemic humility. And of course, a lack of epistemic humility is something we're all familiar with as academics as well. So I think there's probably an academic hubris as well as a meritocratic hubris. But the point of ancient warnings about hubris, I think, is to inculcate epistemic humility. And epistemic humility, I think, should also inculcate epistemic justice. If you realize that your own voice is one voice among many, that other people have things to say as well as yourself, then you should be ready and willing to give those other people a voice and a chance to speak. And that, I think, precludes the idea that there might be something positively beneficial in failing by means of failing to observe those types of constraint.
Richard is next.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that splendid talk. You came close to, but skirted Aristotle's Poetics. And I think in the Poetics one can actually see him approaching towards, and if you put together things in the Politics with other evidence as well, a theory that tragedy would be for adults a sort of education to try to protect you against hubris, to make you put yourself in the shoes of someone who is being very fortunate and made a horrible mistake and, you know, fallen into complete opposite of where they started out.
Absolutely,
So I just wanted to say that. And then I wanted to say that maybe in all these modern analyses of hubris, of modern hubris, they're missing one of the biggest problems, and that is that they're not looking at the former Soviet Union, at Russia. I mean, the inequality that arose in Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union, which was openly promoted by Western interests who wanted to prioritize the making of money over the proper institution of democratic systems to check extreme inequality, caused the kind of disaster that we've got now. And I mean, it's nice to go from Boris Johnson to Donald Trump with his 2 scoops of ice cream when everybody else could only have 1 at dinner. But really, the arch manipulator behind the rise of both of them is sitting in the Kremlin. And this was proved by Carol Cadwallader in The Guardian, and it's amazing how few people in Britain seem to know about it.
I think that's right, yeah. I don't know of any, there are studies of businesses that have failed after the Wende in Eastern Europe. I don't know of any on Russia in particular, but I do know that David Owen has now turned to Putin. So he's said quite a lot about Trump, in fact. But in the book that we're currently putting together, that we hope will be published maybe next year by Cambridge University Press, Owen has written an afterword in which Putin is his prime example of this form of hubris. And the point you made, Richard, about tragedy, I think, is very germane. So I know we try and resist grand narratives about the function of tragedy and all the rest of it. But one of the functions of that institution in the broad sense, so the fact that tragedy was a mass popular event at particular times of the year in significant religious festivals, and gathered a very substantial original audience and then very substantial subsequent audiences, meant that the Athenian state was creating opportunities more than once a year, obviously major occasion once a year, other occasions too, but creating these institutional opportunities to examine what happened, what becomes of the lack of epistemic humility, what becomes of the lack of sophrosyne, what becomes of the deludedness of ate and hubris and all these things. And I've had it put to me that by fellow classicists that this is a compartmentalized thing. Okay, it's tragedy, but it doesn't spread. It's not part of the mainstream belief of that culture. And then I would ask myself, why is it then that we see so much of it in forms of discourse that are very different from tragedy, such as historiography? Why does this notion of fallibility and the role of luck rather than merit in success and failure, why does it recur again and again and again in Greek historiography too?
Very quick last question, please.
Thank you very much, Jacques. I greatly enjoyed your talk. A very quick question. By your criteria, are women excluded from hubris?
I didn't quite hear the last bit, Margaret.
Women, can women be hubristic by, by the criteria you presented?
Yeah, I think women can be
somehow
guilty
it
of
looks
hubris.
as if it only concerns men.
Well, I mean, empirically, in the ancient sources, that's not the case. So there are plenty of examples of female hubris. And in fact, one of the ones I like and trot out again and again is the case of Helen and the Trojan women. as described by Hecuba.
Ate. In Homer, she has ate. It's not hubris.
In the Trojan Women, she's accused of hubrisdein because she gets from Sparta to Troy. She's then the lady of the household, the queen of the household, and she puts on airs and graces, and that's described as hubrisdein by Hecuba there. So clearly there are differentiations of power and success and achievement between women and other women and between women and men, just as there are now. I mean, to be even more controversial, if I could be even more controversial, so I am very much an intersectionalist on these matters. We've seen the recent figures in the UK of the discrepancies in pay between working class academics and academics of different backgrounds, and we've also seen that those discrepancies are compounded by other inequalities. So if you're working class and female, it's worse. If you're working class female and black, it's worse. If you're working class female, black and disabled, it's worse. And yet, EDI in our discipline, equality, diversity and inclusion in our discipline in the UK, is obsessed with gender. And it's obsessed with gender on the part of people who tick one box, but don't tick all the others, and tick very few of the others, in fact. And there's a tendency to talk about white males, for example, as though all white males are absolutely equal, and no white male comes from any kind of background which has suffered any kind of inequality. So I think there are contemporary female hubristae as well.
Douglas, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll go straight on. Jacqueline Fabre-Serres from Lille, who's going to talk to us about desire and sexual violence and the metamorphoses, which seems to follow smoothly from hubris.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I can. Thank you. Thank you for the organizer of this wonderful conference. I was honored to be here. My text is on the screen, and you could see him. As any society is structured by the division between the sexes in all areas of public and private activity, since the ancients themselves seem to have identified the masculine and feminine as social categories, applying the modern concept of genre in the study of antiquity involves engaging in a double process of historicization to understand how gender categories was conceptualized and used in ancient society, and of comparison, reason illuminating for our knowledge both of the past and of the present society and culture. Alors, excuse me, because that's those don't that's those. I have to use the mouse, but on the it's not no that's not no. Okay, maybe I hope so my paper focuses on Ovid, the poet who in Rome was most interested in the relation between men and women. Since the 1964 study of Paris, Ovid metamorphoses violence in a pastoral landscape, the topic violence and rape in Ovid Metamorphoses had received serious scholarly attention. In her seminal paper, Reading Ovid's Rape in 1992, Amy Richling wrote, "We must ask how we are to read texts like those of Ovid. Thy text pleasure is violence, a question that challenges not only the canon of Western literature, but all representation. In the United States, there is always an ongoing debate on whether and how it is possible to read and teach Ovid today, since his vivid depiction of rape and sexual assault might be potentially offensive for some students. I had that the last week in France, there were many demonstrations against violence to women. There were many people in this demonstration, and so how to teach Ovid is the current question. In Rome, at law, rape was classified as a form of violence and covered by the Lex Julia de Republica, which was probably established around 45 BCE. As noted by Shaylon Daylon, the characterization of rape as a criminal violence suggests that it was seen as an offense against public order to be punished by society. The most famous Roman rape was that of Lucretia by Sextus Tarquinius. In Livy's account, this rape is held up as a symbol of royal abuse and the pretext for revolt against tyranny and for the establishment of a republic. In this account, Lucretia explained that she absolves herself of wrongdoing, peccato, but not a punishment, supplicio. As Daylon points out, the reasoning attributed by Livy to Lucretia, in which the concept of culpa is defined by intention rather by action, no blame is attached to an unwilling partner, seems to reflect the thinking of his own times. What about Ovid? Presumably, he shares Livy's point of view on rape, which is the same as ours. Rape is a crime of which the victim is not guilty. But now that we are deeply concerned about the bodily, psychological, and emotional damage wrought by rape, we can't help but wonder whether or not Ovid also shares this perception, especially as he gives vivid description of sexual violence against women. In my opinion, to answer this question, as for Livy, we have to take into account how Ovid tells these rapes, which were a current topic in many mythological stories. This perspective is all the more relevant since Ovid tells in detail more of the story collected in the Metamorphoses, whereas the ancient poets generally refer to myths only by alluding to this or that motif or episode taken as an example. Ovid set up a new way of telling story in their entirety by allocating the events in successive narrative sequences, in which he summarizes them or relates them in the form of scene. Many stories of rape or attempted rape told in the Metamorphoses, you have the list, share the following sequences. A girl is seen and desired by a god. She rejects his sexual advances and tries to run away, generally in vain. I will argue that the choices made by Ovid when he tells story of rape creates and combines narrative sequences, both when they are similar and when they are different, are a key element in understanding his position on sexual violence against women, but also what he expected of his reader. I will take as an example how Ovid told the story of Hermaphroditus and that of Arethusa, respectively victims of the violent desire of woman, Salmacis, and of a man, Alphaeus. It cannot be pure coincidence that both stories share some narrative sequences. In my opinion, these similarities are meant to suggest the reader compare these two stories of rape, in which either a boy or a girl falls victim of a violent desire, victoriously fulfilled in both cases. I argue that comparing how Ovid relates this in detail, the action, word, and behavior of female and male rapists and victims can help us better analyze and understand his position on desire and rape. At the beginning of the story, at our beautiful, apparently lovely place, The protagonist, boy and girl, finds a pond on a river in a beautiful, apparently solitary way. Eager to visit unknown places and to see unknown rivers, Hermaphroditus wanders in career when he arrives near extraordinary transparent water surrounded by green grasses. You see here a pond whose water is translucid until the bottom. Arethusa leaves the Stymphalian forest exhausted by the hunt and the heat when she sees a river of extraordinary clarity, with aquas perspicuous ad humum. Both places seem to be lonely, but they are inhabited. In the first place lives a nymph, Salmacis. In the second place lives the god of the river. At two different moments in his account, Ovid emphasizes how Hermaphroditus and Arethusa behave with recklessness in this beautiful place, since they believe they are alone. The boy moves in all carefreeness in the meadow near the pond. Arethusa enjoys swimming and plays with reckless abandon when she thinks she is alone in the river. Swimming naked in extraordinarily clear waters is another common point between the two protagonists. Ovid describes in detail how the boy and the girl soak their feet in the water, then take off their clothing using twice similar words. I have made these words in italics. As you can see, I continue for lack of time. The result is the same. Since they are naked, the boy and the girl arouse the desire of the nymph and the god who inhabits this water. In both stories, the inhabitants of the water behave in the same way. When she sees Hermaphroditus, Salmacis wishes to possess him. When she saw the boy, and as soon as she saw him, she wishes him to be hers. Later, in his account, Ovid stresses the strength of her desire when she is hidden in a bush and sees Hermaphroditus swimming naked. It is at this moment that he is attractive, and Salmacis is burning with desire for his naked beauty. Alphaeus is hidden in this river. Ovid describes how he suddenly manifests his presence in a frightening way. I don't know what murmur coming from the middle of the water. When Arethusa, terrified, reaches the shore, his first word and his hoarse voice betray his desire and his intention to fulfill this desire immediately. Where are you running away to, Arethusa? I continue. Also, the two episodes share narrative details that differ in other respects, such as the source of voice, who is telling the story, and the choice of point of view. Both stories are told by two secondary female narrators, Alcitoe, one of the daughter of Minyas, and Arethusa. The first story is told by Alcitoe in the third person. The second story is told in the first person by the rape victim, Arethusa, recounts her experience and feeling, with the result that the reader himself experiences this emotion from within. All the story purely told by donc Ovid tells the encounter between Hermaphroditus and Salmacis. All the story purely told by the Minyans, Pyramus and Thisbe, Helios, Leucotoe and Clytia, are about love and desire and their strength. The strength of Salmacis' desire is suggested by a single line I have already quoted, in which Ovid describes her vision on the boy and its immediate effect. She wishes to possess him. Don Fowler has commented about Salmacis' behavior. Salmacis' intolerance of delay, mora, and refusal to defer pleasure is hardly a female characteristic, but more a mark of the male. His opinion is shared by Jean-Pierre Rossati. I disagree with them. Salmacis is clearly presented by Ovid as capable to delay the fulfillment of her desire twice. The first time, when she sees the boy, Ovid specifies that before approaching him, also she's eager. She takes care of her appearance, clothes, and face in order to seduce him. However, she did not approach him. Also, she was impatient to approach him. before having taken care of her appearance, before having cast a singular glance around her veil, before having composed her face. Then she also takes the time to compose a speech to convince him to have sex with her. Ovid chooses Salmacis with a very skillful discourse, inspired by that of Ulysses to Nausicaa. This seductive male speech is adapted to the situation of the both protagonists, after alluding to the happiness of his relative, his brother and his nurse, as well as the future fiancé of Hermaphrodicus. Salmacis directly expresses his passion for him. If you are another female lover, allow me a furtive pleasure. If not, I be your female lover, and let's enter the same bed. As the boy remains silent, she constantly asks for kisses. The boy refuses, and she leaves. The second encounters take place when Salmacis is hidden in a bush and sees the boy naked. Her eyes are again the vehicle of her desire. Their brilliant sparkle is compared to the ray of the sun, extraordinarily dazzling when reflected by the mirror. Alcitoe stresses again on the strength of Salmacis' desire and on the fact that she succeeds with difficulty, but she managed to contain her desire until the situation is favorable. The quotation is, with difficulty she bears to accept a time, with difficulty she postpones the time of her joys, now she wishes to put her arm around him, now she contains bodily her madness. So, Hermaphroditus makes the mistake of immersing himself in the waters of her pool. At this time, Salmacis let out a cry of victory and jumped in the water. When she attempts to possess him sexually, Hermaphroditus reacts with a frankly fighting effort to safeguard the integrity of his being. Alcitoe describes the struggle between Hermaphroditus and Salmacis by comparing him to the fight between a snake and an eagle. When Ovid tells the story through a secondary narrator, of course, of intertextual allusion must be attributed to Ovid and not to the fictitious character, as they are intended for his own readership. It is, therefore, Ovid and not Alcitoe who take up some words used by Propertius to describe the Boread sexual attack against Hylas in Propertius' Elegy 1-2. Here is a list of the shared expressions in italics. I will not comment. As a result of this expression, female behavior is again compared to male behavior. At the end, the nymph triumphs because she implores the god to achieve the hoped-for union, and the gods respond favorably to her wish. The union of Salmacis and Hermaphroditus experiences with horror on the part of the man result in the abolition of all differences between lovers. It should be noticed that this situation corresponds exactly to the ideal never reached but pursued by all lovers, according to Lucretius. This ideal could be discussed. The important word as and go in the body of the other with their whole body. Some Ovidian expressions in his narrative apparently refer to Luce Christian's description of love. You have the list in italic. When he sees that the two bodies are now joined in a persistent embrace, Hermaphroditus begs his mother and his father that his fate be shared by any man who immerses himself in the water, that is, he becomes a semi-weir. Whose main feature is the molitia, the female characteristic par excellence. To conclude, as I already said, the account attributed to Alcitoe revolved around Salmacis' desire and all the means she deploys to achieve her goal. According to Carol Newlands, all the stories told by the daughter of Minyas validate the live shows by the three sisters who reject the irrational passion and related forces that are associated with Bacchus and Venus. In this context, it seems significant that the female narrator, Alcitowé, described in detail, but from outside, that is to say, objectively, the resistance and struggle of Hermaphroditus to escape the sexual union with Salmakis. She apparently showed no empathy for his desperate efforts and does not condemn Salmakis' attack. Moreover, her purpose was not moral. She shows this story only because of its seductive novelty, dulci novitate. Of course, all the narrative choices affect the reader's judgment, as we will see in the story of Arethusa. What happens when Arethusa discovers the presence of Alphaeus in the river? She runs away, but she is chased by the god. First, she compares herself to a dove and the god of the hops. This kind of comparison to hunting in common in rape story. Arethusa crosses the Peloponnese, of which she enumerates the mounds and towns, and Alphaeus runs behind her. Since the whole story is told from her point of view, Alphaeus is reduced to what Arethusa perceives of him, a long shadow stretching out before her. I saw a long shadow just before my feet, unless it was my sphere that saw that. It is the shadow illusion of reality. She does not know, but the sound of Alphaeus' footstep is very real. But what is certain is that the sound of his footstep terrified me, and also his strong panting breath near her heart. A violent panting breath was blowing on the band of my hair. As in the story of Salmakis and Hermaphroditus, the god responds favorably to human requests, but in the case of Arethusa, divine aid is finally ineffective. When Arethusa implores Diana to rescue her, the goddess is moved and throws a thick cloud around her. But Alphaeus does not move. Twice he rotates around the cloud, twice he calls the nymph. She is terrified. The god does not leave. Since each event is seen through Arethusa's eyes, the reader shares all the emotion as he himself was Arethusa. As an effect of her growing fear, her body is drenched with a cold sweat. She describes in detail this phenomenon, which is so strong and so fast that she literally liquefies. And it less time does it take to tell it, now I am changed into water. Unfortunately, that is the end of the story. The metamorphosis of Arethusa into a pool, it immediately used by the god, Alphaeus becomes a river. Again, and like Salmakis, he succeeds in uniting with the object of his desire. Diana opens up the heart for Arethusa to escape and bring her to the surface in Sicily. Arethusa no longer speaks about Alphaeus, but the reader knows well what has happened. When Arethusa appears in the song of the Muses, Ovid refers to her as Alphaias, which implies that she belongs to him. Conclusion. In these two narratives through the eyes of the female narrator, Ovid confuses on female desire in the first story, on the fear of the pursued girl in the second story. From Ovid's portrait of Salmakis, what can we conclude about his thought on the nature of female desire? His description of a sexually attractive woman who, like men in the same situation, instantly aims to possess the object of her desire, suggests that desire is the same for all, men and women. He chose to use male referent, Ulysses, the sun, and the Boreads, to describe Salmakis' behavior or reaction goes in the same direction. Ovid had previously offered a similar point of view in the Ars Amatoria when he explained that men were accustomed to make the first erotic initiatives, but otherwise, as is the case for animals, women will soon take the role and sexually solicit potential male partner. In other terms, sexual reserve is not due to female character or nature, merely to conventional social behavior. However, in the same passages, Ovid developed the idea, also expressed by Virgil and Propertius, that female desire is different from male desire as women in love are unable to control themselves. Here, on the contrary, Ovid repeatedly highlights Salmachi's ability to delay until the situation is favorable. The internal narrator of the cycle, in which the story of Salmachis is included, the three daughters of Minyas, as described as particularly interesting in the good or bad use of delay. This issue is consistent with the conception of the terrible power of love. In all the story, the Minyas tell, men do not know how to make good use of delay. Pyramus is late, then he kills himself Necmora, causing the death of Thisbe. The son, once strung by love, cannot restrain his desire, that long use il est moratus. Salmachis is the only one who does manage to postpone a desire, even if she does it with difficulty. Since Ovid describes female desire as similar to male desire, should we conclude that there is nothing specific in the way in which women feel and express their desire, with only one difference, how their day will delay? In other terms, is Ovid revealing an equality in sexual behavior, which should have been restrained and dissimulated by Rome's moral code and laws? Are women like men, but men do not know it? It can be a little disturbing that women are portrayed as capable of using violence to achieve their desire. Ovid wanted to serve as spokesperson for women by describing their feelings and emotions. Choosing to have Arethusa tell her story makes the reader relive her experience of the event and share her grand attempt to escape and her increasing fear until her final dissolution. Can we speak of empathy? In my opinion, this narrative shows aim to create empathy in the reader. What is more, while her rape story is told by the victim, the main narrator is also a woman, Calliope. The rape story of Arethusa is indeed included in another rape story, or more exactly, in a story of a girl forcibly taken as a wife, that of Proserpina, told by Calliope. In her search for her daughter, the goddess Ceres is helped by two women. The first is Cyane, who instance Proserpina's belt over the surface of the water. The second is Arethusa, who reveals to Ceres that she saw Proserpina in the underworld. Through these narrative choices, in the Song of Calliope, Ovid highlights not only female solidarity, but also other experiences of male violence. Cyane attempted to stop Pluto's chariot when he took Proserpina away, claiming that he had made a mistake. He should have asked for Proserpina's consent, Roganda, not Rapienda. And she gives, as an example, the conduct of her husband, the river Anapus. However, it was after having been overcome by his request, Exorata, that I became his wife, not having been terrified, exterita, like Proserpina. Pluto does not restrain his hunger. He beats the water, he merges his chariot, and opens the heart to join his kingdom. As pointed out by Leo Courant, the response of Pluto is cast in the language of rape. See aussi Sharok for this passage. Then Cyane suffers the same fate as Arethusa. Her deep sorrow for Proserpine rape, raptam deam, and the outraged right of her thoughts, contempta fontis jura sui, have the effect that she literally bursts into tears, and like Arethusa later, she's liquefied so that nothing remains for her that can be grasped. This passage seems to me very important, both for the emphasis on the prior consent necessary before a sexual union and of the use of the legal term jura. Ovid is not as distant from us as some contemporary critics believe. Ovid's complex narrative construction are part of the subtle dialogue he sought to create with his readers. The reader should not try to interpret Ovid's personal position on rape without considering all the narrative and rhetoric choices he makes in his story, and without reading each story in relation with the other. Ovid's complex narrative construction resulting from its choice to vary narrative voice and point of view has the effect of prompting readers, in his time but also today, to think for themselves and discuss with other readers about the situation, character, and outcomes. In other words, in my opinion, reading Ovid's rape story is still possible today and means debating his text. Returning to the two stories, it is striking that it varies the situation while keeping the same female point of view. Since he seems to aim to create empathy when he tells the story of Arethusa, I believe that he felt this empathy himself. However, can we dismiss all suspicion? It had been argued that there is a certain fascination and perhaps a certain perversity in describing in detail how fear totally fills the heart and the body of a woman when she is pursued or raped. It is not easy to answer, but interesting to ask, and it also applies to us. When reading a description of rape or seeing images of the film, what about the feelings of sympathy experienced by readers and spectators? Can horror mingle with pleasure? It is difficult to disentangle the complexity of emotion arising by victims of violence in readers and spectators. In my view, since the question cannot be answered with certainty, regarding Ovid and his reader, but also contemporary readers, I will give Ovid the benefit of the doubt. His way of telling rape story provides us with more evidence, in my opinion, to suggest that his text aimed to create empathy with the female point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Yes, we have time for a couple of questions. Edith.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. That was a tour de force showing how important it is to keep poets that have sometimes been, we have been told by certain kinds of feminist classicists, should not be being read anymore. Tour de force. But my answer is a bit more for you to develop how modern debates, how this can be useful. If we're talking, if we're talking the future of classics, do you have a viewpoint about how this kind of discussion should be described? We've seen the move from originally images and reflections of women courses, then that was supplanted by gender, that we have to do relative models of gender, and that has now, as we would briefly discuss this morning, apparently been displaced by not just sexuality and before sexuality, but queerness and LGBTQ and the whole painful trans debates that are going on. What's your view now on the position of the study of women's subjective experience in antiquity? Where should we put it in classics? Can it help us solve a world where we're seeing steps backwards in North America, Iran and Afghanistan, and no steps forward in China?
It is difficult. I don't know exactly how to answer this question. It's a big one, yes. It was only a speech in order to open the discussion. We have to continue after between us and between students and between this big.
We can, of course, continue between ourselves, but I would like to hear some of the, by far, male majority in this room say where they think the study of women, in particular, belongs in terms of securing the future of classics.
Well, the first person who's going to speak is Lucia.
Well, I wasn't going to answer Edith's question, but it may tie together. I don't know. Thank you, Jacqueline. I really think that Ovid did have empathy, I mean, on my own readings. But I wanted to ask the following. I mean, if you read stories of rape, even, you know, court records, they seem to converge in one thing, that victims of rape do not remember anything. And sometimes witnesses do not remember because it is so shocking. So I think that Ovid must have some idea about that, I mean, maybe. And I wonder if there is another political level here, if all these Augustan reforms are playing into his take, you know, on these rapes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, I have not understood the question. You have a question or only it seems to me you
Thank
have
you. If Augustan reforms on morals, if all this Augustan suppression on society has something to do with the way Ovid treats this?
I don't know, because the question of the Julian law and explication is very complicated with it's difficult because in my opinion it's not enfin disagree with this legislation. Enfin, seems to me it's a problem for him the other reader and writers about love. So I don't know. That means the problem is this an issue in Roman society, but everybody who what I have, when I read about that, we don't know what was the impact of the Julian law and what was even the goal, except to have children, but for the rest, it's not clear.
Okay, well, I think we are already into the next session. So I think, Lucia, you're chairing the next session. Shall we have a 10-minute break? Okay, so we'll start again at 2:45, but let's thank all our three speakers again very much.
Good evening. Welcome to the penultimate session of this stimulating conference. Our first speaker is Roderick Beaton, who's a fellow at King's College London now, but he has held the Corais chair for 30 years, from 1988 to 2018. He has been elected a Fellow of the British Academy, and to this Corais chair, he gave new meaning, and or he gave the chair the original meaning. But in anyhow, he has done an awful lot for modern Greek studies, and not only. And for all these reasons, he was honored. He was honored as a commander of the Order of Honor by the President of the Greek Republic, Professor Beaton.
Καλησπέρα σας. Αξιότιμοι σύνεδροι, αγαπητοί φίλες και φίλοι, όπως είναι η σειρά μου τώρα να εκφράσω τις θερμές ευχαριστίες μου στους όλους τους οργανωτές του συνεδρίου, τον κύριο Ρενγκάκο, τους συναδέλφους από το Κέντρο Ελληνικής Γλώσσας και την Ακαδημία Αθηνών, και τόσο για την πολύ φιλική και τιμητική πρόσκληση να παραβρεθώ μαζί σας απόψε, επίσης για την άψογη διεξαγωγή του συνεδρίου. And reverting to the language of the conference, I will add to these somewhat conventional words of thanks, which are nonetheless heartfelt, a particular thank you, because looking at the program and looking around the room, I have the impression I may be the only speaker at this conference who cannot actually be called a classicist. Time was, I'll be honest with you, there was a time when I came very close to maybe becoming one. I actually chose a different path. So the angle from which I am going to approach the subject that we've all been discussing is inevitably slightly tangential. I think perhaps a little bit of the Greek poet Cavafy standing at a slight angle to the universe. Perhaps coming from my modern Greek studies background, I hope you will forgive me for a slight tangential approach to the universe of classical studies. And I'm very pleased, but I'm particularly pleased and honored to be included in this company. So my title is Civilization or Civilizations, plural, New Contexts for the Ancient Greek Achievement. The ancient Greeks, for once, did not have a word for it. Civilization comes via French from a Latin word meaning civic or civil, and that in turn derives, as we heard earlier, from the Latin for citizen. In the 18th century, the time of the Enlightenment in Europe, those two closely related qualities of urban life, and particularly the rights and duties of the citizen, came to be held up as the blueprint for a bright, rational, forward-looking, modern world. In effect, that became the world of the West, as we know it today. The voluminous French Encyclopédie, published between 1751 and 1772, is often taken as a kind of manifesto for the ideas of the Enlightenment. It doesn't have, it has articles on everything you can imagine. It doesn't have a separate article or chapter for civilisation. But the word does appear a number of times in the Encyclopédie, which marvelously the French Academy has put online and is fully searchable. An example for the Academy of Athens, perhaps to follow with some of the treasures of modern Greece. There isn't an article for civilization. The word appears, and most substantively, in an article signed by Louis de Jaucourt, published in 1765, and the actual title of the article is, I think it's in French, it's Vie historique, historical lives. And there, I quote in my rough translation, he presents civilization as, I quote, the gift of the illustrious dead, the sages of antiquity, sacred shades, the objects of veneration. Sounds awfully like dead white men, doesn't it? But that's 1765. Civilization is utterly grounded from the very beginning of the word in modern discourse. It's grounded in Greco-Roman antiquity. He kicks off with Socrates. He goes through all the famous names of first Greek and then Roman antiquity. But that also makes civilization sound like an abstract quality, and one which obviously is deeply embedded in that ancient world, always, of course, viewed through the prism of the 18th century Enlightenment. And ever since that time, the idea has been loosely expanded to embrace all forms of rational inquiry, especially in the sciences, what we would now call technological innovation, though these terms were not available in the 18th century, plus the pursuit of commerce and prosperity, which very much were matters of interest in the 18th century, and an elaborate aesthetics governing the arts, even more thoroughly established in what we now call neoclassicism of that century. Civilization, inverted commas, when we use the word in this abstract, generalized sense today, now means a good deal more, obviously, than just the sum of those keywords. And even during the last 3 centuries, once the word itself had become current, it's often meant rather different things to different groups of people. For some, it means above all the flourishing of the arts, and more or less equivalent to human creativity. The classic 1969 BBC television series and the accompanying book by Kenneth Clark, with that one-word title, Civilization, was in effect a history of the visual arts, as they had developed in Western Europe since the fall of the Roman Empire a millennium and a half ago. In 1919, but not everyone has been so laudatory. In 1919, the American poet Ezra Pound, writing in London in the wake of the First World War, wrote in a famous poem about a botched civilization, an old bitch gone in the teeth. That's more than a century ago now. And moving on a little bit, the father of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud, had been drawn to investigate the pressures brought to bear on ordinary human beings by what he termed, at least, and forgive me for relying on the English translation, which I know has different nuances from the German original, civilization and its discontents. That's a translation, but I think that Freud's discontents in English have almost acquired a life of their own. And more recently, historians such as Neil Ferguson in his 2011 book and TV series, Civilization, the West and the Rest, have focused instead on the political, economic and scientific achievements of the modern Western world. But common to all of these different approaches is the assumption that civilization is an abstract noun and it exists in the singular. In all of these cases, at its origin, whether you approve of it or not, lie the enduring cultural achievements of Greek and Roman antiquity, classics. In the modern British school curriculum, classical civilization, where it still exists, and I hear actually it is very much alive and well, despite the efforts of governments and some people who should know better, classical civilization, in that sense, is actually a tautology. If it's classical, it is civilization, and vice versa. And that's not even getting to those parts of the world and the controversy with which, in a way, we started in this conference on the other side of the Atlantic, with those communities and groups which have attempted either to hijack the study of the classical past to the service of a far-right white supremacist agenda with which they have nothing to do, or to those who have gone to the opposite extreme to try to reject the subject wholesale in, ironically, an apparent validation of that attempted and completely unjustifiable appropriation. I'll unpack that later if you want me to, but I've just tried to be brief. A far more significant and rational challenge to the Enlightenment construction of civilization, a singular, abstract, and uniquely Greco-Roman, comes from the disciplines of archaeology, anthropology, and the social and political sciences. For at least a century now in those disciplines, it's become customary to think of civilization not in the singular or as a distinctively European creation, but also or mainly in the plural. Also in the plural, and shorn of the ethical and political baggage that comes with its particular manifestation in ancient Greece and Rome. Civilizations in the plural are defined by archaeologists and anthropologists very simply and entirely persuasively as complex societies. And once you start looking for those, there are actually an awful lot of them, and potentially you could keep finding more. So from the singularity, from the singular civilization in the abstract, Kenneth Clark, you got an immense proliferation. From the Olmec, the Maya, the Aztecs of Central America, to ancient Mesopotamia, Egypt, to India and China, we know now that civilizations have flourished quite independently of the Greco-Roman antiquity, of that world that we still call classical. Hence, in the UK, the BBC in 2018 brought out an entirely new series, a kind of remake or answer to Kenneth Clark's singular and white male civilization, a series called Civilizations in Precisely the Plural, which tried, one might debate how successfully, but it tried to broaden the spectrum to bring in the civilizations, plural, of the entire globe. And the archaeologist David Wengrow, in a controversial book jointly written with the anthropologist, the late David Graeber, published in 2021, has argued that complex societies, therefore civilizations, in prehistory and in more recent times, have often, in fact, been organized in ways quite different from those famous examples that everybody constantly cites. And these two authors have even, it is controversial, but it's a really interesting conversation, they've challenged even the centrality of cities to the idea of civilization. And in moving from anthropology or archaeology to political science and contemporary history, the American political scientist Samuel Huntington defined a civilization as, I quote, the highest cultural grouping of people and the broadest level of cultural identity people have, short of that which distinguishes humans from other species. So it's above the nation state, above the continent, before you get into other primates. And Huntington's celebrated essay of 1993, The Clash of Civilizations, 3 years later was expanded into the book of the same title, and in that he identified no fewer than 9 different, and according to his view, competing civilizations in existence in the 1990s. In some ways, that book seems rather dated now, but he certainly wasn't wrong about the competition, sadly. These rather different, by now very well established, but also evolving ways of thinking about civilizations in the plural, open up the possibility of alternative perspectives on the cultural achievement, to use a kind of cliche shorthand, of the ancient Greeks. One that is not necessarily in conflict with the view inherited from the Enlightenment, but that has the potential to enrich it by allowing us to view ancient Greek civilization within a much broader set of contexts. Now, you don't need me to tell you that classicists and ancient historians have been doing this already and very effectively for years in a whole variety of ways. I'm not claiming a new discovery. And I do think probably the shining example of this approach from within the field of classics is the enormously burgeoning field of classical reception. And we've heard a good deal about that explicitly and implicitly in the last few days, and most particularly memorably, if I may say so, in the wonderful multilingual and multicultural presentation of very contemporary classical reception by Professor Pontani on the first day. And I was particularly pleased that among all the other examples, Professor Pontani also found room for Dodikomas, Yorgos Seferi, George Seferis, the poet who belongs to this country, and indeed the continuing Greek language. And allow me to add in parenthesis, this is not really where I'm taking the rest of this talk, allow me to add in parenthesis that I still think the elephant in the room of classical reception studies is precisely the reception of Greek antiquity in the Greek language and by people who identify with that language, both in the Byzantine Middle Ages and in modern times. So just flying a little bit of a flag there, but I think the ways I'm endlessly fascinated by the ways in which classical antiquity has been. It lies at it's part of the making of the fabric of modern Greece. Often, I believe, to the detriment of modern Greece itself. I often say this to my Greek friends. Some things the ancient Greeks did not achieve and the modern Greeks did. And one of those is the very fact that we are here in the capital city of a modern state. The ancient Greeks, you know this, they tried sometimes, many of them tried, they never managed to get that together. So I think, as I say, end of parenthesis, but I think the ways in which antiquity has been received, both in the Byzantine Middle Ages and by Greeks, Greek speakers, and in the modern Greek context, in more recent times, is an area for where I think classical reception, the principles of that study, could actually find fertile ground. But as I say, that's not the way I'm going in the last part of this talk. Instead, I want to set out very briefly what seem to be two potentially, perhaps they're new, but distinctive approaches, and they're different from one from the other, that I find useful myself in my own recent and ongoing work. The first of these I will deal with briefly, because it's already in print, and you can judge for yourselves. In my book, The Greeks, A Global History, it was published last year, and forgive me, but I can't help adding that it was published in Greek translation here in Athens just 2 days ago. I'm very proud of that. It was in that book, I took advantage of the minimalist anthropological definition of a civilization as a complex society, to propose that the history of the Greek-speaking people from Mycenaean antiquity right down to today can be understood as the story not of the single foundational civilization that everything else branches out from, but rather of a whole series of different civilizations, partly interlocking, linked by the common denominator of the Greek language, but each one of them also constituted and functioning within the specific historical context of its own time. And there I think I'm perhaps aligning with at least one of the rather marvelous things that Simon Goldhill said at the beginning of his talk about the difference between ourselves and the classics at any civilization, at any time that you're looking at. Almost as interesting as the continuities of what we can learn from it are how different it is, why it's different. And I think the continuity of the Greek language enables us actually to explore the differences among the different political and cultural manifestations that came out of that language in very different historical context. I mean, the argument of that book is that basically the people who've spoken Greek over the millennia have constantly, they didn't just invent everything that we kind of take for granted today, they invented themselves, and they've done it, they've invented and reinvented themselves many times in that long history. Well, that is, of course, just one way to make sense of a very large slice of history, and like any such attempt, it rests on conscious choices, in this case, to privilege the remarkable longevity of the Greek language through a continuous written record. And I didn't, in that book, at least overtly, make any attempt to try to evaluate or to weigh up the achievements of any one of those multiple Greek civilizations against another. And I'm not sure how one would go about it, or indeed whether there would be much point in it. But I did want to put Pericles and the building of the Acropolis inside the same book covers as the anonymous scribes in the service of the Bronze Age palaces, as Marcus Aurelius and Julian the Apostate, as Byzantine iconoclasm and authors such as Michael Psellos in the 11th century and Anna Komnene in the 12th, and certainly in the company of the movers and shapers who since 1821 have created the modern Greek nation-state as we know and love it today. That's one perspective, multiple Greek civilizations piled, if you like, Pelion and Ossa, one on top of the other. The second perspective is more tentative, and this is something I'm working with at the moment. Essentially, it revisits the dichotomy between civilization in the singular and civilizations in the plural, between an abstract idea on the one hand, and on the other, the concrete manifestation of certain types of human society. By all means, when we talk about the civilization of the ancient Greeks, let's recognize it as one among many, both ancient and modern. But precisely when viewed in that context, as one among many, are there objectively identifiable characteristics that might justify us in treating ancient Greek civilization in particular as a defining instance? In other words, as a kind of benchmark against which we can, or to which we can compare any other civilization at any other time, any other place. So very tentatively, and perhaps not very originally, I'm going to suggest three distinctive characteristics. The first is the thread of cultural continuity that runs from classical Greece to classical Rome, to medieval Christendom via the Renaissance, the Reformation, and the Enlightenment, and hence to the globalized Western civilization of today. And here I'm very much echoing the eloquent presentation that began this whole conference from Professor Gerke. The second, which is closely linked, is the fact that for good or ill, and whether indeed we're really allowed to say so or not, no other civilization has yet left its mark on the entire planet, far transcending the limits of Western political dominance, influence, or conquest, even down to today. There's no corner of the world where Western-derived technologies, medicines, even the outward trappings of dress and political language have not penetrated. And I couldn't help thinking that, watching the television pictures of the Chinese Communist Party Congress. They dress in European style with a uniformity that is hardly European, but the suits, men in suits, that comes from Europe, as of course does the rhetoric of a communist people's republic. It may not have been for good, but ideas deriving from Europe and the Enlightenment have gone right around the world. You can't get away from that. The third is a little more complicated, and that's the one I'm going to end with. And here I can't deny some element of subjectivity. It's a subjectivity already in the original sources, but also it's bound into anyone such as you or me who reads these sources in the context of our time. I think you'll see what I mean in a moment. What I'm looking for here is an idea, a set of ideas that has retained its hold on the imagination of generations ever since it first came to be formulated in words that we can still read. So I want to leave you with two short passages, very well known, I'm sure, to everyone here, from the father of history, Herodotus. And these, I suggest, can really help us to define the civilization that began with the Greeks in the 5th century BCE, that in its current form we call Western or European today. It begins, of course, with the Persian Wars and the way that the Greeks began to redefine themselves in their aftermath. Herodotus memorably sets out to record the deeds of men on both sides, and even more important, the causes of their actions. Herodotus' prologue. Why had the Greeks, some of them, resisted the Persian invaders at all? And how did it come about that they'd won? In one of many famous imaginary speeches that Herodotus invents to enliven his narrative, a pair of Spartans confront a Persian dignitary, a satrap, and they give this explanation of their countrymen's motives. You all know this passage. What it is to be a slave you well know from experience, but you have never experienced liberty to find out whether it tastes sweet or not. If you were to experience it, you would be urging us to fight for it not just with spears, but also with axes. And goodness knows what else with now today. Herodotus must have grown up, literally, alongside the new concept, newly coined concept of liberty or political freedom, eleutheria today. The word seems to have become current among the Greeks very shortly after the final battle of Plataea in 479. But liberty, and as Herodotus and his contemporaries understood it, was not absolute or unbounded. In another of those imaginary speeches, no less a person than the exiled, disgraced king of Sparta, Demaratos, addresses King Xerxes himself, and he explains why. Enjoying liberty, eleftheria, the Greeks are not in every respect free. They are subject to law, which they hold in far greater awe than your subjects do you. Face to face, one king to another. It really resonates the way Herodotus tells it. In this way, the political freedom that the Greeks had fought to defend in the Persian Wars became inseparably embedded through Herodotus' text in an older concept fundamental to the Greek polis, namely the rule of law or isonomia. So my third and defining characteristic of ancient Greek civilization, which links it directly to the civilization we call Western today, I argue, is the articulation of a concept of political freedom based upon the rule of law. And with all acknowledgement to the differences that separate the ancient world from the modern and ancient concepts from modern ones, these are the very concepts that are under violent attack in Ukraine today and being defended with people's lives. It matters. It's still going on today. And in that idea, political liberty, limited by the rule of law, and its extraordinary durability across the centuries since Herodotus' text, I would argue lies something, at least, of the future of the past, or the reason why classical studies still matter, which is what we're talking about today. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Thank you, and thank you for leaving plenty of room for questions and dialogue. So please, who would like to make a point or ask a question?
My name is Papakostopoulou from the Greek Ministry of Culture. I work for the Greek Ministry of Culture. I would like to thank you very much for your presentation. Sorry about this mask. I would like to ask you the following. As I understand, the first perspective you presented with was the diachronia of the Greek culture.
Yes?
Diachronia of Greek culture. The second one is a comparative framework of contextualizing the ancient civilization, the ancient Greek culture, as a part or as a generator of the Western civilization. Western, the rest, as you said.
Thank you. Yes, that's a fair summary.
To my understanding, it's very difficult to cope to cope methodologically, how do you propose to cope with the examination of the second perspective in terms of scientific work, let's say? Thank you.
I'm not quite sure where the problem arises with scientific work. I mean, my argument is that the civilization we call Western today does have roots in the Greco-Roman world, despite the many differences that other speakers have highlighted. Much, obviously, of the modern manifestation of that is very different from the ancient world. Modern science is quite unlike ancient science, but it's based on some of the same fundamental principles and probably could not exist without those principles. And what I was suggesting is that in looking at civilizations all across the world and looking comparatively at how they operate or have operated in the past, we can draw certain, we can take certain constants from this particular foundational manifestation here in Greece and compare them with others. It's not in any way, obviously, to downgrade the importance of Greek civilization, but I think part of the problematic that we're discussing at this conference is how, in today's world of competing ideologies, competing perhaps civilizations, certainly radically competing values, how do we maintain, how do we identify those values that we do still hold to, and perhaps distinguish them from others that we don't? So I'm not sure that answered your question, but thank you for the question, and ευχαριστώ τον Υπουργείο που για την παρουσία σας.
Okay, Professor Margalit Finkelberg has a question.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your talk, and I would like to draw your attention in this context that our colleague Marek Wysowski from Poland, I believe many of you know him, a couple of months ago published an article in French, a wonderful essay comparing the Persian words with the situation in Ukraine, just like you did. Highly recommended.
Well, I didn't know that, so thank you very much.
It's a great essay.
Thank you. Other questions? Well, I don't have a question, but I have a point. As you know, we are at a difficult period now, right before the Turkish elections, and Greece is getting threatened all the time. And there are requests, but one of I think he's the head of the military, said, well, if they come, and they say we will come at night without you expecting us. That's the message we get from Ankara. But anyhow, one of the heads of the military branches said, well, come, you'll meet a marathon. So it's...
Indeed, I mean, the threats, the potential for conflict in Ukraine, it's a live conflict. In many parts of the world, certainly in my own country, in Britain, the extraordinary rise in tension between Greece and Turkey in the last few months, I've never seen it mentioned in the press back home. I rely on Kathy Berini to follow, and my Greek friends to follow this. But there is an extraordinary ramping up of rhetoric on the part of the Erdogan administration in Turkey, which actually has literally included threats of firing rockets to land on Athens. And an ecological point for Edith, the argument is all about oil and gas under the sea. I mean, in a world of ecological crisis, global warming, isn't it extraordinary that nations are actually threatening to go to war over whose bit of sea they're allowed to drill underneath? Yeah, well. But thank you for raising that, Lucia. It's not only Ukraine.
In this case, let us Professor Beaton. I'm sorry. Our second speaker is Professor Margaret Finkelberg. She's Professor Emerita from Tel Aviv University. She's a member, she has been elected a member of the Israel Academy, of Humanities and Science. She has been a member since 2005. She has an amazing range in her scholarly interests, from Homer to history via Plato. Very, very impressive. Professor Finkelberg.
Thank you very much for your kind words, and thanks to the organizers for the invitations, and congratulations to Professor Konomins. Let me start with an historical example. In the year 362 of the Common Era, Emperor Julian, the last pagan ruler of the Roman Empire, initiated a law which prohibited Christian educators from teaching classical texts of ancient Greece. Julian's main argument was as follows: it would be immoral to teach Homer and other Hellenic, that is pagan Greek authors, without sharing their religious beliefs. It's number 1 on your handout. When a man thinks one thing and teaches his pupils another, in my opinion, he fails to educate, in the same measure as he fails to be an honest man. As far as we can judge, the law had never been implemented, for in less than a year, Julian was killed in a battle against the Persians, and the Hellenic Renaissance that he tried to set off came to an end. Nevertheless, Julian's school law left so strong an impression on the Christians that they kept discussing it for centuries, invariably interpreting it as an anti-Christian conspiracy designed to deprive them of access to what was dubbed in antiquity Hellenic education, Hellenike Paideia. Thank you. The first to react was Julian's contemporary Gregory of Nazianzus, who in his youth studied in Athens at the same time as the future emperor. Shortly after Julian's death, Gregory issued 2 invectives against the emperor and his reforms. His attack on Julius' school law was especially acrimonious. It's number 2. How did it come into your head, he asked the dead emperor, you silliest and greediest of mortals, to deprive the Christians of the logoi? End quote. Gregory proceeds to argue that, contrary to Julian's claim, Greek language and literature are not the exclusive property of the pagans, but rather constitute a common legacy of all. The emperor's attempt to turn Christians into barbarians wanting in rational thinking, the word alogia is used here, is utterly unacceptable. Note that Gregory's claim that Julian's school law was intended to deprive Christian children of Hellenic Paideia was in fact unfounded. It was the teachers, not the students, who were Julian's target. Everything points in the direction that by this move, he tried to prevent Christianization of classical legacy. I had heritage in the original, but after Simon's talk, I replaced it with legacy. That is its reception in the spirit of the Christian doctrine. To put it in his own words, number 3, I think it is absurd that the men who expound the works of these writers, Homer, Hesiod, Demosthenes, Herodotus, Thucydides, Isocrates, Lysias are mentioned here, should dishonor the gods whom those used to honor, end quote. The Julian's concerns were well justified. We can learn from the address to young men, a famous essay in which Gregory's friend and another fellow student, Basil of Caesarea, admonishes Christian youth to study the cultural legacy of Greece. Here is how its opening part is concluded, number 4. That it is, therefore, that I have come to offer you as my counsel, that you should not surrender to these men once for all the rudder's of your mind, as if of a ship, and follow them wherever they lead. Rather, accepting from them only that which is useful, you should know that which ought to be overlooked. What therefore these things are and how we shall distinguish between them is what I shall teach you from this point on. End quote. In what follows, St. Basil instructs Christian youth how not to be like, quote, those who take poisons along with honey, stopping their ears no less than Odysseus did when he avoided the songs of the sirens, end quote, and paying no attention to what is not suitable for a Christian. There can be little doubt that Gregory of Nazianzus fully shared this approach. Compare, for example, his oration 43, it's number 5. And as we have compounded healthful drugs from certain of the reptiles, so from secular literature we have received principles of inquiry and speculation, tomen exetastikon teke theoretikon, while we have rejected their idolatry, terror, and pit of destruction. End quote. The same attitude will be later adopted by St. Augustine as well as many others. Several decades later, Julian's school law was attacked by the church historian Socrates of Constantinople, or Socrates Scholasticus. His main argument ran as follows. While it is true that Jesus and apostles never regarded Hellenic education, Hellenike paidusis in his version, as issuing from divine inspiration, they also never banned it or claimed it is harmful. Accordingly, by not prohibiting Hellenic education, they left the decision to consideration of those who are interested in it. Moreover, it's number 6, while the scriptures lead those who follow them to piety and the life of purity, they do not instruct us in the art of logoi, technen logiken, which would enable us to successfully withstand those who oppose the truth. End quote. Note that the Christian critics of Julian's school law saw the main benefit of Hellenic paideia in the mastering the art of logoi. From the days of the Sophists, Greek educational tradition was focused on the acquirement of verbal communication skills, a broad semantic field covered by the word logos and its cognates. The formula to be a speaker of words and performer of deeds, milson tereter emenai precterete ergon, which emerges as early as the Homeric Iliad, gives full expression to the Greeks' belief in the importance of the spoken word, provided that it is translated into actions. But the concept of logoi the Sophists introduced also brought to the fore the fact that, as distinct from its synonyms, for example, mythos used in the Homeric verse, logos stands not just for discourse, but specifically for the discourse that is based on argument, that is, on rational thinking. This is the only kind of discourse that leads to persuasion, thereby bestowing power and influence on those who have mastered it. The main idea that the new education conveyed was, therefore, that of social and personal advantages acquired thanks to one's cultivation of verbal skills issuing from argumentative discourse, a gymnastics of the mind, as Isocrates, who several decades later institutionalized this kind of education, put it. Needless to say, the foundation on which this system was based
was the corpus of classical texts. The early Christians were not interested in the Greco-Roman legacy for its own sake, but they were very much interested in that, alongside being good Christians, their children will have access to instruction and training. Gregory's to exetastikon te katheriotikon comes to mind here. It would allow them to successfully cope with both practical and intellectual challenges in their private and public life, as well as to competently discuss and interpret the scripture. All the attempts to replace it with a wholly Christian system of education based on a new corpus of texts, and such attempts did take place, failed to produce a viable alternative to a centuries-long educational tradition. The choice was, therefore, between the adoption of the Hellenic paideia and cultural retrogression. We all know what happened next. Christianity did adopt the Greco-Roman curriculum, and it became one of the foundations of what centuries later came to be known as the Western canon. The historical episode involving Julian school law lies at the crossroads of Western cultural history. Had the law been sustained over a long period of time, the ban on the Christian teachers would have most probably led to marginalization of the classical canon and its eventual demise. The reception of classical tradition in rabbinic Judaism may serve as an example. It is well attested that, parallel to giving their children a traditional Jewish education, some Jews, as a rule members of the elite, also sent them to pagan teachers, of whom Julian's friend Libanius was one, in order that they may acquire elements of Hellenic paideia. Just as their Christian counterparts, the rabbinic authorities regarded the pagan learning as neutral in respect of the religious doctrine and therefore not prohibited it. As a result, not a few members of the Jewish community became closely acquainted with Greco-Roman cultural tradition. Yet, Hellenic paideia had never been integrated into the Jewish system of education. As a result, the role it's played in the Jewish tradition has been next to negligible. It is reasonable to suppose that the same or a closely similar result would have been obtained had the Christian purists prevailed. To quote Anthony Caldelis, we should not forget that there were always Christians who were ready to basically agree with Julian and refused to even nibble on the learning of the Greeks. End quote. That is to say, in this case too, the cultural legacy of Greece and Rome would have been either lost together with the loss of paganism or turned into an antiquarian curiosity with no social or cultural relevance worthy of mention. However, it was the middle way that got the upper hand, not in the least because the early church fathers who promulgated Hellenic paideia were themselves highly educated people well at ease with Greek literary tradition. They enjoyed their Hellenic learning and openly exhibited it. Thanks to their influence, the classical legacy survived and became part of the Christian school curriculum. So much so that the Iliad, side by side with the Psalms, served as a principal school text up to the fall of Byzantium. The pagan and Christian texts were copied in the same scriptoria, treasured in the same libraries, and quoted in the same context. A balance between the Judeo-Christian and Hellenic tradition became a cultural norm. But the survival had a price. When planted on a new soil, the works of pagan antiquity began to be read through the prism of the Christian set of values. As we have seen, it was precisely the outcome that Julian tried to prevent. As St. Basil's text clearly demonstrates, in order to become acceptable to Christian readers, the classical text had to undergo an adjustment to their beliefs. That this adjustment is only rarely reflected in the body of the text themselves does not yet mean that it did not take place. It must have been expressed in the exegesis, both oral and written, in lectures and lessons delivered at school, in reader's response, as well as in other forms of reception, which made the traditional canon relevant to the society dominated by other cultural groups than those that created it. This seems to be the main reason why the corpus of classical texts of ancient Greece and Rome has retained its role as a cornerstone of Western cultural tradition. As it happens, this conclusion is sharply at variance with some influential theories concerning the issue of canon formation. One of the main concepts which has led to problematization of the classical tradition in the contemporary discourse is the concept of cultural capital, introduced by the French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu. According to Bourdieu, the cultural canon should be seen as the main, if not the only vehicle for perpetuation of the distribution of power, in that it constitutes a cultural capital to which the underprivileged groups have no access. Accordingly, a thorough cultural transformation, or to put it in Bourdieu's own words, a genuine inversion of the table of values, is the only real alternative to the system of cultural reproduction that Bourdieu and his school envisage. That is to say, when the formerly underprivileged groups come to power, the only way to guarantee their cultural domination would be to replace the old canon with a new one. This is the theoretical basis of calls for canon replacement, in which classical antiquity is one of the main targets. I fully concur with Bourdieu's thesis that a cultural canon represents the values and interests of the groups that dominated in the society in which to which this canon originally belonged. What I see as problematic, however, are the conclusions that are drawn from it. As far as I can see, the calls for canon replacement proceed from a theoretical template which has no historical parallels, or at least no such parallels that would last long enough to take root. Much more widespread are the efforts to appropriate an inherited canon while making it relevant to social and cultural groups that had no access to it in the past. To return to our initial example, there can be no doubt that the corpus of classical texts of ancient Greece and Rome reflects the values of the pagan civilization which created it. We have seen, however, that during the transition to Christianity, it was not replaced with another set of texts. On the contrary, it was at this stage that it became canonical in the full sense of the word. Christian appropriation of the Greco-Roman cultural legacy is far from being an isolated historical episode of this kind. Even a cursory examination of randomly selected examples referring to what happened in the past as a result of transition from one dominating social group to another suggests that the thesis of canon replacement is not substantiated by historical fact. The place of Corneille, Racine, and Molière, associated with the zenith of French absolutism, continued to be the pivot of French education also after the Revolution. Generally speaking, the whole of Europe became dominated by the middle classes without apparently feeling a need to get rid of the cultural capital accumulated in the period of upper class domination. The same would be true of the status of Pushkin and other canonical Russian authors in the post-revolutionary Russia. After some short-lived attempts to cancel the so-called bourgeois culture, the old canon was re-established as an integral part of the curriculum. In our own days, Edward Said's Culture and Imperialism, which sets out to reread the Western cultural archive in order to make it relevant to the former colonial nations who took no part in its formation, offers a fitting example of both the appropriation of the canon and its adjustment to the agenda of the formerly underprivileged and underrepresented groups. Other such examples include the Out of Africa trend, an attempt at black appropriation of classical antiquity, or feminist readings of ancient texts, such as, for example, Pat Parker's The Silence of the Girls, presenting the events of the Homeric Iliad as focalized by a woman. Over and over again, rather than being thrown away, the cultural capital is reused in accordance with the needs of the new groups that rise to social and cultural provenance. Rather than of canon replacement, we should therefore speak of canon appropriation. Two qualifications, however, should be kept in mind here. First, as we saw above, rather than staying in its pristine form, during the process of reception, the old canon becomes reinterpreted in accordance with the new systems of values. Second, and no less important, the canon never becomes appropriated en bloc, with no interference with its original nomenclature. New texts constantly enter the canon, whereas some of the former canonical works are pushed to the margins or simply left behind. Yet, rather than resulting in canon replacement, these processes of inclusion and exclusion diversify the inherited canon and bring it up to date, thus guaranteeing its perpetuation. As John Guillory, himself not a classical scholar, put it in his Cultural Capital, quote, "When we read Plato or Homer or Virgil in a humanities course, then we are reading what remains of the classical curriculum after the vernacular revolutions of the early modern period. The fact that we no longer read these works in Greek or Latin, or that we read far fewer classical Greek or Latin works than students of pre-modern school systems, represent a real loss. But this loss must be reckoned as a price of the integration of these works into a modern curriculum. The canon is not a Procrustean bed designed to get those works that are deemed undesirable at a given historical moment to move out of the curriculum. It is a dynamic cultural artifact which is found in a permanent state of flux. As far as the students of antiquity are concerned, the above discussion would seem to bear a twofold message. On the one hand, we can be reasonably certain that the calls for pushing the Greco-Roman legacy out of the contemporary cultural canon have no future. A capital, even a cultural one, is not a thing to be thrown away. At the same time, it is mandatory to recognize that the once privileged position of classical antiquity cannot be sustained any longer. The classical world can no longer be approached without regard to other civilizations and other cultural traditions. This is why we should also look in the direction of non-classical civilizations of the ancient world, both those that, as the ancient Near East and Egypt, were in constant contact with the Greco-Roman world, and those that, as ancient China or India, may be profitably compared with it. Joint academic programs with relevant departments would assist, and are already assisting, in the formation of a global canon which would embrace the great works of literature, philosophy, and art from all over the world, with the classical canon as an integral part of it. Furthermore, whether we like it or not, we should be prepared for readings of the ancient texts which may lie very far indeed from the messages with which these texts were originally informed. It seems, however, that a degree of creative misinterpretation is essential for keeping the text from the past alive and relevant for generations to come. After all, only in virtue of such cultural adjustment did these texts stay relevant to readers of the past and thus eventually survived. Accordingly, alongside the cultivation of their professional expertise, The classicists of the future should be open-minded towards the spectrum of contemporary reception of ancient Greece and Rome. This open-mindedness, however, should come with a caveat. Under no circumstances should we compromise with our mission of the bearers of in-depth knowledge about classical antiquity. Scholarship exists side by side with reception, each playing its own role. While reception is a predominantly spontaneous process of adaptation of a text from the past to the current historical context, scholarship is an analytic activity which addresses the text as an object of study in its own right. Rather than merely adjusting the text to hermeneutic attitudes prevailing at a given historical period, the scholar's task is to approach it critically and, whenever possible, to reconstruct its original form and meaning. Both scholarship and reception are vitally important for the survival of our discipline, so that the classicists of the future should be trained to be interpretatively generous in their teaching and rigorous in their scholarly research. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for this open and optimistic future model. I would like to take questions. Simon?
Thanks very much, Margaret. That's very interesting. I have one question about the history side of the paper and one question about the optimism side of the paper.
Okay.
The question about the history side is that Gregory of Nazianzus, who's a great hero of mine, is also fighting a severe battle inside his own group.
Sorry, I don't...
Sorry, Gregory of Nazianzus is also fighting a severe battle with his own cult. That's to say, there are plenty of people who are going around saying absolutely no classics in this period.
Yes.
I mean, Simeon Stylites, sitting on a pillar, doesn't want to read Homer, right? And it's quite clear he doesn't and hasn't. And the whole monastic movement is really an attempt to live a life without a classical past. And I think that needs to be brought into your picture, that Gregory is a wine-drinking, estate-owning, wealthy man whose Christianity follows an elite line, and it is very much an elite line and it's a way of maintaining elite power as well. And
absolutely, I agree. I mentioned somewhere in the middle, the purists who were against. Yeah. Yes, you're absolutely right.
The purists had quite a strong case, actually.
In our categories, I would say he was a humanist.
Yeah. But in terms of the looking forward part, the optimist part, I was thinking of Audre Lorde, and you can't use the master's tool to pull down the master's house. And you seem to be suggesting you could use the master's tools, or rather, I didn't quite understand where your sense of agency was. Your sense of agency. That degree of, when you say classicists should be generous, of course we should be generous, but what if we want to change things in a positive direction? What are the tools for that?
I mean, generous on the interpretive side of the reception, because we hear all the time justify classics and translation. We have to be not to fight, but to say that there are also I don't. There are also to present, say, other points of view, alternative points of view, but not to not to deny completely. Why? Because then they go elsewhere. I'm speaking about the students and the people who doesn't belong to the field. And then they go to other teachers who will tell them what they want to hear. So you have to be tolerant. So this is what I think.
Thank you. Richard.
Thank you, Margaret. I always look in the wrong direction. Thank you, Margaret, for a very interesting paper. My question was going to be along a similar line to Simon's, in that it's very fortunate for the classical canon that St. Basil and St. Gregory of Nazianzus' view prevailed, but I wonder whether we underestimate the role of contingency in all this. As Simon remarked, there was a terrible struggle going on in the church at that time, and under Theodosius I, the number of books that were burned in Antioch through the sermons, the fiery sermons of St. John Chrysostom, was in the hundreds of thousands. And the Christians certainly succeeded in destroying the writings of the materialist philosophers. So anything Stoic, anything Epicurean does not survive except through Diogenes Laertius in the indirect transmission. And then, of course, there's also another possibility for the failure of continuous transmission, which is that the cultural capital disappears because nobody feels the need for it. And a model for that, of course, would be the Islamic conquest of the Near East, where it's true that eventually a lot of Greek philosophy and a great deal of Greek science and medicine was translated, but nobody was interested in the poetry because of there was no longer, once the administrative class had to be Muslim, which took a little while, there was no cultural capital attached to knowing this material.
Of course.
Then there's another contingency, which I think our librarians ought to be paying more attention to for the survival of modern literature and civilization, which is the Faraday event. In 1859, when there was a solar flare that enveloped the whole Earth, and all the operators of telegraphs from Calcutta to London or Washington to Boston were fried by an electromagnetic surge, which, if it occurs again, will wipe out huge amounts of information. And it could be caused by a solar flare, or it could be caused by nuclear detonations. And, we need to guard against these things. And I'm not sure that our librarians are doing that. Those facilities need to be secured. And nobody seems to worry about that threat because they don't have nightmares the way I do.
I'm not responsible for that.
There's lots of risks.
Yes, I agree. But if you look at the events in long durée, you see that eventually this, I define them, this not conservative, this forces of preservation, of cultural preservation, prevail. Because it's, and this is the eventual result. I understand that we being a classicist, we feel all the losses very, very acutely. We understand what happened. But in the big picture, it's like I mentioned Soviet Russia. After the revolution, also there was a cultural revolution like in China, and then there was a reversal. And this is what I found so encouraging. So somehow people want to keep those things and not to throw away. So there is hope, I think.
Any other questions? Yes, Roddy.
Well, thank you very much. And just a small point to follow up from some of the other ones. As you said, Julian's legislation failed to exclude the Christians.
No, he simply died.
Exactly, because he died. But in 529, his successor Justinian succeeded on the other side, because he decreed, I mean, one of his first bit of his legislation, every Roman has to be a Christian, and it's said that in the same year he closed the schools here in Athens. Now, I don't think it doesn't affect your argument, but in a way it's perhaps more remarkable that despite Justinian's legislation, the classical tradition did continue in the 6th and 7th centuries, when it was perhaps under greater threat than in the 4th. Would you like to say something about Justinian and why he didn't have more of an effect than he might have done?
Yes, I don't think that I'm authorized to speak about this period, but I think that the same how would you define it? The same preserving tendency took the upper hand. I didn't look deeper into this period. I looked into the 4th century and the discussion about Julian's school law. But what is interesting about this incident is that discussion continues for centuries. Even in the Middle Ages, Christians wrote about against Julian, who wanted to deprive our children of education. It became a topos in Christian polemical tradition, which is what I find so illuminating. But thank you for reminding me to look also at the Justinian period. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And now we are going to Zoom connection with Professor Cartledge.
Can you see me?
Okay. So can you hear us, Paul?
I can hear you, Lucia, but my image looks rather ridiculous on my screen. But maybe it's fine for you. Maybe it's... There you go. That's right. Now I'm going to try to share my screen. May I?
Yes, and I will say a few words for the audience. Although,
then I'll share my screen.
Although you don't need that, but we are doing it here anyhow. So our third speaker is Professor Paul Cartledge, a fellow at Clare College, Cambridge, who was a Leventis professor in Greek culture at Cambridge from 2008 until his retirement 2014. He has done so much for Sparta, you know, we all know him, our knowledge, where he has been an honorary citizen, and he writes it in his email, Epitimos Dimotis, and he has also been honored with the Gold Cross of the Order of Honor by the President of the Greek Republic. Paul.
Right, I'm going to first try to share my screen. Are we okay?
Yes, now we see your screen.
If I can. Right, so thank you very, very much to the organizers and for the technical support. Thank you to my fellow panelists, and especially to Roddy for his couple of Spartan mentions. Thank you to our chair, Lucia, my dear friend. And not least, thanks to all of you who are either present in Athens or worldwide, my theatron, my audience. Just before I start, a little shout out for Cypriot academician in whose honor this conference is being held, Nikolaos. Now I may get the pronunciation wrong, either Konomis or Konomis. This is his centenarian year. He was born in 1922. Thanks, but also apologies for not being present with you in Athens, which I'd very much rather have been. I've actually given a talk at a conference in the Athens Academy. And that was 10 years ago exactly, 2012. We were talking about Plato and his original Academia. Apologies too if there are any technical glitches. So I'm going to leave the slideshow up. I'm going to come to it later. Today in Britain, and this is of course yet another dreadful import from the States, apologies to all my American friends who celebrated Thanksgiving yesterday. Today is Black Friday. And I think you might think that might be quite appropriate when what I'm talking about is the effect that Sparta, ancient Sparta, is having today in the world, in reality, outside the, as it were, groves of academe. My title, Why Sparta and the Spartans Still Matter. Why do they still matter to me? And not just and not today particularly as a classicist or ancient historian, but rather as a would-be public intellectual. And if you'll forgive me, I'm going to begin with a little autobiography. I started studying Sparta seriously in a scholarly way in the late 60s. And I was a graduate pupil at Oxford of John Boardman, then just Mr. John Boardman, or Yannis Pinakanthropos, as we humorously have translated him. And I completed that doctorate in 1975. And I found Sparta congenial. It was John's idea that I study it as an archaeohistorian, a crypto-archaeologist, rather than just a historian. I found it congenial more as a historian and an activist, because it seemed to me that there, in a rather naked form, a version of A-class struggle was going on. And I wrote an article in 1975 in the American journal Arethusa, arguing that Sparta could well be understood through some version of a Marxist hypothesis. And I still think there's something to be said for that, though oddly enough, that's not the aspect of Sparta or Spartan studies that is instantly brought to mind when people talk about ancient Sparta and its reception. So I'm going to move on then to reception, but first, just let me mention that one of my two examiners was George Forrest, then just again, Mr. George Forrest, who then became the Wickham Professor of Ancient Greek History at Oxford. And George approved my thesis. And just a few years before, he had written a book on Sparta. And he said right at the end, that it was a book in which the author himself had shown not much sympathy for Sparta. And he then went on really to talk about Sparta as a kind of conquest state and the way in which it had treated other Greeks and others, rather than what I thought myself, and still think myself, is the main driver, the main point of interest of studying Sparta. The main point of concern in studying Sparta, namely the enemy within, namely the Helots, the Hyloti, as the Spartans called them, the captive ones. Though they were Greeks, they were treated as if they were not, because typically in ancient Greece, if you were a slave in ancient Greece, you typically weren't Greek, but the Spartans were both douloi and Hellenes. So let me move on then from George Forrest's 1968 book, just very briefly to look at the tradition of Spartan scholarship, which goes back, of course, to a very late 18th century, early 19th, but took off in terms of reception, I think, with a twofold study, 1933-1943, by a Frenchman, François Ollier. And he coined the phrase le mirage spartiate, which is, of course, one of the problems we have of studying Sparta in any sort of scholarly way. Namely, that the evidence for it is mainly non-Spartan in written terms. Of course, in archaeology, it's entirely Spartan. But that the tradition, the ancient tradition, is distorted in the way that a mirage is either of something that seems to be there but isn't, or of something that is there but appears different from what it actually is. And in those two senses, the word mirage was brilliantly, I think, coined by Ollier. Much more recently, in the 1960s, the British scholar Elizabeth Rawson can now be seen as a kind of pioneer of reception studies within all ancient history, not just within Spartan history. And she entitled her work, The Spartan Tradition in European Thought. The point being that Sparta has featured in all the major literatures, in many of the major political concatenations from antiquity through the Middle Ages, early modern and contemporary periods, and has a very often political salience. And it's that actually dimension that I'm particularly interested today. How is Sparta being used, and why does it matter that it is being used in contemporary political, not just discourse, but very often, sadly, deadly political action? As for the condition of scholarship today, following on from Rawson and Forrest in the late 60s, I'm happy to say that it's burgeoning, it's blossoming. It could hardly be more healthy. And it's, of course, extremely invidious to select names of scholars. I'm actually just going to mention two for different reasons. The first being Anton Powell, who sadly is no longer with us, but has done a fantastic amount in the way of generating new, original, and not just British, but European, and not just European, but Euro-American scholarship. A quite extraordinary legacy Anton has left us. And his partner in crime, his principal co-laborator and co-adjutant, has been now very much still alive, happily, Steve Hodkinson. And him I'm going to say quite a little about, because very recently he has published in a collection entitled, appropriately I think, Classical Controversies, and then the subtitle is Reception of Greco-Roman Antiquity in the 21st Century, because it was then written and published in Leiden in 2022. An essay about the appropriation of a notion, normally a very unpleasant one, though of course the appropriators don't see it that way, of versions of ancient Sparta in the United States, in particular in the United States. So these are what I would call misappropriations. And he identifies three main aspects under which Sparta, a vision, a version, has been misappropriated by the US far right, which of course, like all political movements, is various and diverse. It contains a number of different fragments and factions, sometimes in competition, but in this case agreed that in some way Sparta is for them not just good to think with, but good to act with. And so he identifies three strands or three components. First of all, the Molone Labe, as he calls it, strand. And I don't know if you can see what I'm going to show you, but very briefly, It's a T-shirt I bought actually not in Sparta, but in Rethymna, where Lucia works. And it has, "This is Sparta," and I'm going to come back to that shortly. And then underneath in Greek lettering, Molo and Labe, the two, of course, laconic words allegedly uttered by Leonidas or Leonidas in 480, faced with the demand allegedly by Xerxes, emperor of the Persians, "Hand over your arms, surrender and hand over your arms." And he said, in effect, F off, but in laconic, it was "come, take," in the rude second person singular, as opposed to the polite second person plural. And this is a slogan which, as I've been reading about it, it was very late to dawn on me that it existed. It's been going for at least 3 decades. It's appropriated particularly by members of US gun clubs, who see the Second Amendment as a kind of one of the 10 commandments for them. And they see the big state, i.e. DC, the federal government, as an enemy that potentially wishes to come and make them surrender their arms, i.e. give up the right to bear arms, even in public, even in a totally pacific, one would have thought, setting such as a shopping mall. So that's a major strand, the gun club, gun-toting type of persons, some of whom pitched up January the 6th, 2021, a day of infamy on the Capitol in Washington, D.C. An insurrection, an invasion with deathly consequence. And some of the members of that were proudly identifying as somehow heirs to a Spartan tradition. The second major ingredient that Hodkinson identifies as contributing to this quite strong right-wing appropriation of ancient Sparta is the movie 2007, just called 300, based on a comic series, that is a graphic novel series by a known right-wing author who claimed to be himself inspired by the 1963 film of the invasion of Greece and the Battle of Thermopylae, The 300 Spartans, which was directed by a Polish emigre at the height of the Cold War, when that conflict was cast as if it was the Russians, that is the Persians, invading the West, that is Greece or Greco-America then, in 1962. And I know that that certainly did have a terrific influence in at least several right-wing, shall we say, militarized, if not militaristic, quarters in the States. I myself was asked to sign and send over to a US Marines base somewhere in New York State. I think it was 9, but it was certainly a substantial number of copies of a book I wrote on Thermopylae. And that struck me as, well, in a way, I hope they got a better message from what I wrote than from what the message, which was, if not ethnocentric, it was borderline racist, of the movie 300. And then thirdly, now this was something I've only very recently become familiar with at all. And of course, you look on Wikipedia and you find that there is indeed a website entry, Wikipedia entry for Antifa, A-N-T-I-F-A, which is short for anti-fascist. And these are within right-wing American politics, the internal enemy that is most targeted by them, and a fairly loosely based anti-fascist movement. And so Steve identifies and very discusses all these 3 components. And he postulates that one way of ameliorating the situation, in other words, trying to get these guys who think that their version, a version of Sparta, is a good one to import into US democratic, Republican politics. then if only they would do their homework, he says, and only if they would read him, and then from him they would learn that actually the original Sparta, the real Sparta, behind the mirage, as it were, was not as, now this is, I think, controversial and it's a difficult question, as I would say military, but he says militaristic, and there is a way of interpreting militaristic which is actually very different from military. You can be military without being militaristic, which I think is an important distinction. So his point is that, as he puts it, a less militaristic scholarly re-evaluation of Spartan society would be something of an antidote to those three toxic receptions or acceptations. What he doesn't, I think, and I think he should, rather, so obviously the military dimension is key, is that Sparta saw itself, the Spartans saw themselves as ultimately, whatever they did, was shaped by their view of ta ton theon, what we call religion, what they called the things of the gods. And famously, Herodotus, more than once, said that the Spartans valued the things of the gods more than the things of human beings. Well, didn't all Greeks? So, I mean, what's he trying to say? What he's trying to say is that the Spartans were so exceptionally religious, pious, we might say superstitious, that they even would act in a contradictory way, a non-functional way in non-religious terms, because they so felt their first duty always was to satisfy what they believed the gods, the gods, heroes, goddesses, heroines, wanted them or dictated to them to do. And the other aspect which I think he could have brought up, and it's the one I'm going to end with today, is sexuality. So bear that in mind, I'll be coming back to that. What, as well as the way in which Sparta has been and is being appropriated in politics in the States, what is also very sadly, in my view, the case, is that precisely in, I think it's been mentioned, I think Roddy mentioned it recently, Putin's war on Ukraine. I'm going to quote to you just a little snatch from a recent review. It's of a book by Mark Galeotti, and it's called Putin's Wars. And the reviewer says, Putin's effort to turn his homeland into a 21st century Eurasian Sparta, a 21st century Eurasian Sparta, is by no means a done deal. Well, from what I'm guessing is understood by Sparta, I sincerely hope it never becomes a done deal. But let me just mention, very recently, the Russian troops who had occupied it's not Odessa, but major city down in the south of Ukraine, with a cathedral, where Potyomkin's bones were kept, presumably as a kind of sacred, I think it's Kherson, as a kind of sacred object. They were removed when the Russians retreated from Kherson back into Russia. They took with them the bones of Potyomkin. Well, we ancient historians will instantly have thought of the Spartans appropriating in the mid-6th century BC the bones so-called Orestes from Tegea and Tisamenos from elsewhere in the Peloponnese. The point being to incorporate, to get the mana, the mystic significance and power of these relics for yourself. You have to keep them physically close. So in that sense, I suspect the Russians were possibly acting consciously in an ancient Sparta way, even if that's completely wrong. In Donetsk, one of those enclaves within Ukraine, which are part of, or which are deemed to be part now of Russia. There is a battalion which fights utterly, brutally on behalf of the would-be occupier Putin. And this is known as precisely the Sparta Battalion. So very consciously, there are in two ways appropriations of ancient Sparta that are currently having extremely unpleasant consequences. So if you're feeling a little bit miserable about that, as I am, I'm going to lighten the mood slightly by bringing us back to Britain, to Westminster, to the so-called Mother of Parliaments. Oh dear, oh dear. And within that Mother of Parliaments, there is a fraction, a fragment, hitherto, until very recently, exceptionally influential. It's a case of the tail wagging the dog within the Tory, the governing Tory party. These are Brexiteers, ultra Brexiteers, wishing to have nothing to do with any law that is generated from and exercised from anywhere across the channel. And they called themselves, as the Brexit debate became particularly acute, and that is saying something, roughly 2018-19, the Spartans. Why? No surrender. Why? And this is where you get back to the Thermopylae Spartan complex, Molon Labe mentality. And one of them actually had the audacity, the temerity, the effrontery to write a book, a memoir of his, in fact, successful campaign to lever the UK out of the European Union. This is a guy called Marc Francois. A slight anomaly that he has a name which means French, but we won't go there. So now I'm going to quickly take you through a slideshow, the point being to illustrate that, yes, Sparta was military, but that wasn't all that went on. So the ancient mirage that had Sparta as merely an armed camp, that isn't totally accurate. And this is just to show you where Sparta is. I show this because the Spartans, seemingly a rather dour people, lived in the most magnificent natural surroundings, surrounded on either side by large and high mountain chains. And I'm showing you a picture of the Peak District of Taygetos, the chain that runs down the Eurotas Valley on the west, taken from a Byzantine, this is quite nice, isn't it, for continuity or difference perspectives. Somewhere actually near, and I'm now going to go back even further to the 13th century BC, where the palace, if there was a Menelaus would have lived. So we're somewhere in the region of Agios Vasilios, the St. Basil Chapel, which is where the ancient palace, the late Mycenaean Bronze Age palace of Sparta lay. Yes, Sparta was military. Lovely hoplite on the left. Heracles, you can see his lion skin. You can also see his sexuality. But he also has a strap round his neck, which is a quiver strap. So he's a hoplite with his helmet and his breastplate, but he's an archer because of course, he has to perform labors with a bow. The other half of the Spartan human race, rather delightful image of a young girl either dancing or running, but the point is the quality of the bronze figurine and also the celebration, the high valuation of the female half of the Spartan citizen population, unusual in ancient Greece. Amazing craftsmanship, not certainly made by a Spartan or Spartans, but by people who were free, but within the Spartan polity, without political rights, and by helots. Who knows? We're not well enough informed on precisely who was involved in the technology of such a massive crater, which I believe certainly was made in Sparta. Not everybody does. Again, certainly made in Sparta, for Sparta. The identity is controversial, though Olga Pelagia has recently argued that this is indeed, as the Greek workman who unearthed him first said immediately, sort of instinctively, Leonidas. It may be, it may not. The people who built this sculpture in the Pass of Thermopylae would like it to have been Leonidas in Sparta. And David, famous painting here, a gay man, particularly, I think, keen on the sexuality of Leonidas and of certain other participants in his early 19th century celebratory picture. And yes, there's a Spartan shield, the only one, but this is what I want to draw more attention to before I return to the very beginning of my slideshow. The Spartans had kings. How weird is that? They had two kings, even weirder. They therefore had queens. They therefore had princesses. And here is possibly the most famous princess, as opposed to the most famous queen, who is probably Gorgo, who has a starring role in the movie 300, as she has a bit of a starring role a couple of times in Herodotus. But here we see the base of Cynisca's dedication at Olympia for having won the four-horse chariot race. She didn't, of course, drive the four-horse chariot, but she owned the horses and had them trained in her own stables. She wasn't a shrinking violet, and she starts out by her lineage and then ends, I'm the only woman, not just in Sparta, but in all Hellas, to have won this crown. So I'm now going to take you back to the very start, to my slide here. This is a calyx, a tondo, the inside of a drinking goblet of the later 6th century BC, attributed to the name vase of the Hunt painter. Why do I suggest that this, rather than arguing the toss about Sparta's militarism, why we should concentrate more on Sparta's sexuality if we wish to recuperate a version of Sparta with which we might take on the dark forces of the modern world. Some of you will be aware that a certain football, soccer competition recently opened in a certain Qatar in the Gulf. More of you will be aware that that Games is exceptionally controversial for a number of different reasons. First of all, that it probably shouldn't have been held there at all, and that the fact that it is being held there is due to corruption, something of which the ancient Greeks were particularly alert. I've just been thinking about Demosthenes, for example, who accuses his opponents of being, all of them, bribed to a man. Anyway, what does this scene show? It shows an older man, he's on the right, with a beard, and a younger beardless man on the left, or youth. And the scene is of a boar hunt, whereas today wild boars are fought and killed at a big distance by high-velocity rifles. In ancient Greece, you had to get up close and personal with a spear right up to the animal, the victim in question, requiring, in other words, incredible bravery. And it's not impossible, I think it's very likely, that this couple are so depicted in terms of age grade as to represent what I take to be a key feature of the educational cycle of the Spartan polis, which is that between the ages of 12 and 18 or so, a Spartan boy, a pais, going through what later became called the agogi, is to be taken. It was expected or even possibly required that he be the junior partner in a paiderastic, homoerotic, homosexual relationship with an adult Spartan, full bearded and all the rest. And yes, we can argue the toss about the nature of Spartan pederasty and its relationship within the entirety of the Spartan polity, but It is very, I think, obviously a fact that ancient Greece as a whole, and Sparta was just a particularly prominent example, were not, as many cultures and societies have been since, dedicated to the expungence, the total extinction of homosexual relations, but on the contrary, rather valued them quite highly in a positive way, such that I would suggest LGBTQ plus advocates today, it's been done in the past, but they should, I think, make more of this to counter the dreadful appropriations by ultra-right people in America, by Putin, by ultra-right people in London. So if you have been, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for this fantastic walk through Sparta, but also in the modern world. We have time for 1.5 questions, I think. So. Edith.
Yasu Pavle, how are you?
Yes.
It's Edith. Paul, I love this idea, but the movie that actually, you did mention it once, the movie that has actually really grabbed the attention of the American right is, of course, Zack Snyder's 300. You were a consultant, I think.
Only for a question of pronunciation.
Because
should it be?
That movie has not only been absolutely pernicious in feeding Islamophobia because of the depiction of the Persians in it. It's a film that is played to United States soldiers before they were flown out either to Iraq or to Afghanistan. It's war porn. That's what phrase I take from somebody I know, a captain in the American army. And it implied that while Sparta was completely free of homosexuality, and we get a good old sex scene with Gerard Butler and the very thin girl who is a problem for fat phobia as well, but we also get all the sort of heroin shooting up brown people having homosexual sex in the Persian side. So exactly how are we going to do this as pedagogues, given that everybody we teach will have seen 300?
Yeah, well, a lot of your other speakers have been faced with the same issue of just what's to be done, as Lenin put it. And I think we simply have to take that head on. In other words, not pretend that film was never made, but use it precisely as a pedagogical tool and demonstrate through, obviously, a light touch scholarship, just how inaccurate, and in this case, I think probably racially as well as homophobically motivated it is. And isn't that the case in general? I am not a politician. At best, I'm an activist. I'm a public intellectual. So I can pour out words as I'm doing to you now, though you are not my intended target audience. I write lots and lots, as you know, blogs, and I go on various talk shows, and I'm currently mainly engaged not so much in Spartanism, but in Elgin Parthenon marbles. But nevertheless, we just simply are up against it. It's much easier to put out an unnuanced black-white image than it is to fill in all the shades of grey between. But I try to do that, and that's the best one can do, I think. Unless you've got a better suggestion, Edith, which you probably have.
Okay, we have then Simon, and then you don't, I'm sorry, I thought. Okay, Richard Yanko now.
I can't ignore the Spartans because the team of the rival university, Michigan State, is called the Spartans.
Yeah.
But in teaching my introductory class with 250 students this coming Monday morning, when I teach the Sparta section, I just say that the film is very bad. I point out things that are wrong with it. I don't show any of it. And I try to point out some other facts. I try to point out lots of facts about Sparta. And in particular, there's one that you could mention, which is that the Spartans, at one stage in their history, were far ahead of other Greek states in preventing the concentration of power. They had two kings who knocked each other out all the time. They went and appointed 5 ephors. They have the great Rhetra regulating those appointments. But then, of course, the internal logic of them conquering their neighbors and conquering all the helots too, and Messenia as well, prevented their constitution from evolving, and they wouldn't share power, obviously, with the people they conquered. And this is a big problem everywhere, that constitutions just get fossilized, and from being the most progressive state in Greece, the Spartans became the most archaic. And of course, the same thing is happening with Britain, where its constitution never well, there isn't a constitution, and in America, where it's absolutely fossilized as well. Don't you think that's something one could argue in favor of Sparta?
Yes, thank you very much. Of course, we Britons, we UK do have a constitution. It just hasn't happened to be written. And therefore, it's a little less obvious than what the Americans is, which even so, as Aristotle says, laws have to be interpreted. They're general. But to answer your other point, yes, let's emphasize the Spartans' progressivism at one point, but let's finish, in a way, the story. In the classical period, look where they ended up. Very, very few citizens, and they suffered a massive defeat. End of story, end of half their helot base, end of any pretension to being a global, let alone even a regional power. And so, you know, we'll draw a comforting lesson, I think, from that as well.
Thank you very much, Paul. I don't see you anymore, but I hope you are still there. Thank you very much. It was fantastic. Okay, and now we will be connected with Professor Joshua Katz. Τώρα θα συνδεθούμε... Ναι. Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Since we are running a little late, I will immediately ask you to, to start your talk, Professor Katz, because we are very sorry and apologize for running late here.
Very good. So thank you very much. At the end of this long and fruitful day, well, actually morning for me, my warm thanks go to the organizers of this conference for inviting me to address you. Much inside out and upside downness has occurred since the invitation to speak to you arrived last December. And while I sincerely regret, it actually occurs to me that I should be sharing my screen, so forgive me for just doing this right now. I'm sorry I didn't do that immediately. I hope you can now see it. Much has happened since the invitation arrived last December, and while I sincerely regret that I am not in Athens with all of you, as I'd hoped to be, I'm very glad to have the opportunity to say a few words about my view of classics and how I see the future of the past. In 2014, the main learned society of classicists in North America, the American Philological Association, changed its name to the Society for Classical Studies. The move, which was ultimately put to a vote of the members, had been a couple of years in the making. I voted against the motion, but can't say that I care deeply one way or the other, since despite being a linguist and therefore caring more than some about the power of rhetoric, I rarely believe that changing a name of an organization, or say a building, will have more than a cosmetic effect. Since I did and do think of myself as both a classicist and a philologist, I did not lose any sleep over the matter. The name American Philological Association had stood since 1869, that is to say, was in place for 145 years. What prompted the change? The official reason had nothing to do with any distaste for philology. Indeed, as then President Catherine Gutzwiller wrote in her message to members in September 2014, quote, "A philological focus is at the core of much scholarship on Greek and Latin texts, and we will continue to take an active role in projects that represent excellent philology in the 21st century." Now, the cause for the switch from philological to classical was the sense that specialists in the ancient Greeks and Romans needed to do a better job of explaining to the wider public what we do, and this means ditching the P word. To quote Gutzwiller again, quote, "We recognize that the term philology is no longer widely understood and therefore can be a barrier to communication with a broader public. Especially now, when it is so important for us to advocate for the study of classics, and indeed of all the humanities, we must strive for clarity in the transmission of our message." Especially now, said Gutzwiller in 2014, but let us acknowledge a certain irony. At least from an American perspective, and that is the perspective I will adopt, the world, including the world of humanistic inquiry, appears far more fragile now than just 8 or 10 years ago. The drop in college graduates with a degree in the humanities has fallen dramatically since 2012, between 16 and 29%, depending on which fields are included among the humanities. Enrollment in humanities classes on college and university campuses has been plummeting, and we have proved depressingly used to expressions of undisguised contempt for the academy in general and for the humanities in particular on both the left and the right. Even when the change in name was under discussion, there was concern, justifiable in my view, about the proposed new moniker Society for Classical Studies, since who were we to cordon off ancient Greek and Roman literature and culture as the classics? What about classical Chinese, classic Maya, classical Ethiopic, classical Hebrew, classical Persian, etc.? Are these not exemplars of the classical as well? Furthermore, if your goal is to communicate with a broader public, what about Shakespeare and Hume and Austen? What about Dante, Montaigne, and Kant, all of whom produced work that are called classics in ordinary parlance? And what about the connection, so well explored by Edith Hall, between classics and class? This is, of course, a problem with names, and indeed with words in general. Changing nomenclature doesn't usually change the world so much as transfer to another word the issue one is trying to solve. That said, another thing I certainly haven't been losing sleep over is that a number of North American departments have recently changed their name from Department of Classics to something more obviously descriptive, Berkeley's Department of Ancient Greek and Roman Studies, or expansive, Reed's Department of Greek, Latin, and Ancient Mediterranean Studies, or aware of their particular strength, Brock's Department of Classics and Archaeology. Indeed, it is easy to argue that these changes are potentially positive, and I will be watching, as we all should, to see what effects they have, if any. At all events, in the year 2022, concerns about the scope of the classical may seem almost quaint in their naivete. Not that long ago, Gutzwiller told us that, quote, "We must strive for clarity in the transmission of our message. But if there is one thing we classicists are not doing now, it is transmitting a clear message, even among ourselves, never mind to prospective students, parents, employers, funding agencies, the media, and the world at large." For one thing, as everyone who is listening is surely aware, loud voices inside the academy, not just the crazy public, inside the academy too, loud voices have for some years been calling for burning down the field of classics. Now, let me be clear about 3 things. 1, As far as I know, those who speak in these terms today do not want to play Fahrenheit 451 with Sophocles and Virgil. They are talking about the field of classics today, not about the ancient stuff of classics itself. 2, Simon Goldhill in his talk yesterday was certainly correct to take a long historical perspective and note that it is hardly a new thing for classicists to speak of Greek in literally fiery terms. Though I don't think that Simon would deny that the level of anger of the last few years is different from anything we have otherwise heard in our lifetimes. And 3, I am aware that not everyone who speaks of burning things down wants actually to lay waste to the field, though some do. But I am concerned about the rhetoric, even when it is only half meant. When we tell ourselves and the rest of the world that the sphere we inhabit deserves to be destroyed, not reformed, but destroyed, we are suggesting that our work is beyond hope, our problems beyond repair. Think ill of classics if you wish, but such suggestions are dreadfully overblown, and they lead to the belief that classical studies, under whatever departmental name, don't matter, and that the past has no good future. And there's more. Take philology, which I and a number of other speakers these days practice proudly. Not even a decade ago, as it was changing its name, the president of the American Philological Association, herself a philologist, spoke of philology as core scholarship. But now some of the main proponents of burning down classics appear to be claiming that philology is hopelessly tainted with white supremacy. Take, for example, my former colleague, and before that extraordinarily gifted undergraduate student, Danelle Padilla-Peralta, the subject of a polarizing 2021 portrait in the New York Times Magazine, written, as it happens, by another outstanding former student of mine. He wants to save classics from whiteness, with the subheading, he thinks classicists should knock ancient Greece and Rome off their pedestal, even if that means destroying their discipline. Earlier this year, Padilla and Sasha May Eccleston published an article titled Racing the Classics, Ethos and Praxis, that speaks of philology as a fetish. The article appeared in, of all places, the American Journal of Philology. According to Eccleston and Padilla, quote, taking shelter in the objectivizing rigor ascribed to philology allows many members of the field to pretend that the practice unraces its practitioners. And they write that, quote, the presumptive rigor of philology functioned as much more than a mode or metonym of exclusionary elitism throughout the field, levying it as a slur that effectively sidelined Black or Brown-centered methodologies. Exploring the rhetoric and reality of such claims would be a talk of its own, but I want to push back in what time I have. That the subject of classics, and not just classics, has a racist past needs to be acknowledged, of course. But Eccleston and Padilla offer no basis for the inflammatory claim that philology is racist, and I have been unable to imagine what such evidence would even look like. But no matter, suggesting that practitioners of a given discipline are racists is an all too effective way of making a play for power, creating a firestorm that scares the daylights out of normal folk who simply want to do their work. And again, all this is very bad for the future of classics, and thus for the future of the study of the past. Philology is tied to text, and text is tied to language. And language, it seems, is a major problem. It is, of course, the case that there is much more to ancient Greece and Rome than language. If you don't have respect for colleagues who painstakingly excavate in the Athenian Agora, or study Roman portraiture of North Africa, or examine waste to learn the diet of soldiers at Hadrian's Wall, or study Alice Oswald's contemporary transformations of the Iliad and the Odyssey, if you don't do these things, if you don't have respect for those people, then you are an idiot. But you are also an idiot if you don't have respect for colleagues who study Greek and Latin closely and pay attention to their linguistic and philological niceties. It is undeniable that studying a culture without knowing its language, or in most cases, languages, is to ignore its core and to render one especially vulnerable to the charge of having no idea what one is doing. What is happening in classics is turning the subject inside out, and then, to add insult to injury, hurling abuse at what is now on the outside. So in the spring of 2021, my former department did something truly shocking, namely decide to allow undergraduate students to graduate with a degree in classics from Princeton University, according to the US News and World Report, the #1 college in the United States, to do this without having taken so much as a single semester of either Latin or ancient Greek. Let me repeat that slowly. Classics majors with not a single semester of either language over the course of 4 years. Despite the implications of Simon's remarks yesterday, no one is objecting that Princeton offers and has for decades offered courses in translation. And indeed, every reasonable person will view these courses as a very good thing. No, what is at issue is credentialing someone as a classicist who has no knowledge whatsoever of the basic building blocks. Now, Princeton was not the first university to make a decision of this kind, but it was certainly the most prominent. And naturally, commentators on the right pounced. You won't have any trouble calling up denunciations of Princeton's action in, for example, National Review, the Washington Free Beacon, and the Daily Wire. Naturally, too, the mainstream media largely ignored the issue. Fortunately, the left-leaning monthly magazine, The Atlantic, let the outstanding critic John McWhorter take a whack. And boy, did he let Princeton have it. If you're going to read just one article on the subject, let it be McWhorter's The Problem with Dropping Standards in the Name of Racial Equity. Now, just a second, what's this about racial equity? Read the stories about what Princeton did, and you will see that there was what we might call in Homeric terms a double motivation for dropping the requirement of even the most minimal linguistic competence. One reason is pragmatic. Not enough undergraduates in recent years have wanted to study Latin and ancient Greek, or even take classics courses in translation. And the department has been hoping that by dumbing things down, as I would put it, it will attract more students. We'll just have to wait a few years to see how well this works, or how poorly. The other reason, however, is socio-political. It turns out that one of the many effects of the death of George Floyd is the cancellation of linguistic competence on the grounds that asking a student to take even a single 12-week course in ancient Greek or Latin is racist. This is not just absurd. It is itself clearly racist. What I would really like to do is use the rest of my time to read McWhorter's whole essay to you, or at least the part in which he skewers my former colleague Josh Billings for suggesting that the change would be useful for a student proficient in Danish. I won't do that, but I will quote just one line from near the end of McWhorter's screed. Quote, "The Princeton Classics Department's new position is tantamount to saying that Latin and Greek are too hard to require Black students to learn." The elephant in the room. Although it is my former colleagues in classics who seem to be saying that people who aren't white can't learn Greek or Latin, and although it is a few hundred of my former colleagues who in 2020 signed a now infamous letter to the Princeton administration in which they made demands that are in blatant violation of civil rights law, many of them have spent the last few years demonizing me as the outrageous exponent of racism. This is not the place to get into all of this, but the allegation is ridiculous. I am not a racist, but nor am I a proponent of anti-racism, that awful, currently fashionable term for neo-racism, an actually racist framework that is espoused by so many of my former colleagues at Princeton and by classicists and others across the United States. I can't get into all of this now, except to say that I freely acknowledge that I have plenty of human failings. But I do need to do something I don't approve of, namely engage in the currently fashionable practice of virtue signaling, because I need everyone to understand where my comments about classics and about philology are coming from. So, 6 points. Point 1, I started Greek as a second semester sophomore in college and took my first formal course in Latin only in graduate school. So do not tell me that it is impossible to start these languages late and succeed, as indeed plenty of students did in my nearly 25 years on the faculty, a fact in which my colleagues and I used to take great pride. Point 2, given what I just said, you will not be surprised that I came to classics as an outsider. All my degrees are in linguistics. When I was hired by Princeton, I quickly saw how much I did not know. I had to bring myself up to speed. So again, don't tell me that I don't know what it means to work hard to succeed. Point 3, by choice, I taught beginning Greek and Latin more often and frankly more successfully than anyone else in the department, some of whose more prominent and virulently anti-racist members would not agree to teach any lower level courses because doing so took too much time and was beneath their dignity. So yet again, don't tell me that I don't know about the challenges and joys of introducing students to these languages. Point 4, it is true that I care about what is conventionally called Western civilization, an imperfect yet nonetheless useful label. But I care about a lot of other languages, literatures, cultures, and peoples as well. One of my first linguistic loves was Native American languages, Navajo, Cherokee, and more. My first publication was on indigenous languages of the American Southwest. So don't tell me that I'm a white supremacist. Point 5, I strongly believe that departments of classics should encourage students to learn languages, both ancient and modern, other than Latin and Greek. How exactly work in these languages should be balanced against the two traditional ones is a subject for discussion on which reasonable people will disagree. But since I was virtually the only member of my former department who routinely wrote about and taught over a dozen other languages, from India to Ireland and from Siberia to San Diego, it is galling to me that anyone would think that I, of all people, am trying to constrain the field. And point 6, other philologists have sometimes been annoyed with me for pointing out that my main academic specialty, comparative philology, also known as historical comparative linguistics, is, for all its rigor, an art as well as a science, and that it rests on a theory that, while standing the test of time robustly, is not unlike various newer and putatively less scientific approaches to language that are more conventionally called theory. I believe there's good scholarship and bad scholarship, but never have I believed or claimed that my tribe's scholarship is always good, often it is not, or that the scholarship of other tribes is never good, often it is. So do not tell me that I think that what I do is what everyone should be doing. Now, I began my talk by saying that I lost no sleep over the name change of the American Philological Association to the Society for Classical Studies, which was first discussed in 2012 and effected in 2014. But perhaps I should have lost sleep. While I would not argue that there is a direct line from the change to the idea that philology perpetuates white supremacy, or to the discarding of a requirement that a certified classicist possess just a basic knowledge of Latin or Greek, there is a red thread. The decade since 2012 is exactly the period in which Americans, and in our wake others across the world as well, it is exactly the period in which Americans have lost our collective mind and sense of civic responsibility in favor of corrosive identity politics. Unfortunately, but unsurprisingly, the field of classics has been swept up in this, as has academia more generally. No one has diagnosed or attempted to remedy the problems of these years better than Greg Lukianoff and Jonathan Haidt, above all in their important best-selling book from 2018, The Coddling of the American Mind: How Good Intentions and Bad Ideas Are Setting Up a Generation for Failure. So, what is to be done? We cannot immediately fix the world's problems with classics, but we can do our part to end the coddling. The first step is to recommit ourselves to the study of Greek and Latin. But there have to be reasons why we should do this, and it's time for those of us who care to articulate them. My answer, and this is only mine, but there it is, my answer comes in a little piece titled Why Compare Greek and Latin that I published this past April in the online journal Antigone, a venue that, by the way, I highly recommend to everyone from neophytes to grizzled professors for spreading reliable information about the ancient world with a sense of wonder and joy. It is a short distance from the question, why compare Greek and Latin, to why study Greek and Latin together, which is in turn only a short distance to what makes traditional classics worth doing. I gave three answers. 1, Greek and Latin share a linguistic and cultural patrimony in the distant past. 2, Greek and Latin were spoken at the same time in the wider Mediterranean world. And 3, there was a tradition in the literary culture of the one of translating, adapting, and alluding to material in the other. Different people will naturally rank their interest in these facts differently and will point out other facts that interest them. But the trio stands, I think, as a strong justification for the traditional understanding of classics. Yes, there are other languages that share the patrimony of Greek and Latin, but these two dominated a large geographical region for a long period of time. Yes, there were plenty of other languages spoken around the Mediterranean, but again, Greek and Latin dominated. And in any event, the rendering of Greek material alla Romana was very special. That's my defense of classics. But beyond this, we need to recommit ourselves to philology. To philology in the widest sense, I mean, rather than to classical philology specifically. In these days of Twitter, sound bites, and attention deficit, it is a truism that people tend to skim and hop from short text to short text rather than read deeply and slowly. And if before the talks of Professors Ordine, Fura, and Yanakis these last 2 days, you didn't remember Nietzsche's idea, picked up by Jakobson and others in the 20th century, you certainly know it now. That philology, which Nietzsche beautifully compared to the art of goldsmithing, is the art of reading slowly. In the United States these days, and I think there's a very nice tie-in, I should say, with the talk of Professor Cartledge right before me. In the United States these days, there is perhaps no issue that works people up more than the status of the Constitution and the rulings of the Supreme Court. Sometimes obscure in sense, sometimes infuriating in effect, these and certain other texts are the bedrock of our society. And as I wrote in a piece published earlier this year, not to read and not to engage with them is to give up on responsible citizenship. And yet it is abundantly clear that many who weigh in on the issues of the day, especially in 140 or 280 inflammatory characters, have only secondhand knowledge of what these documents actually say. And often their knowledge comes from a single media source. They do not consult the sources themselves, not to say take the time to read them carefully so as to assess the arguments and range of opinions as dispassionately as possible. This is bad news, and close readers of all stripes, including classicists, should speak out against it and model good examples of doing otherwise. This is not to prescribe one mode of reading. Read as a feminist, if you will, or read as a Foucauldian, or read as a decolonist, or read as an originalist. But read slowly and acknowledge your lens, and acknowledge the existence and at the very least the potential validity of other lenses as well. Having begun with the American Philological Association, I have ended up back in America again, explicitly. In part, this is because my job in my new position at a think tank in Washington, the American Enterprise Institute, is to worry about things other than the aorist passive subjunctive. But I am not making nationalistic claims. The implications of my remarks are broad and by no means uniquely American. I hope we can agree that classics is worth saving, whatever name we wish to give our discipline and our departments, and whatever wider ambit we may wish for it to have. I hope we can agree that Latin and Greek are worth knowing and worth encouraging others to know. And I hope we can agree that in every language, slow reading, philology, is a boon. In short, we owe the dark past a bright future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your talk, and now I will take questions.
Or you can go to dinner and I can go to lunch.
Okay. Well, there seems not to be somebody who wants to ask a question. As I said, it was a very long day, but we thank you again. And good morning there, I guess, or good afternoon now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now I have an announcement for tomorrow. I was asked by Professor Stefanis. The Acropolis Museum opens at 9 o'clock. So somebody from the organizing committee will be there in the front entrance, the one that is on Dionysio Areopagitou. So front entrance after 9 o'clock, but before 9:30. And if you are there and the museum is open, you go to the amphitheater, or you wait for somebody from the organizing committee. Thank you.